Chapter 1, I'm going to take revenge. Give me the meaning of the divine system? Yi Jin, I promise you. I want to be alone with you tonight. Why don't we go out and get a room? Yi Jin looked at these messages on her phone and was a little confused. This scene seems to have happened before. Yi Jin looked at the time and exclaimed in shock. I've been reborn. Shit, I've actually been reborn to 10 years ago, the day I went to a hotel room with my girlfriend. At this moment, Yi Jin, who was in a daze, finally confirmed this fact. He had been reborn to the day 10 years ago when his girlfriend agreed to go to a hotel room with him. 10 years had passed, and he had spent 10 whole years in prison. In his previous life, he had dreamed of returning to this day. 10 years ago, Yi Jin and Zhang Jieqi were both junior year students at Rongqing University. They had been together for 3 whole years. During this time, Yi Jin gave Zhang Jieqi all the little living expenses he had. He could only survive by eating instant noodles and compressed biscuits. Not only that, he also worked part-time a lot. Most of the money he earned from his part-time job was spent on buying gifts for Zhang Jieqi. However, Zhang Jieqi recklessly took advantage of Yi Jin's feelings. In the past 3 years, Yi Jin had never been kissed, hugged, or even held hands with her. But on this day, his girlfriend, who had never let him touch her before, unexpectedly agreed to go to a hotel room with him. He thought it was his persistent dog-licking spirit that had impressed Zhang Jieqi. And Yi Jin was immersed in the joy of about to get Zhang Jieqi's body. He didn't think carefully about why Zhang Jieqi suddenly agreed. But in fact that night, there was no stormy sex at all. There was only some ambiguity and extreme pulling. In other words, as the saying goes, just rubbing up against each other. But it was just like that, and Uncle Hat came to the door and took Yi Jin away. The person who reported the crime was his girlfriend Zhang Jieqi, who accused Yi Jin of raping her. As the saying goes, if you want to frame someone, you can always find a charge. With the help of Zhang Jieqi and her family, Yi Jin was originally found guilty of attempted rape and was punished to the maximum, sentenced to 10 years in prison. 10 years. 10 whole years. Zhang Jieqi, I will make you all experience the feeling of losing your home and family. Yi Jin vowed in his heart. He will definitely make the family of his girlfriend, who framed him and sent him to prison for 10 years, pay. In fact, Yi Jin learned soon after going to prison that it was all a setup by Zhang Jieqi's family. The goal was to embezzle the 3 million yuan in compensation that Yi Jin's family had received for the demolition of their home. What's even more infuriating is that Yi Jin's parents lost their money but failed to get a written apology from Zhang Jieqi. Instead, Zhang Jieqi's family used the money to get the right people to intervene and have Yi Jin convicted of the crime. In the end, her parents fell ill and never recovered, and her sister died in a car accident while appealing the case. Soon after, Yi Jin's parents, under the double blow, suddenly fell ill and passed away. In the end, the entire family was directly destroyed. After Yi Jin received the news, she was devastated and ended her life by banging her head against the wall in prison. But God has an eye, and he allowed Yi Jin to be reborn on the day the tragedy began. So there is a second chance for all this. At this time, Yi Jin was just about to make a good plan for revenge. An ethereal voice suddenly sounded in her head. Ding! The host's rebirth has been detected. Now binding the urban godly system. Basic system rules: the host's spending will be refunded 10 times, limited to purchases of valuable items. Transfers and gifts will not trigger the refund rule. The system will occasionally release tasks, and you will receive a certain reward after completing the task. Yi Jin was ecstatic. It's here with the system. The novel was a true story, it wasn't lying to me. But this system seems wrong. System, I'm here to take revenge. What do you mean by giving me a godly rich guy? So I'll leave? No, brother Tonzi, you're fine. Yi Jin was secretly alarmed. He must not lose the system. So much nonsense. Shouldn't the city come with a godly hero as standard? No money and still want to be the protagonist? Pressing shit and pulling thunder. JPG? Yes, Tonzi is right. System binding successful. The amount of cashback for the host's consumption will be transferred to the host's account through legal channels. Please be generous, host, and slap those who have bullied you in the face. Yi Jin was ecstatic. But he didn't forget to try it out. He bought a pack of cigarettes, Xiaosu, for 22 yuan. Ding! The host has spent 22 yuan, and will get 10 times that back in cash, for a total of 220 yuan. Current balance, 587.53 yuan. Yi Jin, who couldn't wait, continued to spend quite a lot of money at the supermarket. Ding! The host has spent 400 yuan and will get 4,000 yuan back in cash. Ding! The host's consumption of 1,250 yuan will be returned in cash of 12,500 yuan. Ding! The host's consumption of 3,300 yuan will be returned in cash of 33,000 yuan. Yi Jin, who originally only had 300 yuan left for the hotel room, had directly used the balance to reach 100,000 yuan. After confirming the authenticity of the system, Yi Jin's heart was beyond excited. At this time, Yi Jin's phone suddenly rang. Yi Jin, where are you? The caller was naturally his girlfriend Zhang Jieqi. Yi Jin smiled to himself and replied immediately. I'm still out buying you a present. By the way, where is the hotel you booked? I want to go and rest first. Zhang Jieqi had said the same thing in a previous life. But going to rest was a lie, and going to install a camera was the truth. It was because while the two of them were in bed. Zhang Jieqi's words also contained a hint of rejection. That's why this video was able to confirm Yi Jin's guilt. Yi Jin was thinking about how to respond when suddenly, the voice of the system in her head sounded again. Ding! A system task has been issued. The host can choose one of the following tasks, and the reward will be different. 1. Refuse to tell her and go directly to the hotel, leaving her at a loss. Reward, 100 W. 2. Just tell her, break up with her in public, and forcefully slap her in the face. The system is here, so what are you afraid of? Reward, 500 W. 3. Just tell her and go to the hotel, but refuse to repeat the same mistakes as in your previous life. Reward, unknown. Yi Jin rubbed his chin. Looking at these options, to be honest, the first two are very simple, and the rewards are all money. But the reward for the third one is a bit intriguing. And it is also more risky, so it can only mean that the reward is extraordinary. Yi Jin directly chose the third one. Then he also sent a location directly to Zhang Jieqi as requested by the system. Link to room 2012, West Hotel. Zhang Jieqi on the other end of the phone had an indescribable feeling in her heart after receiving the news. She was both apprehensive and excited. Zhang Jieqi hurriedly replied, okay, I'll go there and take a rest first. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Jieqi hurriedly hung up the phone and rushed towards the hotel. She thought about Yi Jin falling into the trap she had set, step by step, and felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment. Because she was 100% sure that Yi Jin would fall into his trap. After all, she was the goddess that Yi Jin had licked for 3 years. As long as she refused again at the right time, Yi Jin would be sentenced for attempted rape, and after a little manipulation, he would be convicted of the crime of rape. All that remains is to trick his parents into giving up the 3 million yuan compensation money. Thinking about this, Zhang Jieqi couldn't help but quicken his pace. But what Zhang Jieqi didn't know was that Yi Jin had already arrived at the hotel. After giving some instructions to the receptionist, he casually threw 10,000 yuan to the receptionist. Seeing Yi Jin's generosity, the receptionist naturally cooperated without any problems. As Yi Jin instructed, the receptionist promised with a pat on her chest that there would be no problem. Yi Jin nodded with satisfaction and then left the hotel directly. Since he had decided not to repeat his mistakes, he had to get in touch with some people. The most important thing for Zhang Jieqi to set him up was the surveillance video. In that case, it would be fine if he couldn't take the footage. Even if he did report to the police, there would be no way to do anything without concrete evidence. Yi Jin muttered, Zhang Jieqi, let me show you what it means to set someone up. Let me tell you the result first. The villain will either get life imprisonment or the death penalty. The story has now been updated to the villain being set up. Chapter 2, Hunter or Prey. At this time, Zhang Jieqi had already quickly arrived at the hotel. She said to the receptionist, hello, room 2012, I'm here to pick up the room card key. The receptionist's eyes lit up when she heard Zhang Jieqi's words. However, she did not make any other unnecessary movements. She responded politely. Okay, miss, here is your room card key, please take it. After receiving the room card key, Zhang Jieqi did not linger and went straight to the room. Opening the door, Zhang Jieqi did not linger for a moment, looking around the room. She had to find a place that not only could capture a panoramic view, but also clearly record the conversation between the two of them in secret. After scanning the room, she set her sights on the potted plant. Zhang Juqi thought to herself, this potted plant should be relatively hidden. She placed the camera on the potted plant and moved it to the bedside table. After a little simple processing, if you don't look closely, you won't be able to tell that there is a hidden camera on this potted plant. She nodded secretly and muttered, Yijin, thank me properly, so that you can rub against it. Rubbing against it is also very pleasurable. Enjoy this pleasure before you go to prison for the first and last time. I even gave myself up for you. I'll charge you 3 million for this, is that too much? Zhang Juqi muttered, her heart filled with joy and excitement. She was originally a calculating woman who worshipped money. While enjoying Yijin's devotion, she used Yijin's money to dress up and look for rich men. A typical case of looking for a horse while riding a donkey. This time, it was Yijin who let the cat out of the bag, mentioning that the family would receive 3 million yuan in compensation for the demolition. She knew that Yijin had an older sister, and that Yijin's parents would not give all the money to Yijin. So she told her family about it. As a result, her gambling-addicted father, money-grubbing mother, and her, the broken-down shoe. The three of them joined forces and hatched this plan. Zhang Juqi did not feel the slightest bit of psychological burden. She even felt that she was doing Yijin a favor. The 3 million was the compensation that her family deserved. After all, she herself was a pure and conservative goddess in front of Yijin. But behind her back, she was not sure how many boats she was stepping on at the same time. Her parents had long known their daughter's character, and thinking that it would not happen in the end, they tacitly approved of the plan. After all, Zhang Juqi's father Zhang Chengjun still had tens of thousands of gambling debts to repay. Her mother, Li Yulan, also hoped that she could undergo medical cosmetic surgery, which would also cost tens of thousands of yuan. Zhang Juqi, on the other hand, wanted to buy several limited edition designer handbags. Desire and vanity were the catalysts for this event. At that moment, Zhang Juqi's phone suddenly rang. She answered the phone, hello, Dad. Daughter, is it all done? It's done, we're just waiting for Yijin to arrive. That's good. Nothing's gone wrong, has it? No, everything's fine. Daughter, I'm sorry to put you through this. Humph, Dad. If it weren't for you and Mum, I wouldn't be willing to humiliate myself. Yes, daughter. Once this is over, I'll pay off my gambling debts and swear never to gamble again. Zhang Chengjun vowed on the other end of the line. Humph, you said that last time too, but you still went. Zhang Chengjun said awkwardly, hey, my daughter, I just want to earn some extra money to improve your life. Forget it, I don't care. After this is over, I want to be able to control my own 1 million yuan, so don't even think about it. Okay, whatever you say, my daughter. Is everything okay with the video and stuff on your end? Yeah, I'm watching it, it's clear. Okay, Dad, I have to go, Yijin's calling. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Chengjun could no longer contain the smile on his face. Forget it, let's get some more, we'll have money soon anyway. After saying that, Zhang Chengjun took the phone and headed straight for the tea house. Over here, Zhang Juqi hung up Zhang Chengjun's phone and picked up Yijin's phone. Hello, Yijin, have you arrived yet? Yes, I'm downstairs at the hotel. Then come up quickly. Juqi, I'm a little hungry, let's go eat first, I booked a meal at the Dynasty Hotel. When Zhang Juqi heard it was the Dynasty Hotel, her heart unconsciously skipped a beat. She knew that the Dynasty Hotel was a famous restaurant in the city. A meal starts at 10,000 yuan. She has never eaten there before in her whole life. Well, okay, let's go eat first, and then come back. Okay, I'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Juqi didn't think much about it and took the room card key before going downstairs. She saw Yijin already sitting in the lobby. She naturally took Yijin's arm and walked towards the outside of the hotel. Without Zhang Juqi noticing, Yijin sent a glance at the receptionist. The receptionist understood and immediately gave Yijin a professional smile. At the Dynasty Hotel, Yijin and Zhang Juqi had a hearty meal together in a private room. Yijin looked at her phone and saw that more than an hour had passed. She then opened WeChat and saw a message from the receptionist. Yijin smiled to herself. Yijin, what are you smiling about? Zhang Juqi saw Yijin's secret smile and, not knowing why, asked her casually. Yijin answered frankly, nothing, my parents said that the demolition has been decided, and the final price is 3 million. Yijin once again threw out this olive branch. After hearing this, Zhang Jieqi's eyes lit up. Then she couldn't wait to say, Yijin, let's go back quickly, I'm tired. Okay, let's go. The two took a taxi back to the hotel. Yijin and Zhang Jieqi both had smiles on their faces. However, the two were not thinking the same thing. Zhang Jieqi was the hunter. Yijin was the fat, juicy prey. This time, Zhang Jieqi was willing to give up everything just to eat this piece of fat. Little did she know that this step-by-step was just Yijin's trap. Everything was ready, and the two snuggled together, each with their own ulterior motives. Yijin, I'm a little scared, can we not do this? Yijin cursed in her heart, pretending to be scared. Baby, don't be afraid, I'll be gentle. Okay, but can we leave the lights on? I'm afraid of the dark. Okay, whatever you say. Then the two of them began to pull against each other to the limit. Just as in the previous life, Yijin did it a second time. The whole process was to maintain the same plot development as in the previous life. This time, Yijin still just grazed her. But the ambiguity in the dark can especially arouse people's desires. Yijin certainly felt this way. He thought to himself, alas, I can't stand the loneliness. Later, I'm going to the club for a massage and let off some steam. The whole process was the same as in the previous life, and nothing happened. But Zhang Jieqi still put on a show of resisting but still being willing. This process, with some embellishment, could be used as evidence of attempted rape. It was just as Zhang Jieqi had done in her previous life that she sued Yijin for rape. Sure enough, a little while later, Zhang Jieqi looked at her phone and made an excuse, saying, Hey, my dad told me to go home. Sorry, Yijin, I guess something's come up at home, I have to go back. Yijin gave a faint smile and said, Okay. He didn't try to stop her, knowing that Zhang Jieqi was going to go to the police. Zhang Jieqi dressed and left the hotel straight away, heading for the police station. When she arrived, there was a police officer on duty, who was idly playing with his phone. Zhang Jieqi had already prepared herself mentally. So she spoke directly to the officer. Comrade policeman, I'd been raped. Chapter 3 Uncle Policeman, I was at most considered to be P. At a little after midnight, Uncle Hat and his two companions arrived at hotel room 2012. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Police, room inspection. Yijin laughed, exactly the same as in her previous life. Comrade policeman, I'm the only one living here. Your name is Yijin, right? The leading policeman's name was Lu Bo, and his tone clearly carried an interrogatory attitude. Yes, that's me. Yijin replied cheerfully. That's right, someone reported to our police station that you have been accused of rape. Rape? Impossible, officer, have you made a mistake? Yijin replied, pretending to be surprised. We'll know if there's been a mistake when we get back. Okay, let me get dressed. Yijin got dressed and gathered her belongings under the watchful eye of the police. And got into the police car and arrived at the police station. As soon as they arrived at the police station, Yijin was taken to the interrogation room. The interrogator was Lu Bo and a colleague who was on duty. Lu Bo took a sip of tea and questioned in an incredibly powerful and low voice. What were you doing with Ms. Zhang Jieqi around 9 o'clock tonight? Zhang Jieqi is my girlfriend, we were having sex at the hotel. Lu Bo's brows furrowed slightly, followed by a hint of anger, don't beat around the bush with me. Now Ms. Zhang Jieqi is accusing you of rape. What's your explanation? Yijin's eyes panicked at the news, and she said in a fake surprised voice, No way, officer, my girlfriend and I didn't do anything. How could it be rape? Lu Bo shouted angrily, I'm telling you, violating a woman's will and using violence, threats, injury, or other means to force someone to engage in sexual intercourse constitutes the crime of rape. Also, during the act of X, as long as the woman clearly expresses her refusal, continuing to have X with her also constitutes the crime of rape. As long as there is such behavior, even if it doesn't end up being done, it may also constitute attempted rape. Ms. Zhang Jieqi made it clear that although she was willing at the beginning, she clearly expressed her refusal during the process. Therefore, according to this statement, you may very well have committed the crime of attempted rape. Yijin is, after all, a person who has lived a full life, and his psychological quality can be different from the 20-year-old self. Although Yijin was calm on the inside when she heard Lu Bo's words, she still showed a hint of panic on the surface. He defended himself, saying, Officer, I didn't hear my girlfriend say no halfway through. She was always willing and cooperative. Besides, I didn't use any violent means. You can go ask her. Lu Bo's brows grew more and more furrowed. The current situation, where each side was sticking to their own version of events, made him unsure of what to do. Fine, since you both have different versions of what happened, let's confront each other face to face. So Eugene was led by the observer into the mediation room. As soon as she entered the room, she saw Zhang Jieqi sitting with her parents Zhang Chengjun and Li Yulan. Zhang Chengjun saw Eugene come in, his anger flared up, and he slammed his hand on the table and cursed, "You son of a bitch, how dare you rape my daughter? I'll kill you." Then he was about to go up and beat Eugene violently. The police had already anticipated that the two might clash. They quickly pulled Zhang Chengjun back to prevent the situation from deteriorating. Zhang Chengjun, who was being held back, gradually calmed down under the police's persuasion. Lu Bo, who was sitting in the main seat, said, "Now, you both have different versions of events. Why don't you tell us what happened again?" Eugene spoke first. "Officer, it's like this." Eugene recounted the entire incident in great detail. He said that he had never heard Zhang Jieqi say anything that clearly indicated her refusal. Therefore, he could not accept the accusation. Zhang Jieqi immediately refuted when she heard Eugene's words. "You're talking nonsense. Comrade policeman, at first I was willing, but I clearly expressed my refusal in the middle. You are clearly confusing right and wrong." Zhang Chengjun, who was standing nearby, also agreed, "Officer, our daughter is a very conservative girl. He would never say anything like that about these matters. Would there be a girl who would be willing to ruin her own innocence to slander someone else?" Lu Bo looked at Zhang Jieqi and also inclined towards the latter. After all, not many women would be willing to ruin their own innocence to slander someone else. In contrast, Zhang Jieqi was the underdog. Lu Bo was inclined to side with Zhang Jieqi. Zhang Jieqi's eyes were full of grievance, and even a hint of moisture, as she said to Lu Bo, "Officer, I admit that we are boyfriend and girlfriend. I just feel that we are still too young, and it is not appropriate to do those things now. Therefore, halfway through, I already expressed my obvious refusal. It was him, he insisted on doing it. He grabbed my hand, and I couldn't break free." While she was talking, Zhang Jieqi pointed firmly at Eugene with her eyes. Li Yulan also pointed at Eugene and shouted, "Yes, officer, you should arrest him quickly, he is a rapist." Eugene was not at all flustered and spoke in an orderly manner, "Officer, first of all, the two of us were consensual, I did not coerce her. If you don't believe me, you can see if there is any evidence of me coercing her. Second, she also said that it was consensual, and I can guarantee that she never said no during the whole process. Also, I want to say that since you were suing me for rape, I don't think just relying on oral testimony is enough for a conviction, is it? In fact, when I took him to the Dynasty Hotel for dinner today, she said that he still wanted to eat there, so I transferred 10,000 yuan to him." Eugene said with a teasing expression, as if he didn't care. "So, police officer, at most I can be considered a prostitute. Maybe I didn't pay enough." Hearing Eugene joke like this, Zhang Chengjun slammed his hand on the table and got up, angrily shouting, "You're talking nonsense." He looked as if he was about to start a fight. Lu Bo hurriedly stopped him, saying, "Sit down, this is a police station, not a place where you can just start a fight." On hearing this, Zhang Chengjun sat down sulkily. Lu Bo continued, "It's true that there are surveillance cameras in the hotel room and there is no audio recording, so it is impossible to determine what exactly happened between the two of them in the room. From the analysis of the hotel's external surveillance, Ms. Zhang Jieqi did not enter the hotel room under coercion. Therefore, without more evidence, this case can only be treated as a PC at most. However, you all said that the two parties were in a relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend at the beginning, so this PC may not necessarily hold. If you cannot provide new evidence, then this case can only be treated as innocent." At this time, Zhang Chengjun said to Lu Bo as if he had a plan. "Officer, I have evidence." Upon hearing this, Lu Bo's eyes lit up, and he asked, "What evidence?" Zhang Chengjun took out a USB flash drive without any fuss and said with confidence, "Officer, this is a surveillance video. It includes not only the video at the time, but also the audio recording. If you watch it, you will be able to determine whether my daughter's words are true." Chapter 4, The Case is Not Accepted. Seeing Zhang Chengjun pull a USB flash drive out of his pocket, Lu Bo was obviously a little surprised. He had personally investigated and found that there was no camera equipment in that room at all. Where did Zhang Chengjun get the video he kept talking about? However, the current situation was to finalize the case as soon as possible. As for the source of the video, we'll have to wait and see. "Give me this video, let's check it out on the spot." "Lee, go check it out." The accompanying police officer took the USB drive and quickly ran outside. Zhang Chengjun, who had seen it all, was confident, his eyes fixed on Yi Jin like a hungry tiger. Zhang Juqi and Lu Yulan pretended to be aggrieved as they snuggled together. But no one saw the gleam in their eyes. Kid, when the police watch the video, I'll see how you can argue. I advise you to confess now, and you can still be considered to have turned yourself in. Otherwise, when the police see it later, you won't have the chance to turn yourself in. Zhang Changjun said haughtily. Li Yulan also echoed, yes, officer, you must severely punish this rapist. My daughter's innocence cannot be slandered like this. Zhang Juqi, who appeared to be the victim, wiped her tears while whimpering, Dad, Mum. The Zhang family pointed their fingers at Yi Jin. It seemed that they had already decided to condemn him. They were enjoying the joy of victory in advance. To be precise, they were enjoying the joy of the 3 million yuan in advance. But only Yi Jin knew how happy they would be at this moment, and how disappointed they would be later. This is what is meant by the higher you climb, the harder you fall. Yi Jin ignored the words of the three and said indifferently. I advise you not to be too happy too soon. I believe the police officers. They won't arrest me for no reason. You want to convict me based on your own words alone, but the police officers won't allow it, and neither will the law. Zhang Chengjun seemed annoyed by Yi Jin's indifferent state. He angrily shouted, You little brat, I have ironclad evidence now, so just wait until you go to the sewing machine. I'm telling you, you raped my daughter, and not only will you have to pay compensation, I'll make sure you go to jail for the rest of your life. Kid, you better cherish this little bit of freedom you have now. Li Yulan also snapped, What a scum, dare to do but not admit it, comrade policeman, you must do something for my daughter. Zhang Juqi said, Yi Jin, just admit it, it's still considered self-surrender, I can write you a letter of understanding. Yi Jin almost threw up when she saw Zhang Juqi's hypocritical act. Lu Bo looked at the two sides of the confrontation and gradually became agitated. So he stepped forward and explained, Okay, calm down. You both have your own version of events. It's useless to say more for now, so let's wait for our colleagues to verify your video. At Lu Bo's beck and call, both sides stopped talking. They were all waiting quietly for the police to reveal the video. Zhang Chengjun looked at Yi Jin with interest. Confident in his plan, he had already started to plan how to trick Yi Jin's parents next. But Yi Jin, on the other hand, looked indifferent. She even looked a little sleepy and began to close her eyes to rest. It seemed that she didn't care at all. This state of affairs left Zhang Chengjun a little at a loss, but he vaguely sensed some unease. However, thinking that he had the ironclad evidence, that last trace of unease also quietly disappeared. After about half an hour, Li came in. He whispered a few words into Lu Bo's ear. Lu Bo's brows visibly tightened. Zhang Chengjun saw that the result was in, and he began to gloat again. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Kid, now you don't even have the chance to turn yourself in. Just wait and accept the judgment of the law. I'm telling you, even if you beg me now and pay compensation, I won't give you the chance to reduce your sentence. Yi Jin just listened to Zhang Chengjun's mockery indifferently. It was as if she was watching a jumping clown. She even felt a little bit like laughing. At this moment, Lu Bo, who had been silent for a while, finally spoke. Ahem. We've all watched the video. Zhang Chengjun, so, officer, is this young man's crime confirmed? Li Yulan, yes, officer, has my daughter's innocence been tarnished by this young man? Zhang Juqi didn't say anything, just staring at Lu Bo intently. He saw Lu Bo shake his head slightly and say slowly, There is no footage of them in the room. Hearing this, Zhang Chengjun was first taken aback, and a feeling of unease welled up from the bottom of his heart. He then asked, Officer, what do you mean there is no footage? Lu Bo, in other words, there is nothing in this footage, so it cannot be considered evidence. Boom. At that moment, Lu Bo's words sounded like a bolt of thunder in Zhang Chengjun's head. Li Yulan and Zhang Juqi on the side also widened their eyes. Officer, what do you mean? How is it possible that there is none? That was my daughter's handiwork. Zhang Chengjun didn't finish his sentence, because he knew that secretly filming someone's privacy was illegal. So he didn't say the rest. Li Yulan asked in follow-up, Yes, officer, have you made a mistake? Lu Bo shook his head, the video shows that no one has ever entered the room. Boom. Lu Bo's words instantly made Zhang Juqi feel extremely confused. No one has entered? They clearly pulled to the limit. She also confirmed that the potted plant was right by the bed. How is that possible? Yi Jin looked at the family of three, who looked confused, and felt so much better. Only he knew that the potted plant had actually been replaced a long time ago. While the two were eating, the receptionist had switched the potted plant in the next room with the one in their room. Therefore, there was no camera in Yi Jin and Zhang Jieqi's room. Impossible, comrade policeman, did you take his money? How could there not be one? Lu Bo was furious when he heard this and angrily rebuked, "Parent, please be careful with your words, otherwise I will arrest you for framing a state official." Hearing Lu Bo's rebuke, Zhang Changjun could only sit down angrily. Subsequently, Lu Bo instructed his colleague Li to bring the computer over. In front of the several people, he played the content of the surveillance. In the surveillance, you can see that the place directly in front is a large bed in a hotel. The video was played back at accelerated speed. Until the end, the entire surveillance video did not show the two people at all. When the video ended, Zhang Changjun suddenly collapsed to the ground. He muttered, "How is this possible? How is this possible?" Even Zhang Jieqi, who was standing nearby, felt extremely puzzled. After all, he was the one who personally put it in. Seeing this, anyone with a discerning eye knew that their family had been talking nonsense. Lu Bo saw that the situation was set, and directly announced, "We have decided that the case of rape against Comrade Yi Jin will not be filed." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Task 3. The gift pack has been distributed, please check. Chapter 5, Foot Massage Parlor. Congratulations to the host for completing the task outstandingly. Rewards: Superb Physique, Combat Proficient, Driving Proficient, Godlike Points, 1000 points. Superb Physique: the host has a superb physique, with strength, speed, mental strength, etc., that are about 10 times that of ordinary people. Combat Proficient: the host is proficient in all combat techniques in the world. Driving Proficient: the host is proficient in driving all current means of transportation, including vehicles, ships, planes, etc. Godly Hero Points can be used to upgrade the system, enter prize draws and redeem money. The prize draw system is currently not yet open. The money for points ratio is 1 to 100 W. Yi Jin's heart exploded with joy when he heard the system's prompt. So this was the unknown reward. Yi Jin felt the physical enhancement brought about by the extraordinary body. At this time, his body was quietly changing. His entire abdomen became more defined, and his entire face became more handsome. At the same time, he felt that his body seemed to contain a powerful strength. It was no exaggeration to say that he could now kill a cow with one punch. And many fighting techniques and driving skills also sprang up in his mind. They were imprinted directly in Yi Jin's mind like an imprint. Yi Jin silently muttered in his heart, "Thanks, Tongzi Gu." However, Yi Jin was still in the mediation room, so he didn't show how excited he was. At this time, Zhang Changjun and Zhang Jieqi in the mediation room both had pale faces. They could never have imagined why this video was gone. Everything had been done properly. So the two of them began to whisper to each other. "Dad, what's going on? How would I know? Did you go to the wrong room?" "No, it was that room. I even saw the potted plant." Zhang Jieqi asked in return. "Didn't you see it when you were spying on the house?" Zhang Changjun was obviously a bit disheartened, and his tone became stammering. I didn't see it." "You didn't see it?" Zhang Jieqi's mouth opened in surprise. But in an instant he figured out what had happened, and he asked, "You went gambling again, didn't you?" Zhang Changjun remained silent, which was obviously a tacit admission. Zhang Jieqi could only glare fiercely at her father, who was more than enough of a failure. Lu Yulan looked at the father and daughter with confusion, not understanding what was going on. Lu Bo looked at the case that had been solved, and just wanted to get rid of the people as soon as possible. "Okay, this case is over, so you can all go home now." "Wait, Officer Lu." Just then, Yi Jin said slowly. Lu Bo was slightly taken aback and asked in confusion, "What is it, little brother?" Yi Jin's mouth curled up slightly, and she said indifferently, "Officer Lu, why don't you ask him where he got the video? Such a private video can't be obtained casually." Hearing Yi Jin's words, Lu Bo also reacted. He had just had such a question. Because he wanted to quickly find out if Yi Jin was a criminal, he hadn't thought about it much for the time being. So Lu Bo asked, "By the way, how did you get this video? Can you explain it to me?" Hearing this, Zhang Jieqi and Zhang Changjun were obviously a little overwhelmed and their eyes were a little shifty. This. Both of them stammered and were afraid to answer. Lubo immediately saw that the two of them were hiding something. He continued to press them, "Hurry up and tell me, where did you get it from?" Under Lubo's persistent questioning, the two of them still refused to confess. Eugene said lightly, "Officer Lu can go and ask the receptionist at the hotel. Ask him to put the potted plant that was originally in our room in the other room. I believe Officer Lu will definitely get some results." Zhang Chengjun immediately understood when he heard this. He shouted angrily, "It was you. You told the receptionist to change the potted plant." Zhang Jiechi also reacted at this point, his eyes full of disbelief. His teeth clenched, and he spat out a few words, "Yi Jin, you're despicable." Yi Jin didn't say anything. He said calmly, "How is that despicable? You're only allowed to set me up, but I can't set you up? Your goal is the 3 million, right? Sorry, your wish may come to nothing." Hearing Yi Jin say what they were all thinking, the three of them were momentarily taken aback. Yi Jin didn't want to continue arguing, and got up to leave. Before leaving, she said lightly, "It's also a crime to secretly film someone with a camera in a hotel. I believe that Officer Lu will definitely enforce the law impartially. Right? Officer Lu." Lubo heard this and knew that Yi Jin was pointing at him, but he wasn't angry. He just said sternly, "Of course, if this situation is discovered, we will do whatever the law says to do." Yi Jin, "Okay, then if there's nothing else, I'll go first. I've been busy for most of the night and I'm sleepy." Lubo, "Okay, I've kept you up, little brother." Yi Jin, "It's fine, it's my duty to cooperate with the police." With that, Yi Jin left the police station. After Yi Jin left, Lubo temporarily detained the three of them. He said they couldn't leave until the matter was investigated. Zhang Jiechi and Zhang Chengjun were estimated to be locked up for a few days for installing the camera. But Zhang Chengjun still had some connections. He was estimated to be out in no time. In his previous life, Zhang Chengjun had made some connections. This allowed Yi Jin to be directly sentenced to the maximum punishment for attempted rape instead of attempted rape. However, at this time, Yi Jin didn't bother to worry about the aftermath. This time, it was just a small interest. The best part was still to come. In his previous life, everyone who participated in the design to harm him, all of them were the targets of Yi Jin's revenge. However, he still didn't know who helped Zhang Chengjun receive the maximum punishment. It's not time to start taking revenge on their family yet. The most pressing task is definitely to make good use of the system to make money. It's already past 2 o'clock in the morning, and Yi Jin doesn't want to go back to the hotel. He takes a taxi directly to the most famous foot massage club in the city, Overbearing Foot Massage. At 2 o'clock in the morning, there are only such entertainment venues that are still brightly lit in Rongcheng. After getting off the car, Yi Jin looked at this high-end and atmospheric club. His heart also surged with emotion. After all, he had spent 10 years in prison. In his past life and in this life, he had never been to a place like this. He clicked the elevator to go upstairs to this high-end foot massage club. The first thing that caught his eye was the warm, sunset-like decor. However, the matching lights in various colors in the store were like lively musical notes, constantly stirring up the restlessness in people's hearts. Although it was almost midnight, there were still sexy young ladies in sexy chonsams, with sweet looks, on duty. Ding! Listening to the sound of the elevator, they knew that a customer had arrived. The two young ladies at the front desk greeted them in a very polite and professional manner. "Hello, Overbearing Foot Massage, how may I help you?" Yi Jin said unhurriedly, "I'm here to relax." One of the young ladies, aged 27 or 28, hurried out to greet her. When she came out, she looked him up and down with her eyes. She found that Yi Jin was just a young man, and she couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. She guessed that he was just a guy who came to take advantage of the situation, and that he didn't have much capital. The receptionists at foot massage parlors can tell who their customers are. They recommend luxurious packages to those with money, and they just take it easy on those without. That way, their commission will also go up. But now she saw a young man like Yi Jin. She secretly thought to herself, "Hey, here comes another one with no money." Chapter 6, The Emperor's Package. "What services do you all offer?" Yi Jin asked first. The receptionist, out of professional courtesy, introduced Yi Jin to the services. "Our cheapest package is the 90-minute basic massage service for 1,888 yuan. Yi Jin frowned when she heard it was the basic package. The receptionist saw Yi Jin frown and couldn't help but sneer. Sure enough, there's no profit in it, and the cheapest one can't even afford it. As the saying goes, the heart is reflected in the face, and what is in the mind is naturally expressed in the face. The receptionist's eyes had already become contemptuous and shifty. The professional smile was still there. But anyone with a discerning eye could tell that it was no longer a smile, but a forced smile. Eugene naturally noticed her change. Naturally, he knew that she looked down on him. But he wasn't angry. After all, his current identity was indeed that of a junior college student. Then he said indifferently, "Basic version? Do you have anything more expensive? Money is no object." Eugene had already said this, and he didn't bother to care about what these people thought. The receptionist was first overjoyed at hearing this. But then he took another good look at Eugene. He found that apart from being good-looking, Eugene was of course no match for the wealthy patrons. He was wearing sportswear worth 100 or 200 yuan. No matter how you look at it, he can't be related to a rich young master. I guess it's because this receptionist is used to seeing people here throwing money around. She's also used to seeing people here pretending to be rich when they're not. She snidely said, "Yes, there is, but I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the cost. Young man, I'll be honest with you, this package is already the cheapest one we have. If you go up a level, it'll be 3,800 yuan, which is more than half of your monthly salary. Are you willing to pay that?" Eugene was slightly taken aback when he heard this. He originally didn't bother with these things that cost money and make you look like a fool. But this person in front of him really looked down on people. Eugene was a little angry and said in a tone of voice that was very impatient, "I told you to introduce, so introduce. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" The young lady at the front desk didn't feel anything wrong when she heard this. Instead, she mocked, "Whatever, just say if you can't afford it, no one will laugh at you. And you still asked me to introduce it, wasting my breath. I've seen so many people putting on a brave face." Eugene said helplessly and impatiently, "Get your manager out here." "Fine, I'll come. I'm not afraid of you." Then the receptionist gave Eugene a dirty look and walked towards the room. Eugene sat down in the reception area. The other receptionist saw this. Immediately came out, holding a bottle of mineral water, and said to Eugene, "Sir, please calm down, Sister Zhang didn't mean it like that." Eugene glanced at her and saw her name written on her name tag, Lu Qingyan. Upon further inspection, he saw Lu Qingyan's standard melon-shaped face, like a finely crafted work of art. The eyes under the double eyelids were like lively springs of water, clear and bright. Her tall nose is like a delicate little mountain peak, and with that small, sweet mouth, she is just as attractive as a cherry. The proportions of her entire face are just right, like a masterpiece of nature. Her beautiful black hair falls like a waterfall down her back, tied into a ponytail that sways gently with her movements. She was wearing a professional cheongsam and black silk high heels, and her pure lust was displayed to the fullest. For a moment, Eugene was so mesmerized that he forgot to speak. Lu Qingyan also felt Eugene's extremely aggressive and scrutinizing gaze. Her eyes flickered a little, and she became a little uncomfortable and said, "Sir, please drink some water." Please don't be angry." Just as Eugene was about to speak, that Zhang's sister walked over with a woman dressed in a professional suit. Quite charming woman walked over. Eugene looked closely and indeed saw a rare and beautiful woman. "Hello, sir, my name is Xia Yi, I am the general manager of this store, may I help you?" Eugene pointed to the reception desk and said lightly, "It's fine, I want to come here to relax and let her introduce me to the set meal." She didn't seem very willing. "There was no choice, I could only ask you to introduce it to me." Xia Yi immediately understood what was going on when she heard this. She frowned slightly and whispered angrily, "What's wrong with you?" Hearing Xia Yi's questioning, Sister Zhang also lowered her head in shame. But she still muttered, "Humph, no matter how you introduce it, it's still a dead end, what's the point of pretending?" Her voice was very small, but the three people around her heard it. Xia Yi glared at her fiercely and then said to Eugene, "Sir, I'm sorry, let me introduce it to you." Eugene waved her hand and pointed at Lu Qingyan and said, "No need, let her introduce it." "Oh, okay. Sir, we have standard packages here for 1888, 3888, 5888, 8888, and 10888. Anything else is more expensive." Lu Qingyan didn't continue the introduction. Because in fact, in her heart, she didn't believe that Eugene would spend tens of thousands of dollars on a foot bath. But Eugene was still slightly taken aback. She didn't expect Lu Qingyan to be so honest. At least she wasn't as snobbish as the other woman. Then Eugene said indifferently, "Never mind, what's the most expensive package here?" The most expensive is the Supreme Emperor package, 55,555 yuan, including a full range of services. At this time, Sister Zhang didn't forget to mock a bit. The most expensive one is introduced. Can you afford it? Xiaoyi, sir, may I ask? Then let's go with the Imperial package. Okay, Sir, I didn't catch what you just said, could you repeat it? I said let's go with the Imperial package, swipe your card. In an instant, not only did Lu Qingyan directly subdue the linen, Xia Yi also froze in place. And Zhang Jia, who was standing nearby, was even more embarrassed. After waiting for the card to be swiped at the POS, the three of them could finally take a good look at the young man in front of them. This is the one who came to spend money. Ding! The host has spent 55,555 yuan, received a 10-fold cashback, and received a cashback of 555,550 yuan. The current balance is 583,246.46 yuan. Yi Jin smiled knowingly. This cashback is really useful. Then Yi Jin pointed at Lu Qingyan and said lightly, by the way, she is responsible for this reception. Okay, we'll do whatever you say. Xia Yi knew exactly what Yi Jin meant. It was obvious that just now, Sister Zhang had angered him. Xia Yi turned to Zhang and said, you've lost this month's commission, so go learn from us about service etiquette. Upon hearing Xia Yi's words, Yi Jin smiled in satisfaction. However, Sister Zhang's body suddenly went limp, and she couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. How could she have imagined that this young man could directly take out 50,000 yuan? It's fine to play around, but she was also fined. That's a month's commission, which is more than 10,000 yuan. Regret and envy filled Zhang's heart in an instant. Yi Jin was led by Lu Qingyan and Xia Yi to the private room reserved for the Emperor's package. Yi Jin turned to Xia Yi and asked, am I allowed to specify the person who serves me? Xia Yi was slightly taken aback and said, of course you can. Then Yi Jin pointed at Lu Qingyan and said, you do it then. Chapter 7, No Choice. Me? Lu Qingyan was flattered and followed Yi Jin into this luxurious private room. However, Lu Qingyan was a little nervous. But when Xia Yi glared at her, she swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue. Yi Jin also noticed this scene, but he didn't think much of it. Then Yi Jin walked into the room under the guidance of the two of them. My, this is truly extravagant. The room is about 120 square meters, and the entire room's decor seems like a mysterious temptation, easily arousing the deepest desires of the heart. How do I describe it? It's just like a couple's theme room full of romance and passion. The lights in the room are dim, but they are like a veil, permeating the air with an ambiguous atmosphere. The TV, sofa, and even the kitchen and dining room are all available, just like a warm little family. The custom-made bed in the middle is like a towering castle, measuring 3 meters long and wide. Sleeping on it is like being in a dreamy cloud, and it can easily accommodate 7 or 8 people. There are 4 professional stools around the bed, obviously prepared for 4 people to work at the same time. The bathtub inside is even more astonishing, taking up an estimated 50 square meters. Even Lu Qingyan couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes, her lips slightly open as she let out a soft wow. Young man, please wait a moment, there are still young ladies coming. Yi Jin nodded slightly. Xia Yi looked at Yi Jin in front of her, and a playful feeling could not help but well up in her heart. She leaned over to Yi Jin's ear and whispered, young man, this package includes cosplay and role-playing, so you can do whatever you like later. Yi Jin of course knew what Xia Yi meant by this. But he pretended to be confused and asked, what do you mean by whatever? Xia Yi gave a charming smile and said in a mesmerizing tone of voice. Of course it is. Anything you want to do to them. Young man, it's anything. Yi Jin also nodded slightly and smiled knowingly. After saying that, Xia Yi turned around and walked towards the door. Lu Qingyan, who was behind the two of them, of course heard their conversation. She naturally knew what it meant. Lu Qingyan said in a timid voice, Sister Xia, can I not participate in this service? Lu Qingyan's voice was not loud, but it was heard by Yi Jin. Yi Jin frowned slightly, and an unhappy expression immediately appeared on her face. Seeing this, Xia Yi immediately reassured her, I'm sorry, little brother, I'll handle it. Then Xia Yi immediately pulled Lu Qingyan out the door. With a slightly angry expression, she said, what do you mean? The guest specifically asked for your service. Why didn't you go? Lu Qingyan said with difficulty, Xia Jia, I don't want to do that, I just want to be a good receptionist. Be a receptionist? When will you be able to pay back the money if you're a receptionist?
Hearing about paying back the money, Lu Qingyan suddenly lost her confidence.
I will work hard, Xia Yi said impatiently. Work hard?
Xiao Lu, let me tell you, the money you owe brother who can only be paid back in 20 years with your salary as a receptionist. Look at that girl, she can just lie there and make tens of thousands of dollars every month, and she'll pay it back in a few years.
Why do you have to be so stubborn about money? Hearing Xia Yi's words, Lu Qingyan's face grew even more unpleasant.
She was a college student, but because her mother was seriously ill, she borrowed 200,000 yuan in high-interest loans. But who knew that every time she paid back the money, it was more and more, and it eventually rolled up to more than 1 million. There was no way she could work here under the threat of that tiger brother. She never wanted to sell her body. She wanted to rely on soliciting customers to increase her commission and pay back the money little by little. So, after 3 days, she hadn't even had a single customer. And those girls who chose the other path, just by lifting their legs, their monthly income could reach tens of thousands. Even under such a financial temptation, she has never sold herself. But today Yi Jin specifically named her. Xia Yi would not offend such a wealthy client for herself. The current situation made it difficult for her to make a decision. Lu Qingyan was so anxious that her face turned red, and tears were about to come out. Seeing this, Xia Yi continued to suppress her, saying, Xiao Lu, let me tell you, I agreed to let you work as a receptionist because I felt sorry for you. A girl with your qualifications should be serving customers. To be honest, brother who has been urging me several times to get your money back. If you don't agree today, I'll just tell brother who and let him take you away.
I can't help you anyway.
Hearing Xia Yi say she was going to send her back, she hurriedly stopped her. No, Sister Xia, I'll go. There was once a girl who was tortured until she was unrecognizable. She was even locked in a dog cage and fed leftovers. Lu Qingyan also chose to agree to come here to work under such threats. After hearing this, Xia Yi nodded with satisfaction and stroked Lu Qingyan's shoulder, saying, Lu Xiao, don't have any psychological burdens. You see, many girls have come through this way. As long as you work hard for me, I will stand up for you with brother Hu. Hearing Xia Yi's words, Lu Qingyan finally felt slightly relieved.
It's fine, the guy inside is a handsome guy with a lot of money.
If you serve him well, he might give you a tip of tens of thousands of dollars.
Lu Qingyan also hardened her heart.
There was no other way. In order to pay back the money, she had to do this. It was better to do it with a handsome young man like Yi Jin than to be forced to do it with some burly man with a big belly in the future. Then she picked up her toolbox and, taking small, careful steps, gently pushed open the door.
Yi Jin was already lying on the bed, bored and watching TV.
When he saw Lu Qingyan come in, he just looked up and down at her again. He noticed a hint of reluctance on her face. This made Yi Jin a little puzzled.
He then asked, What, you don't want to?
Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyan's body twitched slightly, and she immediately denied, No.
Lu Qingyan's words obviously showed some hesitation. Yi Jin could hear what she meant. So he said, I don't like forcing someone to do something they don't like. If you don't want to, that's fine. Let's try another one.
Hearing Yi Jin say let's try another one, Lu Qingyan quickly made her position clear.
No, sir, you've misunderstood, I'm willing.
While talking, he quickly sat in front of Yi Jin. He took Yi Jin's hand and stroked it towards his pair of longingly waiting black silk legs. Yi Jin was shocked by the scene, and he was a bit unaccustomed to it.
Cough. Don't worry, it hasn't started yet.
Although he said it hadn't started, his hand didn't stop rubbing against Lu Qingyan's legs.
Sir, please don't make me go, okay? I'm willing. Lu Qingyan pleaded again, afraid that Yi Jin would not want her if he was unhappy. It won't happen. Yi Jin simply responded. However, he still felt that Lu Qingyan was not willing. He then asked, I just saw that you weren't very willing. Why now?
Instantly, Lu Qingyan's worried face appeared, and she answered very helplessly, Hey, I had no choice.
Chapter 8, Persuading Someone to Quit.
Upon hearing Lu Qingyan's reply, Yi Jin immediately became suspicious.
Aren't all the women who do this for the money? And they have no choice. Could it be that she wants to buy a bag but doesn't have the money, so she has no choice but to do this? Yi Jin said with interest, Aren't you doing this because you lack money, and you have no choice? You don't look very old, and you're probably not married. There's no pressure on you.
Lu Qingyan heard Yi Jin's words and did not refute, but only said lightly, "Hey, there's no way, the family owes money and it has to be paid back."
Oh, money? This statement did not occur to Yi Jin. In fact, Lu Qingyan gave him a good impression.
Externally, she is a very pretty good girl. Yi Jin immediately saw that Lu Qingyan should still be a college student. After all, people who have not been tempered by society have different eyes.
Lu Qingyan's eyes are too clean.
I guess she comes from a poor family. When Yi Jin thought about this, his eyes lost their frivolity. Instead, they were filled with sympathy.
However, he didn't want to ask too much. After all, he was here to enjoy the service. It so happened that he hadn't tried the extraordinary body just now. He didn't know how many he would be able to fight tonight. Yi Jin was not going to pursue it. But it seemed that this system was more gossipy. He only heard the system's voice ring in Yi Jin's mind. System mission issued: save the lost girl. 1. Gossip about Lu Qingyan's experience and eat some melon. Reward, 100W. 2. Persuade Lu Qingyan to give up this job. Reward, 1000W. 3. Persuade Lu Qingyan to give up this job and help her solve her problems. Reward, unknown. Unknown again? The last time it was about strengthening one's body, and it was worth 1 billion soft girl coins. To be honest, I think the first two options, then you must choose 3. But what the hell is this saving a wayward girl and persuading people to quit? You haven't done the most crucial thing. Isn't this the sage mode after the event that will have this persuading people to quit link? Never mind, since a decision has been made. Yi Jin doesn't care what the system says. And immediately asked Lu Qingyan, "What's going on? How much do you owe?" Hearing Yi Jin suddenly ask her, a sudden wave of heartache welled up. But her matter concerns that tiger brother. She dares not speak casually. Moreover, the money she owes is millions. Yi Jin is just a guest here to enjoy the services. How could she possibly help her? It's nothing more than listening to gossip. Lu Qingyan could only respond briefly, "It's fine, thank you for your concern." Seeing Lu Qingyan's refusal, Yi Jin hurriedly asked, "Come on, maybe I can help you?" Lu Qingyan saw Yi Jin's persistent gaze, and her heart was poked by something. But remembering the millions of dollars she owed, she still smiled bitterly and said, "It's fine, you probably can't help me with my situation." Yi Jin frowned involuntarily, and then threatened, "If you don't tell me, I'll replace you." Hearing Yi Jin say she would replace her, Lu Qingyan immediately panicked and stammered, "No, I'll tell you." Yi Jin gave a faint smile. "Just kidding, this is a system task." Even if it's a big problem, Yi Jin is determined to help. She has her own system, so she's not afraid of anything. Lu Qingyan stammered, "I owe money. Nearly 1 million. Yi Jin's brows furrowed slightly when she heard this. Seeing this, Lu Qingyan also felt that she seemed to have offended a bit. How could she let a customer she had just met help her? But what Lu Qingyan didn't know was that Yi Jin's frown was not because of the money. It was because he couldn't figure out how a girl, or a girl who was still studying, could owe so much money. Yi Jin pursued, "How could you owe so much money?" Lu Qingyan frowned slightly, a little reluctant. But thinking about Yi Jin's strength just now, she still eased her frowning brows and began to explain. "In fact, I am a senior student in the Department of Economics and Management at Rongqing University. I would never have thought of working in a place like this. But some time ago, because my mother fell ill and needed 200,000 yuan for an operation, if she didn't have the operation soon, she might be in danger of her life. There was no choice, so I borrowed 200,000 yuan from a small loan company. Although my mother's condition after the operation was under control. But when I signed the contract before, it clearly stated an annual interest rate of 20%. Later, for some reason, they calculated it as a daily interest rate. So every time I went to pay off the loan, not only was the money not gone, it just kept growing. Until now, I already owe more than 1 million. I don't know how long it will take me to pay it back." Lu Qingyan said, her eyes beginning to fill with tears. Her tone became choked with emotion as she continued. At this point, Lu Qingyan's helplessness was evident on her face. Yi Jin, on the other hand, understood what was going on. In his previous life, many people from loan sharks' loan companies had been arrested in prison. He knew all too well the tricks these small loan companies used. Yi Jin asked doubtfully, "Then why didn't you report it to the police?" "Report it to the police?" "No, they know our address, and my mother still needs to recover. If you report it to the police, they will harass my mother.
It is true that these loan sharks are gangs.
And there may be someone in the police station who is helping them. Reporting to the police can only solve the problem temporarily. But the retaliation they will take after reporting to the police is not something an ordinary person can withstand.
Yi Jin uncrossed her eyebrows and comforted her. Don't worry, sister, I will help you with this matter.
What did you say, sister? Yes, I also go to Rongqing University, but I am a junior.
Lu Qingyan's originally frowning brows immediately relaxed, but then she asked with a slightly solemn tone.
Really? Yes. Meeting someone from the same school here gave her an indescribable feeling of complexity.
On the one hand, there was the familiarity of meeting an alumna. But on the other hand, it was because her identity and Yi Jin's were so dramatic.
Think about it, the once coveted schoolmate has become a technician. Who wouldn't be upset? Lu Qingyan's expression was a little embarrassed and a little embarrassed.
The younger brother did not wait for her to finish speaking before the door was pushed open. There were 3 beautiful women with plump figures and tall figures, all wearing professional black silk cheongsams. The 3 greeted together.
Dear sir, hello. We are your exclusive maids. We will serve you next.
Yi Jin was slightly startled and saw the 3 beauties bow together. Lu Qingyan heard someone coming over and immediately got up and stood politely next to Yi Jin, also bowing.
Xia Yi at the door also revealed a flirtatious look through the door crack.
Yi Jin looked at Lu Qingyan and then at the several beauties at the door.
He couldn't help but feel a sigh of relief. He came here to enjoy himself, and the purpose was not to experience this kind of service, right?
But he has accepted the system task, so it is still most important to solve the task first.
This is a mess.
Yi Jin shook her head and pointed at Lu Qingyan.
With some reluctance, she said to the 3 extremely attractive beauties in front of her. Forget it, you can go back, I want her tonight. Chapter 9, The Routine.
Hearing Yi Jin speak like this, the 3 beauties were all stunned.
The 3 of them stared at each other, you glaring at me, I glaring at you. Then they looked at Xia Yi, not understanding why. Xia Yi was also slightly stunned, looking at Yi Jin with some surprise. However, she still adheres to the principle that the customer is God. According to Yi Jin's instructions, she said. Okay, handsome, I'll listen to you. You 3 can all go out. Xiaolu, you have to keep the young man happy tonight, okay? Otherwise. Before Xia Yi could continue speaking, Lu Qingyan immediately interrupted. I know, Xia Jie.
Hearing Lu Qingyan speak like this, Xia Yi smiled contentedly. Then she led the 3 beauties out of the room together. Lu Qingyan on the side, however, looked at Yi Jin with an incredulous gaze. She asked doubtfully, younger brother, why did you let them all go? Yi Jin said nonchalantly, I already said I'd help you, so of course I had to figure out what you were doing first.
So you spent all that money? Aren't you going to enjoy yourself? Well, there's still you, isn't there? Yi Jin said mischievously. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyan's pretty face flushed slightly. Unconsciously, the corners of her mouth rose slightly. But this blush was fleeting, and what followed was an expression of concern. She said with a hint of pleading in her tone, can you keep my secret, Junior? You know, working here is not a glorious thing. I'm afraid that if the school finds out and my mother finds out, there will be a lot of trouble. Hearing these words from Lu Qingyan, Yi Jin's heart felt even more pity for this senior. Yi Jin nodded and continued, have you been threatened? Lu Qingyan's eyes filled with helplessness at this. She nodded firmly. She continued, that person is called Wang Hu, nicknamed Brother Hu, and he is the owner of that loan company. It was him. He is a cruel person. I once went to his company to pay back the money and saw him personally hanging a man and beating him with a whip. The man's skin was split open and torn, and there wasn't a single piece of good skin left on his entire body. What's more, he kept the woman who owed him money in a cage. He also said that if I couldn't pay him back, he would sell me. As she said this, Lu Qingyan's eyes reddened once again. She had been dependent on her mother since she was young, and if her mother got seriously ill, she would do anything to save her. But as a woman and a student, she had no source of income at all. Then she encountered this kind of loan sharking. It really is like a piece of twine that breaks at the most delicate point, and misfortune always finds the miserable. Hearing Lu Qingyan's words, Yi Jin couldn't help but frown. By now, he was completely clear. It was just a loan shark. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to Yi Jin's mind, and he asked, was it that Brother who introduced you to work here? Lu Qingyan nodded repeatedly in response, and asked in surprise, yes, 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 how did you know? Yi Jin didn't explain, just said with certainty, that's right. Lu Qingyan looked puzzled, what's right? If I'm not wrong, that brother Hu and sister Xia should be in the same gang. This is a common form of loan sharking. You can't pay back the money you owe brother Hu, so they introduce you to work as a waitress, right? Lu Qingyan nodded frantically. MMHM. And they said the salary here is high, and as long as you work hard, you can pay it off in a few years, right? Well, that's what she said. Yi Jin said unhurriedly. Fortunately, you have only been here for a short time, just a few days. If it were longer, no matter who you are, you would become their puppet and a tool for them to make money. They will let you work hard and pay off the money, but you will find that your salary is always in their hands. But you will find that your salary and commission are pitifully low. Think about it, what commission and so on, is not up to them to decide. When you are reduced to earning money with your body, your life is over, and you will always be in their control. By then all your information will be in their hands. One link is linked to another, and you can never get away. Hearing Yi Jin's words, Lu Qingyan couldn't help but widen her eyes, her mouth forming an O shape. Lu Qingyan had never thought about this. She also did not imagine human nature to be so dark. In fact, the real side is far more terrifying than what Yi Jin said. In fact, this overbearing foot massage parlor is just a beauty circle. It is linked to the small loan company opened by that tiger brother. The target is those young and beautiful girls. Those girls are just commodities here. Commodities with a clear price tag. You can watch or even experience any game you can think of here. What should I do? Junior, you must save me, my mother is still in the hospital, I can't get stuck here. Well, don't worry, I said I would help you. Yi Jin is not only doing this because of the system mission. Speaking for himself, he also can't stand these evil forces forcing good people into prostitution. Moreover, as long as he doesn't encounter a heat weapon, he can fight a dozen of them without any problem. Yi Jin asked cautiously, they haven't restricted you from leaving here, have they? No, no. Well, that's good, it seems you haven't reached that point yet. If I'm not wrong, if it takes a little longer, they will restrict you from leaving. Boom. Yi Jin's words directly exploded in Lu Qingyan's mind. Instantly, she felt a chill in her back. A fine bead of sweat also appeared on her forehead. What should I do, Junior? I am fine, don't worry, let's go to sleep first, and leave with me tomorrow. Let's go find that tiger brother together. Lu Qingyan exclaimed. Ha! It's late today, get some rest, and leave tomorrow, I paid for it. Lu Qingyan just remembered that Yi Jin had spent more than 50,000 yuan to enjoy it. Okay. Thank you, Junior. After saying that, Lu Qingyan began to unbutton her slender, blue and white cheongsam. Yi Jin couldn't help but look at Lu Qingyan's graceful figure. His eyes unconsciously looked down. Lu Qingyan, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, happened to show off the high slit of her cheongsam completely. Lu Qingyan, who was wearing black stockings, even more vividly embodied the hidden beauty that was just barely visible. One had to say that the person who designed the cheongsam was really talented. Especially when worn on a stunning girl like Lu Qingyan. Maybe if it was 1 centimeter shorter, you could see it. But it's just the right amount, just a hint. I saw Yi Jin's fiery gaze. Lu Qingyan no longer had the initial resistance, replaced by a willingness from the bottom of her heart. Yi Jin also saw the glimmer of will in Lu Qingyan's eyes. He immediately responded by embracing Lu Qingyan's luscious red lips. Yi Jin was never a saint. Seeing such a beautiful woman, how could he not be agitated? Although Lu Qingyan was a bit awkward, she still tried her best to accommodate him. After a while of mutual intimacy, Lu Qingyan said shyly, my dear, go easy, I've never done this before. Yi Jin's eyes were full of an unmistakable surprise, and he responded lightly, okay, I will. In no time, the room was filled with the sound of birdsong. Chapter 10, Shopping. It was only around 10 o'clock the next morning that Yi Jin woke up from the nearly 2 hours of communication from last night. 2 hours was just the limit for Lu Qingyan, not Yi Jin's, and even less so for the reader. But Lu Qingyan was tossed and turned quite a bit. Her snow-white legs were on full display. The hint of red on the bed was even more attractive to Yi Jin's eyes. After last night's in-depth communication,
This schoolmate who had made a mistake had already occupied a place in Yi Jin's heart. Yi Jin was determined to treat her well in the future.
Just as Yi Jin was still admiring the enchanting figure of the beauty,
in her sleep, Lu Qingyan felt an aggressive gaze.
She opened her eyes dazedly and said weakly, "Why are you awake? Why don't you sleep a little longer?" "It's okay, I'm rested." "You're really amazing, I'm in pain." "Hey!" Yi Jin gave a small laugh. Lu Qingyan gave him a glare as if she were pretending to be angry, before saying seriously, "What do we do next?"
"Let's go out first, and then go find that tiger brother later." Lu Qingyan nodded, and then slowly got up with great effort.
Ah!
Perhaps it was because of last night that her entire leg felt a little uncomfortable. So when she got up, the pain instantly spread throughout her body, causing her to let out a cry of surprise.
Fortunately, Yi Jin was quick and helped Lu Qingyan up.
Then, Lu Qingyan lifted the quilt and looked down at herself.
As a result, a blush instantly replaced Lu Qingyan's face.
Her intelligent and clear eyes stared at Yi Jin.
She pouted, "It's all your fault. I'm all swollen." The two got dressed and left the foot spa club. After having a random breakfast on the street, they took a taxi and arrived at Galaxy Plaza together. Lu Qingyan asked doubtfully, "Aren't we going to find that tiger guy? Why are we here?" Yi Jin said nonchalantly, "It's fine. We can just hang out and have some fun first, and then go there later." "My junior, Lu Qingyan wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. After all, she owed 1,000,000 yuan. Yi Jin is just a college student, and until now she has not really believed that Yi Jin can help her out of trouble. Yi Jin saw that Lu Qingyan was a little embarrassed, and then said, "Just say it, senior sister, it's fine. Maybe we shouldn't go find that tiger brother, I'm afraid it will get you into trouble." Lu Qingyan said worriedly. Yi Jin just smiled slightly after hearing this. Lu Qingyan's favorability rating in his heart once again increased a little. Zhang Jieqi had never considered Yi Jin's thoughts and feelings before. Yi Jin could truly feel that Lu Qingyan was worried about him. "It's fine, I said I'll take care of it, don't worry. But, that tiger brother has a lot of people." Who cares, let's go shopping now, we'll talk about him later." Lu Qingyan lowered her head with some worry. But in her heart, she felt a lot more inexplicable security. She vaguely sensed that Yi Jin was not a man of empty words. Yi Jin took Lu Qingyan to a famous luxury clothing store. "Senior, go try it on." Looking at the dazzling array of goods in the store, Lu Qingyan's eyes lit up. It is a girl's nature to love beauty. Moreover, such expensive clothing directly captured the attention of girls. The shop assistant, looking at this pair of golden boy and jade girl, also welcomed them with a smile. Yi Jin said to the shop assistant, "Recommend something to her." Hearing Yi Jin's words, the shop assistant was even more delighted. He immediately leaned closer to Lu Qingyan's side and started selling like crazy. At that moment, a couple walked in the door. The woman's makeup was like a thick mask, the smoky makeup was like a deep black hole, and the thick foundation seemed like it could be scraped off. The man looked exactly like a greasy middle-aged uncle, about 40 years old. "Yi Jin?" The woman recognized Yi Jin sitting on the bench at a glance. Yi Jin also looked in the direction of the sound. This woman was actually Zhang Jieqi's best friend He Xinshin. He had heard from Zhang Jieqi that his best friend He Xinshin had found a very rich boyfriend. She often bragged in front of him about the bags and shoes she bought. "It seems she is someone's mistress." He Xinshin said with a disdainful expression, "Oh, is she here to buy a gift to apologize to Kiki?" Zhang Jieqi had long ago told He Xinshin that she would find an opportunity to break up with Yi Jin. So He Xinshin thought that Yi Jin was here to buy something to compensate Zhang Jieqi. She is a materialistic woman. She also looked down on people like Yi Jin who had no money, and just treated her like a cash machine. Sometimes she even bossed Yi Jin around, as if she were Yi Jin's goddess. "Everything here is thousands of dollars. Is your allowance enough? Why don't I lend you some?" He Xinshin's tone was full of mockery, and she almost wrote the word despise on her face. Yi Jin laughed, and said lightly without flattery or pretense, "No need. Otherwise, people won't spend money with you." Seeing that Yi Jin didn't respond, and was even trying to argue back with her, He Xinshin felt a little angry. She then said, "She's just a little lapdog. Jieqi doesn't even know how many there are. Yi Jin, if you say something nice to me, I can mention you in front of Jieqi a little more. You have to know that my words are very effective."
He Xinxin said this to intimidate Yi Jin, threatening Yi Jin with her goddess. She wanted Yi Jin to know that she, He Xinxin, was not someone to be trifled with. However, Yi Jin said nonchalantly, Zhang Jieqi? It seems there is such a person. But who is she? I don't know. Besides, what kind of dog are you? Still barking in front of me, go eat shit. He Xinxin heard Yi Jin actually evade her words like this. And she insulted her without any scruples. Suddenly, an anger welled up in He Xinxin's heart. But she was confronted by Yi Jin, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. She could only stomp her foot in anger and say, You. What you? Aren't you just a mistress who's riding on the coattails of a rich man? What are you so proud of? Hearing Yi Jin reveal her past, He Xinxin was furious and her face turned ashen. The shop assistants nearby seemed to be adding fuel to the fire. That woman is actually a mistress. Well, hey, there are a lot of them these days, so it's not surprising. But the man is probably married, too, so she's destroying someone's family. Who's to say she isn't? He Xinxin didn't hear the shop assistants' whispers. But she could see their eyes scrutinizing her. After all, although there are many affairs, they are still morally despicable. She had no choice but to turn to her boyfriend for help. She shook her man's arm and cooed. Hubby, look at them, bullying me. Chapter 11, Amazing. Wang Yang, who had been standing aside and had already witnessed everything, was pulled by He Xinxin's arm and shaken vigorously. He immediately walked up to Yi Jin and said, Brother, it's not very nice to talk about my girlfriend like that, is it? Yi Jin frowned slightly and said unceremoniously, None of your damn business. I can say whatever I like. What, do you feel like you've lost face? Wang Yang also felt a hint of anger when he heard Yi Jin's words. He had wanted to have a good exchange with Yi Jin. But Yi Jin simply refused to give him face and directly shot him down. Brother, it seems we don't have any conflicts, right? Is it necessary to be so unyielding? Yi Jin laughed and continued, It's true that we don't have any conflicts. But I still advise you to keep a tighter rein on your little girlfriend. So that she doesn't offend me with her indiscreet mouth. Wang Yang's face turned ugly. He Xinxin also noticed Wang Yang's change. She was afraid that Wang Yang would be upset and not accompany her shopping. She immediately reassured him, Honey, don't take him seriously. He's just a dog that flatters to get ahead. Look at him, I don't think he even has 500 yuan on him. Let's just go shopping. Wang Yang's frown also eased up when he heard this. Then he said indifferently, Humph, I don't know what a poor person is doing here. Can you afford it? Yi Jin was not angry, but just sat there playing with her phone. He Xinxin said, Hubby, you promised me you would buy that 30,000 yuan bag. You can't go back on your word. Wang Yang, okay, I know. He Xinxin did not forget to mock Yi Jin. Did you hear that? A 30,000 yuan bag, how long do you have to save up before you can afford it? My husband bought it with a wave of his hand. I really don't know what you're so pleased about. Wang Yang, exactly. In a short while, Lu Qingyan came out after changing into a long dress. It was still October, so a long dress was more suitable for the current climate. The moment Lu Qingyan came out, she directly amazed everyone present. The long dress with a blue pattern embroidered with blue and white porcelain completely set off Lu Qingyan's beautiful face. The light makeup matched the long dress perfectly. The ponytail hairstyle accentuated Lu Qingyan's sisterly charm. If last night's professional cheongsam and black silk stockings were pure lust that left people fantasizing, today's long blue and white porcelain-colored dress was the kind of childhood memory of the big sister next door that people longed for. Lu Qingyan's mouth slightly curled up, and her smile that made everyone feel like they were basking in the spring breeze struck at the hearts of everyone present. Even the shop assistant next to her couldn't help but exclaim, She's so beautiful. Yi Jin was naturally mesmerized. And He Xinxin also noticed Lu Qingyan. Is that Lu Qingyan, the school flower of our school's business administration department? Why is he here? Didn't she say that her family was sick and she was working a part-time job to make money? He Xinxin muttered to herself in some confusion. However, Wang Yang's eyes were wide and staring at Lu Qingyan. He Xinxin angrily shouted, Wang Yang. Upon hearing He Xinxin's shout, Wang Yang also reacted. He immediately withdrew his gaze and asked nonchalantly, Ahem, Xinxin, your bag, have you chosen one? He Xinxin immediately turned her head over, looking angry. Wang Yang could only smile at her side. Lu Qingyan, however, ran over to Yi Jin and twirled around.
Does it look good?
Well, it looks good, so you should wear it.
Hearing Yi Jin's words, Lu Qingyan said hesitantly, forget it, it's too expensive. Thinking about having to return the money later, Lu Qingyan didn't want to spend any more of Yi Jin's money. It's fine, as long as you like it.
He Xinxin saw this scene and sneered. He actually got together with another woman behind Jieqi's back.
What a scumbag.
But he has ideas, but no strength.
You're not going to take out a loan to woo a girl, are you?
Hearing this, the clerk on the side also felt a little apprehensive. Then he tentatively said, Sir, this dress was designed by a famous designer and costs 80,000.
May I ask?
Swipe the card. Yi Jin calmly took out a bank card and handed it to the clerk.
Okay, what? Swipe the card? Huh?
Several people in the store were a little surprised for a moment. He Xinxin in particular felt like she had heard wrong for a moment. She had never bought anything so expensive before. He Xinxin's gaze unconsciously glanced at the clerk, trying to find evidence that Yi Jin was cheating, so as to slap her face hard.
Okay, sir, please hold on. Ding. Host consumption of 80,000 yuan detected, 10 times cashback amount 800,000 yuan, current balance 1.25 million yuan. Yi Jin gave a knowing smile when she heard the system prompt. Shuedi, this is not good, it's too expensive, Lu Qingyan stammered. It's okay, Shuejia, just tell me if there's anything else you like that you want to buy together? No, that's fine, just this one will do.
Yi Jin didn't waste any words, and told the shop assistant, bring out the most expensive bag in your store, and the shoes too. Yi Jin pointed at a few other clothes in the store and said imperiously, and those as well, they all look quite nice to me, wrap them all up. The shop assistant was entranced, and quickly agreed, oh, okay. He Xinxin naturally had a panoramic view of all this. She cast a pleading look at Wang Yang. Wang Yang knew exactly what He Xinxin meant.
But where did he have so much money to spend on He Xinxin? The 30,000 yuan bag was already his monthly salary. Where was there any more money for her to squander? Wang Yang could only remain silent.
Seeing this, He Xinxin could only say tenderly, hubby, look, they've all bought them, and I want them too. When He Xinxin said this, Wang Yang knew that he could not escape. Then a bright idea came to his head, and he said jealously, Xinxin, look at all the things he just pointed at. They add up to at least 1 million.
Do you think a dog licker could possibly have that much money?
He Xinxin fell silent at this, and muttered, seems like it.
I know his family is from a town next to Rongqing. How could they have so much money?
Wang Yang nodded as if he knew what was going on and said, I think this kid is just putting on a show with the clerk. The goal is to make us look ridiculous.
What do you think? Wang Yang also asked He Xinxin tentatively.
He Xinxin didn't quite agree with Wang Yang's statement. But he also felt that Yi Jin couldn't possibly have that much money. However, with the clerk's successful swipe, the clerk in charge of the cash register's face was about to crack from smiling. Said in a tone full of disdain and mockery, please don't doubt our dedication to our work. If you can spend 1.2 million at once, then we can also cooperate with your performance.
Chapter 12 As long as you don't drive me away, I'll always follow you.
Hearing the clerk's ruthless mockery, He Xinxin's face turned green and green.
He stamped his feet in anger. Wang Yang on the side didn't dare say anything.
Yi Jin didn't have time to care about those clowns. She studied the system herself. Ding, congratulations to the host for spending 1.2 million, with a 10x cashback, a cashback of 12 million yuan, and a current balance of 12.05 million yuan. A single purchase of more than 100 million has earned 1 point of Godly Tycoon points. A single purchase of over 100 W has earned 1 point of Divine Tycoon points.
This. Yi Jinzi opened the system panel in her mind. Host, Yi Jin. Current system capabilities, cashback on purchases, cashback multiplier 10x. Physical fitness. Strength 100. Speed 100. Stamina 100. Spirit 100. Normal healthy adult males are 10.
Abilities, extraordinary body roughly equivalent to the combined physical fitness of 10 adults. Fighting proficiency, the host is proficient in all fighting techniques in the world. Driving proficiency, the host is proficient in driving all current vehicles.
Current account balance, 1205.46 W. Current Shinho points, 1001 points.
System level, LV1 100,000 Shinho points are required for system upgrades. It seems that this Shinho point corresponds to 1 point for a single purchase of more than 1 million. Yi Jin nodded with satisfaction, but it seems that he needs to find a place to spend money faster.
Try to upgrade the system level. Junior? Lu Qingyan called softly. Yi Jin arrived. Well, is it all packed? Well. The clerk next to him couldn't help but say when he saw the scene, Miss, your boyfriend is really good to you. Hearing this, Lu Qingyan's face flushed. She didn't respond, but her heart was indeed overjoyed. However, when Yi Xinshin heard this, she felt as if she had eaten dog poop. Boyfriend? When did Yi Jin, a dog licker, get such a beautiful girlfriend? Or is she the department flower of the senior year? But then she looked again at the more than 10 large and small packages that had already been packed by the clerk. Her heart felt even more blocked by a stone. When she looked at the pot-bellied boyfriend she had found, the 20,000 30,000 yuan pocket money he gave her every month suddenly didn't seem like much. At this moment, Wang Yang also sensed Yi Xinshin's unhappiness. He didn't say much either. Yi Jin looked at these two clowns and said mockingly, I advise you to keep your eyes open. Trying to impress people by pretending to be rich is a slap in the face. If you can't afford it, just go away. What are you pretending for? Yi Jin's few words directly choked the two. Yi Xinshin thought of what Zhang Zheqi had said about the demolition funds earlier, and it seemed that he had figured out why Yi Jin was so rich. He immediately retorted. Yi Jin, I think you're afraid that you've spent all the demolition funds at home, right? There's only 3 million in total, and you've spent 1.2 million here. Oomph, spending so much on a girl, you really are a spendthrift. Lu Qingyan felt very apologetic when she heard this. It turned out that Yi Jin was so rich because of the demolition of his family's home. Then he whispered, Junior, let's return these and save some money. Yi Jin listened to Lu Qingyan's worried words. A feeling of warmth welled up in his heart. But he waved his hand and said, Yi Xinshin, you really are a clown. You're always trying to step on me in every way you can. Today, I'll show you what it means to look down on people. Then Yi Jin said to the clerk, issue me a membership card for your store and write her name on it. Yi Jin pointed at Lu Qingyan. The clerk was of course happy. After all, Yi Jin was the VIP who had actually paid 1.2 million. So he politely said, yes, sir, how much would you like to open? 5 million. What? What the fuck? Sir, I didn't quite catch that, how much did you say? Yi Jin's mouth curled up slightly, and she said calmly, 5 million. Even the shop assistants, who had seen it all, were shocked and almost stumbled. Although they were a luxury goods store, they had many members. But it was rare to meet someone who would directly spend 5 million to open a card. Okay, just a moment. The clerk opened the membership card in the blink of an eye. He handed Lu Qingyan a black, exquisitely made diamond black gold card. And he said with a smile, you are so lucky to have such a handsome boyfriend who is willing to sacrifice for you. You are much happier than those who rely on others to put on a false front. The clerk's words were undoubtedly mocking Wang Yang and Yi Xinshin. Lu Qingyan, however, was oblivious to what had happened and stood there in shock. Looking at the black and gold card in her hands, she could not calm her emotions. Let's go. Yi Jin had no time to stay. She then took Lu Qingyan and left. As for the things they had just bought, they would be stored here for the time being. They could come back for them when they had time. Shuedi, how come you're so rich? I invested in the stock market and a certain currency before and made some money. Lu Qingyan was half believing. He knew about the stock market, and if he wanted to make more money, he would need a huge amount of capital. But was mining really that profitable? For a moment, she wasn't sure. But now she had complete faith in Yi Jin's strength. But she also began to feel extremely conflicted. Yi Jin had done her such a big favor. How could she repay him? For a moment, worry filled Lu Qingyan's beautiful face. Yi Jin also noticed the change in Lu Qingyan. He then asked, what's wrong? Aren't you happy to have bought such pretty clothes? Shuedi, why are you being so nice to me? Because you're pretty. But, you spent so much money on me, I don't know when I can repay you. Repay? When did I say I wanted you to repay me? Huh? Well, that's not possible. I'm already very grateful to you for helping me solve Brother Who's problem. I have to repay you. Today's expenses,
Lu Qingyan looked at today's expenses and saw that there were more than 6 million.
For a moment, she didn't know what to do.
Maybe she could never repay it in her lifetime.
Why don't you just marry me? Yi Jin said half-jokingly.
But the speaker had an intention, and the listener also had a heart.
Lu Qingyan's originally worried and pretty face suddenly relaxed. You don't dislike me? Why would I dislike you? Didn't you give it to me the first time? Lu Qingyan thought about it and agreed.
She then nodded lightly, as if she had made an important decision. She said to Yi Jin solemnly, as long as you don't mind me, I'm willing.
Yi Jin said mischievously, What? What? I was just teasing you. Lu Qingyan's bright eyes widened, and she stared at Yi Jin's face with a teasing smile.
She suddenly understood that Yi Jin was teasing her. She then clenched her fists and smashed them into Yi Jin's chest. The force was very light, but Yi Jin did enjoy it. But Lu Qingyan secretly thought again in her heart, as long as you don't drive me away, I will always follow you.
Chapter 13 Buying a Car. After a while of playing and fighting, the two returned to a men's luxury clothing store.
Yi Jin chose a fashionable and casual men's suit for himself, and then left with Lu Qingyan. This purchase went extremely smoothly, without any of those boring pretentious slapstick episodes. Perhaps it was also due to the fact that Lu Qingyan was wearing that luxurious long dress, which made everyone who saw it can't help but praise it. After leaving the mall, Yi Jin was not going to go to that Tiger Brothers place right away. He just had lunch with Lu Qingyan and then headed towards Xixing's shop. Yes, of course he was going to buy a car.
How could you not buy a car when you have the money?
Yi Jin got his driver's license right after graduating from the college entrance exam. It's been 3 years and he hasn't even seen a car yet, but he has driving proficiency, so he must wait until he buys a car to drive it.
Yi Jin looked at his balance.
He previously spent 5 million to open the card, and he had 7.05 million left. Now, with 10 times the cashback, the total balance reached 57.05 million.
Yi Jin never thought that he would become a multi-millionaire overnight.
The key is that this is still cash assets, which can be used at any time. In Yi Jin's opinion, a car is just a means of transportation. He originally thought that he could just buy a car worth $1 million or so.
But now it's different, he has an important task.
That is to spend more money, earn divine wealth points, and upgrade the system.
So they went to the offline Ferrari store.
Yi Jin did not choose to buy the most high-end sports car series. Instead, he set his sights on a sports car that can occasionally be seen on the market, the Ferrari 296 GTS.
Yi Jin and Lu Qingyan entered the store. There were 3 salespeople in the entire store. 2 of them were a little older and had a lot of sales experience. They immediately thought that Yi Jin and Lu Qingyan were young couples with little money. Most likely they were just here to look at cars. So the 2 salespeople pretended to sort through some paperwork. Yi Jin had seen from outside the door that the 3 salespeople were actually doing nothing. But Yi Jin didn't care. Whoever serves you today makes the money.
The younger salesperson had only recently started working there. So she was extra eager to please.
She would serve every customer seriously. The 2 senior salespersons didn't mind, but they muttered.
Xiaoya, don't take it too seriously.
Yeah, I guess they're just here to look around, don't work too hard. Although Xiaoya heard what her 2 seniors said, her heart was still full of enthusiasm for the customer.
She immediately came over and politely asked,
Sir, may I help you?
Before Xiaoya could continue, Yi Jin said directly, I'm buying a 296 GTS.
Do you have any cars in stock? Xiaoya immediately responded, hastily saying, Oh, yes. I want the highest configuration. Do you have it?
Yes, I just have one.
What color? Red.
Okay, swipe your card.
Huh?
I said, swipe your card.
Oh, okay. Xiaoya. Lu Qingyan.
The other 2 shop assistants.
So generous?
He was in there for less than 3 minutes.
He just swiped his card and bought a luxury car worth millions?
Not only was Lu Qingyan shocked, but the other sales assistants, who were used to seeing various bosses buying luxury cars, were also shocked by Yi Jin's actions.
Xiaoya immediately took out the standard contract. Sir, just sign here, and that's it. Wow, wow, wow. Yi Jin signed his name without even looking at it. Sir, for the insurance.
You can arrange it directly, and try to buy as complete as possible. By the way, there are also your packages and whatnot, just give me the most expensive one. Anyway, get me the whole thing, get me the most complete and best.
Xiaoya was spellbound.
This was the first time she had met someone who didn't bargain and went for the highest option for everything. Sir, the bare car price is 3.48 million, the purchase tax is 452,400, insurance is 58,000, maintenance package is 42,000 and there are other. Yi Jin waved her hand, not wanting to hear anymore, and said directly.
Just tell me how much it is.
Oh, okay, it's 420W in total, and according to my authority, I can give you a 5W discount.
No. Just swipe the card. Xiaoya, Sigma. Lu Qingyan, Sigma. Shop assistant, Sigma. What kind of person are you? You don't want to get a discount if you can? Are you in a hurry to give away money? Xiaoya, who looked confused, took the card and walked towards the checkout counter with disbelief. The two shop assistants couldn't help but stare in amazement when they saw this. It wasn't until Xiaoya took the printed receipt that she, in a daze, finally believed that she had finally made her first sale in a month. Ding!
The host has spent 420W and received a 10x cashback, with a cashback of 4,200.
The current balance is 9485W, and you have earned 4 Divine Tycoon points.
Yi Jin nodded with satisfaction. Sir, please wait a moment, your car is being registered, and you can drive it away in 30 minutes. After bringing Lu Qingyan and Yi Jin 2 glasses of water, Xiaoya began to rush around, helping Yi Jin with the paperwork. Half an hour later, they finally got the Ferrari 26 GTS.
Yi Jin and Lu Qingyan then drove away from the store.
Xiaoya bowed respectfully at the door and said the famous advertising slogan. Dear Mr. Yi, congratulations on becoming the proud owner of a Ferrari. May the prancing horse emblem accompany you as you gallop across the world and achieve instant success.
At this point, it was already 6 p.m. In the car, Lu Qingyan finally couldn't help but ask, how much money do you have anyway? You don't want to be reduced?
Yi Jin gave a faint smile and replied haughtily, not much, but it's enough.
Lu Qingyan, look at your manners. Lu Qingyan worriedly asked, are we going to Brother Tiger's now? No rush, let's eat first.
You owe him money, not the other way around.
Are you afraid he'll run away? Oh.
Lu Qingyan has already taken Yi Jin as her main support, and whatever Yi Jin says goes.
The two of them went to a small restaurant and had a satisfying meal.
They also picked up the things they bought at the luxury goods store on the way home. After the meal, the two of them got into the car without any rush. This is when they started to deal with Brother Tiger. In the car, Yi Jin said in a calm tone, call Brother Hu and ask him where he is. Lu Qingyan took out the mobile phone that had been used for more than 2 years. She found Brother Hu's phone number in the address book.
Ring, ring, ring. Hello, who is this?
After the call was connected, a rough man's voice came from the other end. There was no doubt that the man was Brother Hu.
Hello, Brother Hu, this is Xiaolu. I've come to pay you back. Excuse me, where are you? Xiaolu, what Xiaolu? Oh, it's you, I remember. What, you went to work for a rich man for a few days and you have money to pay me back so soon?
Brother Hu is full of nonsense and has no scruples at all.
Don't tease me, Brother Hu, I really came to pay you back.
Okay, then come to the KTV 888 room in the Royal Entertainment Club, I'll wait for you here.
Chapter 14 Brother Hu. The Ferrari was not fast, and it drove slowly towards its destination all the way.
On the city streets, Yi Jin drove at a speed of only about 50 miles per hour. However, no vehicles honked at her to hurry along. There was no way around it, this was the privilege of a luxury car.
Yi Jin, so, are you scared? Lu Qingyan's eyes were a little unfocused, and she was a little uneasy in her heart. But she glanced at Yi Jin, who was driving with complete concentration. A sense of security instantly pushed away that slight unease. Lu Qingyan responded softly, I'm a little scared, but with you here, I don't seem to be as scared.
Yi Jin's heart warmed when he heard this.
In Yi Jin's heart, he actually felt very sympathetic towards Lu Qingyan. He didn't feel that Lu Qingyan was some kind of woman of the streets.
After all, she had given her virginity to him.
This shows that this senior schoolmate is perfectly capable of being one's woman. Moreover, from the 2 days of contact so far, Lu Qingyan's originally thrifty and grateful character has also won Yi Jin's favor.
She is not like other women who only know how to take but not give. Yi Jin gave a warm smile. Don't worry, leave it to me. Well, I'll do whatever you say. At around 8:30 p.m., after a half-hour drive, the two finally arrived at the Royal KTV. Wow, this KTV is really luxurious. Yi Jin couldn't help but gasp. Because the KTV in front of her stood proudly like a castle, it was a single building. The 10-meter-high door was like a golden city gate, resplendent with gold and jade, as if proclaiming to the world that this was a super gold mine. The green marble tiles were like a huge bronze mirror, covering the entire lobby. 4 huge pillars stand upright in the lobby like 4 guards clad in golden armor, proclaiming their nobility. Entering the lobby is like walking into a magnificent palace. Following the guidance of the receptionist, you walk up the graceful, serpentine stairs like a silver snake to the second floor. The second floor is where the KTV is located. The lighting on this entire floor is a little dim, but it is full of lust. The waitress is also professionally trained. She politely guided Yi Jin and Lu Qingyan to room 888. Yi Jin directly pushed open the door. My love is like a tidal wave pushes me towards you. Following closely, love is like a tidal wave. A young lady dressed scantily, who was a hostess, was singing this song with deep feeling in the private room. And next to him, a burly man with broad shoulders, a shaved head and tattoos all over his arms, was reaching out his dirty hands and moving them up and down. There were about a dozen men and women in the entire private room. Most of the men had tattoos and perms, and many had intimidating scars. The women were heavily made up and dressed provocatively, allowing men to feel them up. The round-shouldered bald man leading the group was Brother Tiger. Yi Jin and Lu Qingyan stood here, clearly out of place in their current environment. Hey, we have guests. Brother Tiger broke the silence between the two sides first. Upon hearing this, the woman next to him also stopped singing. The 10 or so people in the room looked at Yi Jin and Lu Qingyan together. They wore a look of disdain on their faces. Yi Jin's face was calm, her eyes firm, as she stared at the man in charge. Without being servile or arrogant, she said, "Are you Brother Hu?" "Yes, I'm Wang Hu, and my brothers all call me Brother Hu." "Who the hell are you?" "Oh, I see, you're Xiao Lu's lover, right?" Yi Jin gave a faint smile and said calmly, "You could put it that way." "Piss off, I thought you were some big boss, but you're just a gigolo." Brother Hu said with extreme disdain, causing the people around him to laugh heartily. Yi Jin was not angry, but said calmly, "Let's get down to business, Brother Hu." "Good, to the point." Wang Hu waved his hand, indicating for the hostess to leave, and at the same time the people around him shut off the stereo. Then Brother Hu said slowly, "I heard you want to pay her back?" "Yes, how much does he owe you?" Wang Hu held up his right hand, and a punk with dyed yellow hair next to him immediately fished a document out of his pocket. Wang Hu took his time, and looked at the contract with contemptuous pretense. "Let me see. Oh, here. The principal amount owed is 200,000, and the interest is 1, 2, and 3 million. Hearing Wang Hu blurt out this figure, Lu Qingyan immediately retorted, "You're talking nonsense. 3 days ago, I only owed 1.2 million. Now you owe 3 million? You're clearly charging us for nothing." Wang Hu didn't care, and he laughed, saying, "Little girl, look, it's all written here in black and white. I'm not making it up. Look, there's even your signature on it." Wang Hu pointed to the signature at the back of the document. Lu Qingyan angrily said, "You're clearly loan sharks, preying on people. How can you borrow 200,000 yuan and have to repay 3 million yuan? Pop." Wang Hu slapped the document onto the coffee table. His expression had gone from a smile to a fierce glare. "Little girl, you can eat whatever you like, but you can't say whatever you like. The interest rate is written in black and white, and you signed to acknowledge it. Naturally, the interest rate will increase if you don't repay on time." "What? You've got a pretty boy here to back you up today, and you don't want to pay?" After these words, a fierce look flashed in the eyes of the surrounding thugs. They all stopped holding their wine glasses and picked up their beer bottles. They were waiting for Wang Hu's order. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingyan had already begun to feel uneasy. After all, she had seen how fierce these people could be. Lu Qingyan couldn't help but lean back against Yi Jin's body. Yi Jin also felt Lu Qingyan's unease. Then he took her hand and reassured her. "It's okay, I'll do it." Yi Jin's words were like a reassurance, giving Lu Qingyan a sedative. All Yi Jin said was, "Don't worry, Brother Hu, this is just business talk. Upon hearing this, Wang Hu leaned back slightly on the sofa. He leaned back on the sofa, waiting for Yi Jin to say something next.
Let's negotiate, brother Hu.
You really are asking for too much, 200,000 or 3 million.
Let's be realistic, shall we?
Wang Hu said with interest, what do you mean? How about 200,000 in principal plus 200,000 in interest?
You've doubled your money in less than 3 months.
No business can make that kind of money that quickly. Wang Hu became instantly furious on hearing this, and threw the wineglass in his hand onto the floor.
Clang! The entire wineglass was smashed to pieces.
In a rage, Wang Hu shouted angrily, how dare you fuck with me?
I offered you 3 million, and you offered me 400,000? You're just trying to mess with me, aren't you?
Upon hearing this, several men around them immediately got up, grabbed beer bottles, and braced themselves for action.
Yi Jin just gave a faint smile and said softly, wow. So greedy, and you're not satisfied with that?
Wang Hu said angrily, it's always me who wants other people's money, and no one has ever dared take advantage of me.
Kid, you're pretty brave.
Wang Hu said, while pulling out the switchblade at his waist and brandishing it in front of his face. The last person who bargained with me like this got his stomach slit open.
The grass on his grave is 3 meters high. Kid, where do you want me to slash you? Chapter 15. Remember, she is my woman, don't even think about it.
Looking at the scene in front of her, Lu Qingyan was directly scared pale. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. The point is that Lu Qingyan originally thought that Yi Jin was willing to help her pay back 1.2 million. But now it has suddenly become 3 million.
Maybe Yi Jin also feels that it is a bit too much.
Lu Qingyan grabbed the corner of her shirt and twisted and squirmed. Her pale face and her eyes that were about to well up with tears.
All of this highlighted Lu Qingyan's embarrassment.
But in contrast, Yi Jin was strolling leisurely and taking it all in stride. She said nonchalantly, hey, if you put it that way, then I won't have much of a psychological burden later.
Wang Hu also became interested and then let loose a threat. Today, if you can't come up with the 3 million, neither of you fucking leave. Either you leave the money behind, or you leave your lives behind. Lu Qingyan's body trembled slightly.
She saw the people around her slowly gathering around.
Lu Qingyan was very scared, and asked in a small voice, what about Yi Jin? Should we run together and go out and call the police? Don't be afraid, just watch me.
Yi Jin took a step forward, protecting Lu Qingyan behind him, and said to Wang Hu, I'll tell you, Wang Hu, in fact, I don't have any money at all.
I just came here to tease you. What do you think?
Wang Hu was furious and shouted, damn it, little brat, kill him for me. Swish, swish, swish.
Several people instantly surrounded Yi Jin. Whoosh.
The yellow-haired guy just now smashed a bottle of wine at Yi Jin's head. At the same time, several men around him pounced on Yi Jin together. However, Wang Hu leisurely sat on the sofa and started drinking beer again. It was as if he was preparing to enjoy the show. In contrast, Yi Jin looked at these little thugs with a deep gaze.
Thanks to his extraordinary body and combat proficiency.
Not to mention 5 or 6 thugs, even 50 or 60 thugs could not overpower him. The movements of the several men looked like slow motion in Yi Jin's eyes.
He first dodged the incoming attack.
After dodging, he immediately lifted his foot and kicked Huang Mao in the stomach. Perhaps because it was the first time he had used violence, he didn't master the strength. He kicked Huang Mao directly, sending him flying. He fell heavily onto the sofa next to Brother Tiger and passed out. In the blink of an eye, Yi Jin successively kicked the several people who had attacked him and sent them flying.
Bang! 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 Bang!
There were no superfluous movements, and the kicks were directed at the weak points. In just a few seconds, the thugs were beaten up. They were kicked directly to various places in the private room. It all happened so quickly that Wang Hu had wanted to light a cigarette and enjoy the show. Who knew that as soon as he moved the lighter to the cigarette in his mouth? It clicked and clicked, but it didn't light. Then he heard a few muffled sounds. He stared with round, wide eyes, and looked around in shock.
All of his subordinates were lying lifeless on the ground.
And Yi Jin was smiling at him. In an instant, Wang Hu broke out in a cold sweat, and the vest he was wearing became damp with sweat.
Beads of sweat also appeared on his forehead. Who are you?
Yi Jin gave a faint smile and walked over to Wang Hu. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself, my name is Yi Jin. Yi Jin walked up to Wang Hu and reached out to take his lighter.
Pop. She lit the flame and personally lit Wang Hu's cigarette.
Wang Hu took a deep drag, looking at Yi Jin as if he were looking at the devil. Damn, a kick to the head every 10 seconds, he doesn't know if he's alive or dead.
Even top-level special forces couldn't do it so quickly, right?
The more he thought about it, the more scared Wang Hu became. But then he looked at Yi Jin, who was close at hand. Wang Hu's heart hardened.
When had he, Wang Hu, ever been treated like this? Scared into silence by a little white face.
His hand touched the switchblade, and he instantly exerted his strength.
Whoosh! The switchblade stabbed straight at Yi Jin's neck. Yi Jin, be careful.
Lu Qingyan, who had been watching from behind, naturally saw Wang Hu's movements.
In an instant, Wang Hu's knife was about to approach Yi Jin's neck.
This scene scared Lu Qingyan so much that she closed her eyes tightly.
However,
Yi Jin, who had an extraordinary body and was proficient in martial arts, had long predicted Wang Hu's prediction. Yi Jin directly grabbed Wang Hu's wrist with one hand. No matter how hard Wang Hu tried, he could not advance the switchblade that was close to his neck by even the slightest bit.
Ah!
Yi Jin applied a slight amount of force and immediately crushed Wang Hu's wrist bone.
The switchblade fell directly to the ground.
Wang Hu stared at Yi Jin in horror.
Are you a human or a ghost?
To be able to directly crush a human's bone is beyond the scope of normal humans. At this time, Wang Hu's mind was filled with nothing but fear. But this time, the sharp pain did not deter him, and he threatened. Kid, either you kill me today, or I will definitely find your family, including that stinking bitch, one by one, all of them.
Ah!
Before Wang Hu could finish, Yi Jin grabbed his other hand directly and twisted his arm in the opposite direction, breaking it. Instantly, Wang Hu no longer had that trace of arrogant temperament.
Fear had taken over his mind and body.
He hurriedly begged for mercy. Stop, brother, don't do it.
I admit defeat. Spare me, spare me. Take the contract, I don't want the money anymore. Oh, you don't want it anymore? Yi Jin said teasingly. I admit it, your girlfriend and I are even, okay? Ha, that's not what you said just now.
I still prefer your unruly appearance, so recover a bit.
Wang Hu dared not act rashly and could only stammer. Just now
Yi Jin stepped on Wang Hu's right foot again, crushing it. Brother, big brother, I'm sorry, please let me go. At this moment, he looked at Yi Jin as if he were looking at a demon. His face was full of horror. Yi Jin also felt that she had had enough fun and did not continue to torment Wang Hu.
He just said softly, forget it, no more fun.
Then he picked up the contract and turned to leave. When he reached the door, Yi Jin suddenly turned to Wang Hu and said,
Remember, he is my woman, don't even think about it.
Wang Hu didn't dare to speak, and could only look at Yi Jin with frightened eyes.
The two were allowed to leave the private room.
After Yi Jin had completely left, Wang Hu finally truly let out a sigh of relief. He used the hand with the crushed wrist bone. With difficulty opened his phone and slid to the contact list to call a number called Sister Lon. After a lot of trouble, he managed to dial the number of that Sister Lon.
Hello, Hu, what's up?
Lon, Sister Lon, I got beaten up. The tone of the person on the other end of the line was obviously a little puzzled.
What's going on?
Wang Hu could only endure the pain and said, yes, there's a contract for a girl that was snatched. And they beat up the brothers too.
Oh? Who has the guts to dare to touch our business? Wang Hu continued to explain, yes, it's a mistress's lover named Yi Jin. Chapter 16, I'll be with you for the rest of my life.
After doing all this, Yi Jin took Lu Qingyan's hand and left.
He naturally didn't know what happened afterwards.
After getting in the car, Yi Jin drove to the beach in Rongcheng. He handed Lu Qingyan her contract. Lu Qingyan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, took the contract that Yi Jin handed her. She held it very tightly, and the contract, which was similar to a contract of sale, was crumpled into a ball in her hands. She couldn't hold back any longer and tore the contract to shreds. She waved it out the window, and the shreds fell like snowflakes.
Finally, she couldn't hold back any longer and threw herself into Yi Jin's arms. With tearful eyes, she sobbed, it's over, I don't have to pay it back. Thank you, thank you.
Seeing this, a flash of tenderness crossed Yi Jin's heart. She gently stroked Lu Qingyan's back.
It's okay, cry.
Lu Qingyan was a sincere and conservative girl. If her mother hadn't fallen ill, she would never have borrowed money from loan sharks. But the loan sharks had become her death warrant.
If it wasn't for Yi Jin, she really didn't dare to think about the consequences.
Her tears announced the end of it all and her escape from that evil lair. And so, Lu Qingyan cried in Yi Jin's arms for about 10 minutes. She slowly recovered. Looking at Yi Jin again, her eyes were not only filled with relief after being able to vent, but also a little more gratitude for Yi Jin. Yi Jin said softly, "Senior, from now on you can go back to your normal life."
Lu Qingyan nodded her head and agreed. "Well, thank you," Yi Jin said nonchalantly. "You've said that many times already, it's fine. So shall I take you home or back to school?" Lu Qingyan became a little coy, and her voice became a little coquettish. "Go to the hotel."
Yi Jin heard this and was taken aback, and a spark of excitement flared in her heart.
Looking at the time, it was already 10 p.m. It did seem too late to go back.
The main thing was that the auntie in charge of the dormitory might close the door early.
There would be nowhere to stay then. Well, that's it. In order not to go the wrong way, it's better to go straight to the hotel.
Yi Jin definitely does not have any colored thoughts. The main reason is that she doesn't want Lu Qingyan to run around too much. Yi Jin drove the car at 100 miles per hour towards the hotel. Lu Qingyan, however, followed Yi Jin like a petite girlfriend, without saying a word. After entering the door, Lu Qingyan directly threw away the bag in her hand.
Lu Qingyan put her arms around Yi Jin's neck.
Her cherry red lips met Yi Jin's without warning. Yi Jin's pupils contracted slightly, and she immediately embraced Lu Qingyan's slender waist.
Their lips collided fiercely.
After a moment, Lu Qingyan, with a flushed face and clear eyes, gazed at Yi Jin with deep affection.
She gasped heavily.
She said in a soft voice, "Give it to me."
"Okay."
Then, Yi Jin picked Lu Qingyan up in a princess carry
towards the hotel bed. In a moment, the two people in the hotel room. Firewood and firewood, ready to ignite at a touch. Today, Lu Qingyan is exceptionally relaxed. She took the initiative to give Yi Jin many novel experiences, leaving Yi Jin unable to stop.
"I don't know how long it's been," Lu Qingyan crept up to Yi Jin's ear and whispered. "Younger brother, I'll be with you for the rest of my life." The next day, the two woke up from the big bed. It was Monday, and Yi Jin and Lu Qingyan both had professional classes to attend. After having breakfast at the hotel, the two drove back to Rongqing University together.
"Little brother, you really worried me to death yesterday." "Hey, don't worry, there's no way he could hurt me." "Cut it out, you're just blowing smoke,"
Lu Qingyan said disdainfully, and then continued, "But how come you're so good, kicking one person after another?"
"Hey, I studied martial arts at Shaolin Temple," Yi Jin said with some pride. "Really? You really believe it, haha. You're bad. But you were really amazing yesterday." Yi Jin gave a sly smile and then asked, "You mean last night? Or in bed yesterday?" Hearing Yi Jin's words, Lu Qingyan's face turned red. Then she said angrily, "You're going to die." Hey. Yi Jin asked with a wicked sense of humor, "Isn't it amazing?" Lu Qingyan of course knew that Yi Jin was talking about the two of them last night. Then she said, "Awesome." Yi Jin said proudly. "Of course it was awesome, I was able to kick one of them in each buttock, how could it not be awesome?" Lu Qingyan also reacted to this, "Stupid Yi Jin, you dare to fool me." "Haha, you can only blame yourself for having an unhealthy mind." The two of them arrived at school after this tussle. Yi Jin did not drive the car to school, after all, the car might attract a lot of happy trouble. He parked the car in the parking lot of the university town next to it. He walked into the school with Lu Qingyan. "Younger brother, I have to go back to the dormitory first, let's meet up tonight." Lu Qingyan gave a very provocative look. Yi Jin understood and responded with a smile. "Okay, older sister, take your time." The girls' dormitory is located on the other side of the school gate, the exact opposite of the boys' dormitory. So after entering the school gate, the two of them parted ways. Yi Jin walked alone on campus. While walking, he took out his phone and sent a message to the group chat of three big brothers. "Rich overnight Yi Jin, brother Sun, help me bring my books. Just want to sleep Yang Sun, Lao Yi, you've been at it for 2 days. I only love legs Luo Shang Wei, hey, how does it feel? Invincible Lu Mama Sun Kai, hurry up and tell me, how many times did you score this weekend?" They are all roommates of Yi Jin and are very close. One night to riches, that's great, thumbs up. JPG. I only love legs, not bad, Lao Yi. Invincible Lu Mama, finally, you've said goodbye to being a virgin. I only want to sleep, it's been 3 years, you finally got some. Rich overnight, okay, I'll stop talking. Remember to bring the book. By the way, I bought your breakfast. Just want to sleep, okay. Rich overnight, thanks boss. I only love to look at legs, thanks big brother. Eugene didn't waste any time and went to the breakfast shop to buy 4 breakfasts. He walked straight towards the teaching building.
Suddenly, Eugene remembered that when Lu Qingyan tore up the contract by herself last night, he didn't hear the system prompt.
He couldn't help but frown, and asked in his mind, System, didn't I already solve Lu Qingyan's problem yesterday? Why wasn't there a prompt to indicate completion?
The host only solved the surface problem of Lu Qingyan, and did not truly solve her problem, so the task is not yet complete.
Eugene continued to ask, so what is considered a real problem?
Please the host to dig on their own, this system only does the final judgment.
Pfft, quite arrogant. So what? You dare to bite me?
The system was quite cheeky and directly teased Eugene. Upon hearing this, Eugene couldn't help but ponder in secret.
However, he gradually understood what the system meant.
It seems that brother who is probably going to go find Lu Qingyan again. I have to find an opportunity to completely resolve those guys. He then smiled slightly and muttered.
Physical destruction is always the best way to resolve trouble. Chapter 17, Zhang Jieqi, who pays for everything.
University courses are difficult for Eugene, who only knows how to worship goddesses.
So he spent the whole morning dozing off. Either he played games or read novels.
At lunchtime, the 4 of them got together and prepared to go off campus to get something to eat. On the way, the 3 of them suddenly asked
Luo Shangwei, hey, Lao Yi, why haven't I seen Zhang Jieqi today? Zhang Jieqi is their classmate and the class flower. Yang Sun, yeah, logically you guys should be together, right? Sun Kai, you didn't make her unable to get out of bed, did you?
The 3 of them teased playfully. Eugene laughed and said lightly, she, I guess, won't be out for a few more days.
Yang Sun, wow, you're good. Sun Kai, strong. Luo Shangwei, awesome.
Eugene did not tell them the truth, after all, this kind of thing is not very acceptable. But after being reborn, Eugene felt that this was not enough.
He was also planning how to make that family pay a painful price.
Just as the 4 of them finished lunch and were preparing to go back to the dormitory to rest, suddenly a beautiful figure appeared in front of Eugene's eyes.
No other, that person was Zhang Jieqi. Eugene thought to herself, she's out so soon?
It seems that Zhang Chengjun still has some connections. Eugene was punished to the full extent in her previous life, and Zhang Chengjun's connections with that person were very important. So now not only is Zhang Jieqi's family in trouble,
but the connections behind Zhang Chengjun will also have to pay a price.
Eugene didn't want to get involved, but Zhang Jieqi seemed to be prepared for this.
Eugene. Zhang Jieqi shouted Eugene's name from the side.
But Eugene pretended not to hear and continued walking towards the front.
Yang Sun, hey, Lao Yi, did someone call you? Luo Xingqiang looked back and his eyes lit up. Luo Xingqiang, it seems to be your goddess.
Zhang Jieqi had already walked up to the 4 of them. She smiled politely at the group. Then she whispered to Eugene.
Eugene, can we talk?
The 3 roommates heard this and, being very sensible, were prepared to leave Eugene behind.
After the 3 had left, Eugene said unceremoniously. There's no need to talk, there's nothing to talk about between you and me. Zhang Jieqi was relentless, what happened that day was not my intention.
It was my father who suddenly found out that you and I had gone to a hotel room, so without my consent, he directly reported it to the police.
I never wanted to sue you. Can you please stop being angry? Eugene laughed, unrelentingly mocking. Oh, Miss Shang, what's going on? How can you bear to persuade someone like me, a dog licker?
Eugene's words were sharp and unrelenting.
Don't say that, we don't have any bad blood. You know my father's personality, he's just looking out for my future. Actually, he's not going to sue you, he's just afraid that you won't cherish me in the future. Puff. Sorry, I couldn't hold back. Eugene almost burst out laughing.
She had made her point very clear in the mediation room. Eugene had already revealed their true colors. Now they were actually still coming to her with a begging face. It seemed that they really wouldn't give up. Zhang Jieqi looked at Eugene and felt a little embarrassed. She held back her emotions and continued, don't be like this, that really wasn't my intention.
Eugene didn't want to argue anymore and said directly, okay, Miss Zhang, from now on you can go your own way and I'll go mine, okay?
Eugene, I prefer our previous state.
Eugene said sarcastically. Continue to be your lapdog?
Zhang Juqi was even more embarrassed and tried to explain.
I'm not treating you like a lapdog, and you know I'm a girl.
Of course I have to be a little reserved. Otherwise, what if you get what you don't cherish?
That's a test for you. This.
Eugene heard such shameless words for the first time.
Even if it was Eugene who volunteered to be the lapdog before. But you can't treat other people like fools.
I don't know if Zhang Juqi is really stupid or just pretending.
Didn't they recognize their attitude at the police station before?
Eugene guessed that it was still about the 3 million. After all, even if Zhang Juqi finds some rich playboy, it is unlikely that he will spend 3 million on her.
After all, rich guys have a heavy playfulness.
At most, they will just treat her as a toy to play with.
3 million is a lot for Zhang Juqi.
Her extreme desire for vanity can also make her lower her stance and continue to save Eugene, the lapdog.
Don't waste the money on the lapdog, she won't lose anyway.
Zhang Juqi looked at Eugene with some surprise and felt that Eugene might have been slightly shaken.
Then she said to Eugene, didn't I like a bag before? Why don't you sell that bag to me and we can make up? It's not expensive.
It's only 20,000 yuan, which is just a drop in the bucket for you. While she was talking, Zhang Juqi's eyes were a bit provocative. They were full of ambiguous glances at Eugene.
Buy me a bag and we can go again.
Eugene was a bit speechless by Zhang Juqi's behavior, and he didn't want to get into too much trouble with her.
So he said, don't you know your place? You want me to buy you a bag? You're out of your mind. Get away from me, I'm sick of seeing you. Eugene really didn't want to say anymore. After all, she knew Zhang Juqi's true heart too well. It's like a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year.
Eugene finished speaking and turned to leave. Zhang Juqi stomped her foot hard and said,
Eugene, don't be so shameless.
I'm telling you, if you don't apologize to me, I'll never speak to you again. Zhang Juqi pretended to be angry and folded her arms. She waited for Eugene to come over and comfort her.
Who knew that Eugene would turn her head around and throw out a sentence, Zhang Juqi, don't flatter yourself, okay? This makes you look cheap.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Juqi was obviously stunned. She never expected Eugene to speak to her like that. She had already lowered her stance, so what more did she want?
Was Eugene right?
Thinking about this, Zhang Juqi became more and more depressed. Furious, he walked towards the girls' dormitory.
He thought to himself, Eugene, you're actually a heartless scumbag. I've dedicated myself to you. Don't I deserve a little reward? I'll definitely take those 3 million from you. By then, I'll make you beg me to be with you on your knees. No wonder you're a money-grubbing person. She is willing to sell her innocence for money.
She even came to Eugene with a smile on her face. Eugene thought to herself, money is really a wonderful thing.
Fortunately, I don't lack money at all now.
I need to spend it as soon as possible.
Eugene's balance is now only 90 million. She doesn't feel safe at all. I'll buy a house around the school sometime. That way, I can get up early in the morning with my schoolmate Lai.
Eugene was thinking happily while she was thinking. Just then, a message from Lu Qingyan came on the phone.
Tomorrow will be better, Lu Qingyan, are you there, Junior? Chapter 18 Shin Miaoyu.
Tomorrow will be better, it's like this, Junior, the doctor said that my mom still needs to rest in the hospital for a while, so I have to stay with her tonight and can't keep you company. Eugene also sensed that something was wrong.
She then asked, what's going on? Tomorrow will be better. Hey, the doctor said that although the condition is under control, it needs to be treated with another surgery to be completely cured, so I'm going to go see my mom today. One night become rich, is there a problem? Tomorrow will be better, it's fine, it's much better, don't worry.
Eugene thought about it for a while, and then directly transferred 500,000 yuan.
Tomorrow will be better. Expression, questioning, what do you mean, Junior, why are you transferring money to me again?
One night become rich, you can't lose your auntie, just have a good operation, and when you're feeling better, I'll go visit her. Tomorrow will be better. Expression, embarrassed, but you've already helped me a lot, I can't take any more of your money.
Rich overnight, here, auntie's illness can't be delayed, it's best to get rid of it as soon as possible. Tomorrow will be better. Hey, I don't know how to repay you, I owe you so much. Rich overnight. Hey, haven't you already paid me back? Tomorrow will be better. Emotion, knocking, 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 don't talk nonsense. Tomorrow will be better, thank you, Junior. Yi Jin teased, so do you have any tips for the next time we meet? Lu Qingyan also makes a lot of short videos herself, so of course she knows what Yi Jin means by tips. Tips are the highest etiquette for meeting your boyfriend. Black silk. Tomorrow will be better, I hate you. Get rich quick, ha ha ha. This is the highest etiquette, don't I deserve it? Tomorrow will be better, well, it's worth it. After a few playful exchanges, Lu Qingyan and Yi Jin hurried to the hospital. Yi Jin was thinking about going back to play games with his roommates. The transfer to Lu Qingyan did not receive a cashback reminder from the system. Sure enough, the sentence is limited to consumption is true. It's still October, and the weather is still hot, so most people are wearing summer clothes. Many male students are also taking advantage of the end of summer. Continue to look at the beautiful scenery on campus. Yi Jin was preparing to go to the supermarket to buy some treats for her 3 sons. She was looking down at her phone. Yi Jin. Yi Jin looked up and saw her 3 sons standing in front of the supermarket, looking at something. Why haven't you gone back? Luo Xingqiang, hey, we're going back, look what's going on over there. Yi Jin followed Luo Xingqiang's gaze. She noticed an extremely graceful figure sitting in the milk tea shop next to the supermarket. The girl was wearing a long, snow-white dress, and her dark, black hair was scattered like a waterfall down her back, like a beautiful painting. The lower body of the girl sitting on the stool was perfectly covered by the white dress, but it was still difficult to hide her slender, jade-like legs, as if she were an elf from the painting. The girl's slender jade hands held the milk tea lightly. However, her expression was a bit bland, as if the milk tea was just a fleeting cloud. Because in front of her stood a boy holding flowers. It was obvious that the boy was declaring his love for the girl. Yi Jin asked doubtfully, who is that? Luo Xingqiang, you idiot, you don't even know Shen Miaoyu, a sophomore and one of the 4 most beautiful girls on campus? Yang Sun, hey, don't blame Yi. Sun Kai, she is very dedicated, and she only has eyes for our class flower. Yi Jin, you guys, stop joking with me and get to the point. I think that guy looks a bit familiar. Yang Sun, I'm telling you, Lao Yi, your information is really outdated. Luo Xingqiang, don't even the rich guys at our school know him? Rich guys? Sun Kai, Han Zijie, his family owns tens of billions of dollars in assets, so he's a real rich guy. Yang Sun, unfortunately, like Yi, he's a dog licker. He's been chasing Shen Miaoyu for 3 years and still hasn't got her. Now he's coming back to declare his love again. Luo Shengli, he's not that pure. I heard that Han is a real playboy. It's said that he once chartered a luxury cruise ship and dozens of internet celebrities to go out to sea and have a good time. Some people even saw several popular celebrities get on his private jet together. And have you heard the famous saying, tonight's expenses will be paid by Master Han? Sun Kai, these playboys are all the same, fooling around with anchor women and celebrities while pretending to sincerely pursue other innocent girls. Hey, I've seen it all before. Yi Jin at first thought that this guy was really a dog licker like herself. It turned out that he was just a womanizer who was eyeing the pot while eating from the bowl. Yi Jin instantly lost interest and said, let's go to the supermarket. Your godfather is buying today, so just buy whatever you like. As soon as Yi Jin said he would pay, the 3 of them immediately lit up. Yes, Yi Gu is awesome. Good for you, Yi Gu, you've struck it rich. Awesome, Yi Gu. The 3 of them went straight to the supermarket and started selecting things without any hesitation. Yi Jin said haughtily, your godfather has won the lottery, so don't you 3 save any money for me. On hearing Yi Jin's explanation, the 3 of them were even happier. Luo Xingqiang asked loudly, boss, do you have a shopping cart? Yang Sun, yes, give me one too. Sun Kai, I'll take 2 cases of Coke. Yi Jin laughed. Although the 3 of them had yelled loudly, they only spent less than 300 yuan in the end. Yi Jin's brows furrowed slightly when she paid the bill. How could they have only spent so little? Luo Xingqiang, hey, that's about right. Lao Yi, you can keep the change. Yi Jin looked at the other 2 and nodded. She knew they were thinking of themselves. After all, they knew full well how Yi Jin had struggled for the past 3 years. In many cases, they had to bail her out. So, although they had heard Yi Jin say she had won the lottery,
they had still been careful and only bought less than 300 yuan's worth of things.
Yi Jin thought for a moment and said, "Give me your meal card."
The three of them looked puzzled.
"Don't just stand there, give it to me."
After taking the meal card, Yi Jin walked towards the recharge station next to the supermarket. Between the station and the supermarket were a milk tea shop and a snack bar. It was outside the milk tea shop that Shin Miaoyu was sitting. It was only when Yi Jin passed by her that she got a good look at her face. Her skin was fair, with a hint of rosy red, like morning dew, exuding a radiant glow. Shin Miaoyu's facial features were exquisite, each one like a carefully carved work of art. Especially those eyes, bright and clear, like crystal gems. Overall, she gave Yi Jin a feeling of freshness and unworldliness, like the first flower of spring, giving people a feeling of being bathed in the spring breeze. But at the moment, those bright and clear eyes were filled with a touch of entanglement and helplessness.
It was obvious that she was embarrassed by Han Zijie.
Yi Jin saw Shin Miaoyu and felt a strong desire to protect him.
But she didn't want to get involved and walked straight towards the recharge point. He decided to repay his 3 roommates.
After all, they had helped Yi Jin a lot over the past 3 years.
The campus meal card could be used in the supermarket.
So Yi Jin decided to recharge their meal cards directly.
"Hello, teacher, I'm recharging." "Teacher, how much?" 10,000 yuan. Chapter 19, Stand Up for Yourself. "Teacher? Teacher, are you kidding?" "Yi Jin, no, these 3 cards, 10,000 yuan each." "Teacher?" "Yi Jin, just pay with your phone." The teacher, half believing, entered 30,000 yuan on the recharge machine. Unbelieving, he pushed the machine over. Yi Jin took out the payment code and scanned it. Ding, payment successful, 30,000 yuan. "Teacher, Sigma."
The teacher was momentarily dumbfounded. Who has students charging tens of thousands of dollars directly?
"Swipe the card, teacher." "Oh, okay, give it to me."
Yi Jin handed over 3 cards. After the teacher successfully completed the recharge, he still couldn't believe it and returned the cards to Yi Jin. At this time, the voice of the system also came to mind in Yi Jin's mind.
Ding.
The host has spent 30,000 yuan and received a cashback of 300,000 yuan, with a balance of 95.12 million.
Yi Jin didn't say much and then left the site. She was going to go back with her roommates. Pop.
At that moment, Yi Jin's arms suddenly felt full of softness. Upon looking closely, she realized that it was Shin Miaoyu, who had just gotten up, who had thrown herself into her arms.
"Sorry, classmate,"
Shen Miaoyu said softly.
"It's okay," Yi Jin replied politely.
Han Zijie, who was behind her, immediately rushed over and grabbed Shin Miaoyu's hand.
Anxiously, he said, "Miaoyu, don't go. Please say yes. I will be good to you." Shin Miaoyu said impatiently, "Please leave me alone. We are not suitable for each other. Don't waste your time on me." Shen Miaoyu's rejection was very decisive, without the slightest hesitation. There was no ambiguity. But Han Zijie didn't seem to want to let go, and still held Shen Miaoyu's hand and said,
"Miaoyu, our family is the famous Han group in Rongcheng.
We will definitely be very happy together. Just give me a chance." Shen Miaoyu shouted angrily, "Han Zijie, let go of me. I said, it is impossible for me to be with you. Don't force me."
At this time, more and more people gathered around to watch.
The discussion became louder and louder. "That's the young master of our school, and he's not bad looking. Yes, you're right, the sophomore school flower is really pretty.
No wonder people are after her, she's got the looks.
It's useless to say so much, she's clearly rejected. If I were the young master of the Han family, I wouldn't be so submissive, I would have gone long ago. Come on, the person you can think of has already been played with, they just want to eat the fine chaff." Yes, Han Zijie is not a devoted man.
But the guy Shin Miaoyu bumped into was quite handsome, and he felt like a good match for Shin Miaoyu.
What's the use of being handsome? Han Zijie has money, and being handsome can't pay the bills?
The onlookers discussed in a distracted manner. Many students took out their phones and started taking pictures. Shin Miaoyu, who was at the center of the event, was like an ant on a hot pan. She was awkwardly picking at her feet. Han Zijie was originally very angry that he had not received Shin Miaoyu's consent. Now so many people around him were talking. It made him feel increasingly uncomfortable.
In contrast, Yi-jin, who had involuntarily become involved, stood on the side of the two and watched the show.
Han Zijie seemed to be enraged, suddenly shouting at the students around him.
What the fuck are you looking at? You've got nothing better to do, right?
He turned around and pointed at a male classmate with a mobile phone, scolding him with a ferocious face.
You're filming, aren't you? The male classmate was scared and put away his mobile phone.
Then he pointed at the people around him and spat out his words.
Most of the people around him dared not speak out, and they either stopped talking or put away their phones. Han Zijie is notorious at school. Anyone who offends him doesn't have a good ending. It is said that he had his eye on a girl before.
But she had a boyfriend and rejected him clearly.
As a result, Han Zijie was not discouraged and took advantage of the girls' club meeting.
He got her drunk and took her by force. Later, when the boyfriend learned about it, he took his girlfriend to seek an explanation, but he was beaten up and ended up in the hospital. The two had no choice but to go to the police. But Han Zijie, relying on the Han family's network of connections, categorically classified the case as a lover's quarrel. In the end, he launched a crazy revenge against the boyfriend. As a result, the girl's boyfriend dropped out of school directly. And after Han Zijie had had enough fun, he directly kicked the girl away. This incident caused a sensation at the time.
But in the end, the school inexplicably suppressed it. This also caused Han Zijie's reputation to be completely opened up at school.
After this incident, everyone kept their distance from him.
Yi-jin of course knew of this Han Zijie's reputation, so he didn't want to meddle.
But at this time, the system's voice sounded. Ding, the host is being harassed by a playboy in public, and a system task is now issued. 1. Never mind, let him curse all he wants, I'm a godly rich guy, who's afraid of anyone. Weaklings don't deserve rewards. 2. Help Shin Miaoyu solve her problem, who doesn't like a hero saving a beauty reward, a sports car. 3. Help Shin Miaoyu solve her problem, publicly slap the rich brat in the face, and let everyone get some revenge reward, 100% stake in Hongfa Group, worth about 5 billion yuan.
This is a decisive choice. Any more delay is disrespectful to money.
After Han Zijie angrily yelled at the surrounding students,
he turned around and pointed the finger at Yi-jin. What the fuck are you still standing here for? Get the hell out of here. Originally, Yi-jin was planning to leave.
But who knew that Han Zijie would yell at her like that?
Damn it, just because you don't say anything doesn't mean you're afraid of me. There's a system in place, so what the fuck?
Yi-jin frowned slightly and said, watch your fucking mouth.
Don't fucking bark here. I don't have time to give a shit, so eat shit.
Yi-jin was merciless and blasted him directly. Shin Miaoyu also stared at this tall and handsome classmate with her clear eyes wide open.
She was also shocked. I never thought anyone would dare scold Han Zijie.
Han Zijie was shocked for a moment, his stunned eyes fixed on Yi-jin. He never thought Yi-jin would speak to him like that.
Han Zijie said in disbelief, what did you say?
Yi-jin replied in a clear voice, I said, go eat shit somewhere else. In fact, if it had been the old Yi-jin, she would never have dared speak to Han Zijie like that. But the current Yi-jin was different.
He is someone with connections, and he is not afraid of a little brat like you. Han Zijie's face instantly turned ashen when he heard Yi-jin's words. Furious, he said, kid, do you know who I am? Yi-jin said nonchalantly, no. Oh, you haven't heard of my name, Han Zijie? Han Zijie? Who the hell is that? Oh, I seem to remember. Yi-jin said unhurriedly, you are Han Zijie, the young master of the Hanshi group, right?
Hearing Yi-jin correctly state his identity, Han Zijie felt a little smug. His head tilted slightly, and his eyes looked flirtatiously at Yi-jin in front of him. Han Zijie said arrogantly, if you know, come here and kneel down and apologize to me. Otherwise, be careful, I'll make you regret it forever.
Chapter 20, Beating Han Zijie Up. Yi-jin heard Han Zijie's threat and didn't care at all. She said lightly, humph, stupid dog. Han Zijie? Shan Miaoyu? People around? Is this guy really so brave? He's the young master of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. How can you scold him like that? Han Zijie said a little dumbfounded, what? Say you're a stupid dog. He's just a useless young master who relies on his family to bully people. He keeps barking here like a stupid dog. You can't catch him no matter how hard you chase him, and it's useless to keep raging here about your incompetence. Calling you a stupid dog is an insult to dogs. Puff.
Shen Miaoyu covered her mouth and almost laughed. And when Han Zijie saw that Yi Jin didn't buy it at all, he even looked down on him and mocked him. Han Zijie instantly became furious and pointed at Yi Jin's nose and yelled at her.
Fine, fine, I'll show you the price of daring to offend me today. Stop, Han Zijie. Yi Jin didn't expect it when she was about to get ready to act.
Shen Miaoyu suddenly spoke up to stop her.
Han Zijie looked at Shen Miaoyu with some surprise. Then he said, "You get out of the way, Miaoyu, it has nothing to do with you. Han Zijie, this is between the two of us, don't involve others."
Han Zijie, however, said without distinguishing right from wrong, "No way, I must teach him a lesson today."
Shen Miaoyu continued, "It's obvious that you're taking out your anger on someone else first. Stop being unreasonable. It's really embarrassing."
Shen Miaoyu's eyes were full of impatience and disgust as she spoke. She hated Han Zijie for being such a spoiled, ignorant person.
And Han Zijie's character was also very bad.
He played around, went to bars, and partied with a bunch of people.
It was precisely because Shen Miaoyu knew Han Zijie's character that
she would never choose to be with him. It was completely Han Zijie who was falling for her. Seeing that Shen Miaoyu had actually spoken up in defense of Yi Jin, despite her own reputation,
Han Zijie became even more furious. He then angrily rebuked her, saying, "Shen Miaoyu, you actually spoke for a stranger? Am I not good enough for you? I bought you so many gifts, as well as flowers and luxury handbags. And now you actually dare to dislike me." Han Zijie's words were clearly laced with anger and a hint of questioning Shen Miaoyu.
However, Shen Miaoyu retorted, "I never wanted the things you bought me.
Moreover, I rejected you directly from the beginning. So don't bring up those words, they are meaningless."
Yi Jin heard these words.
His heart still increased his favorability towards Shen Miaoyu quite a bit.
After all, Shen Miaoyu is not like those other girls who keep fish. She rejected others directly. And she has never accepted any gifts from others.
This is already much better than the others.
Now, Shen Miaoyu has come forward again, not afraid of Han Zijie's power. Speaking up for herself, Yi Jin still felt a warm feeling in his heart. In contrast, Han Zijie had become an ant on a hot pan. He had lost face and was becoming more and more infuriated.
He shouted at Shen Miaoyu, "Shen Miaoyu, you bitch.
I spent so much money on you, and you just got yourself off the hook with one sentence. And you dare talk back to me for some little white face. I'll teach you this pair of dog and bitch."
After saying that, Han Zijie raised his arm and was about to blow it towards Shen Miaoyu's face.
Seeing this, Shen Miaoyu instinctively shrunk and tightly closed her eyes.
She cried out in a soft voice, "Ah!"
However, the slap did not land, but was firmly grabbed by Yi Jin.
Without giving Han Zijie time to react,
Yi Jin directly kicked him. This time, Yi Jin controlled the strength well, so he just kicked Han Zijie to the ground. There was not much damage. Han Zijie crawled on the ground, looking at Yi Jin with shocked eyes.
He has never been touched by anyone except for the elders in his family.
He never thought that today he would be kicked in front of so many people. This completely destroyed the face of young Master Han.
However, he would not let this go, and got up, pointing at Yi Jin and shouting, "How dare you hit me?" Saying this, Han Zijie charged at Yi Jin, wanting to regain face.
But Yi Jin was not used to putting up with him, no matter what kind of young master he was.
Just beat him up. Bang!
Yi Jin gave another kick, directly knocking Han Zijie to the ground. Seeing this, Han Zijie knew he couldn't win, and then he spoke angrily, "You fucking son of a bitch.
Dare to hit me, you motherfucker, go to hell.
I'll make your whole family die."
Han Zijie's face became more and more hideous.
He was now at the point of going crazy. But he didn't realize how much trouble these words had caused him.
Boom! Han Zijie's words touched Yi Jin's bottom line.
Reborn for a second time, the thing he values most is his family.
Han Zijie's blatant threat was something he could no longer tolerate.
Then, in full view of everyone, Yi Jin moved directly.
His body sat directly on Han Zijie's. Pop! A loud slap landed hard on Han Zijie's face.
Instantly, a red mark appeared on Han Zijie's face.
"Apologize. I said, damn it."
Han Zijie was relentless and continued to yell.
"Apologize. Damn it. Apologize. Apologize." Yi Jin's violent anger made everyone around him tremble with fear.
Shen Miaoyu, who was standing nearby, also stared with wide eyes and covered her mouth.
After a dozen slaps in a row, Han Zijie's face was swollen and puffy like a pig's head.
After Yi Jinzi had slapped him 10 times, his anger gradually subsided.
He let go of Han Zijie and stood up.
Looking down condescendingly at Han Zijie, who was now covered in blood, he said indifferently,
"When you see me in the future, remember to keep your head down when you walk. Don't think that everyone is a pushover. I won't let you get away with it." As soon as Yi Jinzi finished speaking, the people around them burst into applause. Good. Yes. This kid finally got a lesson. It's really gratifying. Hey, but I don't think Han Zijie will definitely let it go. Yes, although that man's beating was very gratifying, I don't know if he can withstand Han Zijie's retaliation.
It's none of your business, it's over with the satisfaction. I've been watching Han Zijie for a long time.
Cut it out. If you don't like it, go beat him up. Beat him up? Forget it, after all, he has an advantage. Yi Jin certainly didn't care about Han Zijie's retaliation. He didn't just beat people up because they insulted his family. More importantly, it was a reward. At this time, Han Zijie, who had been beaten, got up and fled in a panic. The bouquet of roses he had used to confess his love for her and the gift box he had bought were ignored by him. Yi Jin looked at Han Zijie, who was fleeing in a panic, and smiled secretly. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the task.
Chapter 21. Do you have abs? Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have completed the task of publicly slapping the spoiled brat.
Your reward has been distributed.
100% of the shares of Hongfa Group are yours. You may now go directly to Hongfa Investment Group Company, Limited to sign the contract for the transfer of shares. Yi Jin smiled to himself.
He had become a billionaire so quickly. It felt so good.
As the people around him dispersed, Yi Jin was ready to drive over to Hongfa Company to take a look.
But his 3 eldest sons came running over. Yang Sun, Yi, you're really something.
Sun Kai, holy shit, you're just unbeatable.
But Luo Xingxiang, who was standing nearby, said worriedly, "Hey, Yi, you have to be careful, that kid is no good, watch out for revenge." Yi Jin didn't think so, and laughed, "It's fine, if he dares to come, I dare to beat him up."
The 3 men laughed despite their worries.
"Oh, by the way, here are your campus cards. You'll graduate in less than 2 years, so I haven't charged you much." Yang Sun, "Hey, it's fine, we're all brothers." Sun Kai, "How much did you charge, Yi?" "Not much, 10,000 yuan each." Yang Sun, Sun Kai, Luo Xingqiang.
The 3 of them were dumbfounded, and for a moment, the 6 pairs of eyes looked at Yi Jin like they were looking at an alien.
Yang Sun, are you kidding us? Yi Jin frowned slightly and said indifferently, "Go and check for yourself, damn it. When have I ever dropped the ball?"
Sun Kai had already run to the recharge site to check.
After a while. Sigma. Laoi, are you serious?
I heard that Yang Sun and Luo Xingxiang also ran over.
Sigma. Sigma.
The sound of surprise was unceasing.
Yi Jin looked at the expressions of the 3 men indifferently, and even wanted to laugh.
"Come on, I still have things to do, you guys go back first, I'll take you for a drive some other day."
A drive? Lao Yi, you bought a car? Yang Sun asked in disbelief. Yes. Damn, that's awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Lao Yi, it seems you've really hit the jackpot. Yi Jin smiled and said contentedly, "That's right, okay, you guys find something to buy at school, I'll go first."
The reason why he gave each of his 3 roommates 10,000 yuan was.
That's because the 4 of them actually belonged to the same type of person.
They are all students from the countryside who have passed the entrance exam. So they really appreciate each other. Moreover, the 3 of them really treat Yi Jin as a brother. In the past life when Yi Jin was chasing Zhang Jiechi, he often went hungry. For a long time, the 3 of them took turns treating him to meals. Only in this way was Yi Jin able to eat well. Therefore, for Yi Jin, he is very grateful to them. At least in school, they were the best brothers to Yi Jin.
Eugene said goodbye to his 3 roommates and walked alone towards the parking lot. Classmate, wait a minute.
Eugene turned around and it was actually Shin Miaoyu shouting at him. Eugene waited for a while in place, and after Shin Miaoyu came over, they strolled together.
Do you need something? Eugene responded politely.
Shin Miaoyu organized her words and spoke softly.
Hello classmate, I'm Shin Miaoyu, a sophomore in the art department. May I ask your name? I'm Eugene, a junior in the computer science department.
I'm sorry about today, because of me you got into trouble.
Shin Miaoyu said a little embarrassed. Eugene waved his hand and said, hey, it's okay.
If it weren't for the fact that he wouldn't let go of a beautiful girl like you, I wouldn't have bothered.
Puff.
Shin Miaoyu covered her mouth and laughed.
Obviously, Eugene's joke made Shin Miaoyu smile faintly.
Eugene's joke did not cause Shin Miaoyu's dislike. Shin Miaoyu continued, Senior, no matter what, I still have to thank you for what happened today. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how to get rid of that Han Zijie.
Eugene laughed, hey, it's no big deal. He insulted me first, so I beat him up and helped you solve your problem in the process.
Shin Miaoyu said, Senior, you have to be careful.
Han Zijie is a very mean person. Be careful, he might come after you for revenge.
Eugene clenched her fists and waved them in front of Shin Miaoyu's face, pretending to say menacingly.
If he dares to come, I'll beat him up again until he's looking for his teeth on the floor.
Shin Miaoyu didn't quite agree, because he knew that Han Zijie might get a lot of help. Then he reminded her.
Senior, Han Zijie will get a lot of helpers, aren't you afraid? Eugene said calmly, afraid?
If I were afraid, I wouldn't be able to stand in front of you and beat him up without any worries.
That's true. One reason Eugene beat him up was because Han Zijie insulted him.
The other reason was of course to help Shin Miaoyu get rid of his trouble. It was also a chance to play the cliché of the hero saving the beauty. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it to heart. When Shin Miaoyu heard Eugene's words, a sudden sense of security welled up in her heart. She tilted her head slightly and used her intelligent, clear eyes to survey Eugene. She noticed that the lines on Eugene's profile were as clear as if he had been carved with an axe. His nose was high and straight, his eyes gazed forward with a bright, energetic expression.
And he was also very cleanly dressed. His height seemed to be perfectly proportioned.
Shin Miaoyu estimated Eugene to be 182 centimeters tall and his body was very well proportioned. At that moment, he suddenly felt that the senior in front of him seemed very handsome. For a moment, she was so mesmerized that her thoughts were in a whirl.
Lost in thought, she asked abruptly without thinking, do you have abs? Eugene? Shin Miaoyu?
As soon as the words came out, Shin Miaoyu immediately reacted, as if she had lost her temper. A blush immediately spread across his handsome face. She immediately explained, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. Although Eugene's expression did not change upon hearing this. She had already labeled Shin Miaoyu in her heart.
Body control. However, Eugene was still very happy about this.
After all, she had gone through the baptism of an extraordinary body, which was much stronger than the average person. Subsequently, Eugene simply replied lightly, yes.
8 pieces. Upon hearing Eugene's words, Shin Miaoyu said no more.
Her rosy cheeks were still there, only a little less embarrassed, with a slightly upward curving smile. Because she had heard about 8-pack abs, Shin Miaoyu had already unconsciously brought the image of Eugene into it. She was imagining what these 8-pack abs looked like on this senior. Then she shook her head firmly and stopped walking.
Shua, I'm sorry, but I have something to do, so I'll be going first.
Eugene didn't try to stop her, as the atmosphere was a little strange.
He just responded lightly, okay, let's chat again next time.
Upon hearing that they would chat again next time, Shin Miaoyu stood still, as if she had discovered something.
Shin Miaoyu thought to herself, damn it, why hasn't he come to ask for my green bubble yet? Does he want me to make the first move? If I make the first move, won't it look like I'm being too casual? How can I ask someone for a green bubble?
A myriad of greetings flashed through Shin Miaoyu's mind. Eugene, of course, could not see what Shin Miaoyu was thinking. But suddenly he remembered that there was something wrong with what he had just said, let's chat again next time.
There was no green bubble yet. How could they chat? Eugene asked Shin Miaoyu softly, why don't we add a green bubble and chat again when we have time? Chapter 22, Stay away from my car, I don't want it to get dirty.
Shin Miaoyu was obviously taken aback, but then she quickly took out her phone.
Shen Miaoyu's normally uncommunicative little heart instantly calmed down.
And she thought to herself, I almost said it, that was close.
Meow meow, the medical immortal requests to add you as a friend.
Seeing the green bubbles avatar, which was actually the avatar of an anime female character, a certain medical immortal, Yi Jin smiled to herself. She had never imagined that the school beauty, with her innocent and charming appearance, was also a manga fan. This was indeed a common interest with him. Yi Jin laughed, wow, I didn't realize that you were also a manga fan.
Hearing Yi Jin's teasing, Shen Miaoyu's mouth slightly lifted.
She said, yes, I love watching anime, and my favorite is Shaoishin. Yi Jin pretended to be enlightened, oh, I like it too. It seems we still have a lot in common.
Shen Miaoyu, hey, senior, let's chat again when we have time, I have to go first.
Okay. After seeing Shen Miaoyu leave, Yi Jin also stopped and walked towards the parking lot outside the school.
Because the parking lot is next to the food street outside the school,
so there will be a lot of students passing by on this road. Yi Jin walked to the parking lot and saw that her Ferrari was surrounded by two girls.
Is that a Ferrari?
So beautiful. Quick, take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments.
Here, you take the first one and I'll take the second. Snap. Snap.
The two girls were taking pictures of each other while holding milk tea in their hands, and they didn't notice that Yi Jin had already walked over. Yi Jin could only see clearly when she got closer, and realized that the two people were Zhang Jieqi and his best friend Yixinshin. In an instant, Yi Jin's heart fell to the bottom. She had gone to collect the company happily today, only to run into these two people again.
After she had previously gone to talk to Yi Jin.
Yi Jin's words had made him very angry, so she had found Yixinshin and they had wanted to go out for a stroll and take their minds off things. When they arrived outside the school, the two of them had bought a cup of milk tea and continued shopping, and just happened to see Yi Jin's Ferrari. The joy of the luxury car had dispelled the gloom in Zhang Jieqi's heart. The two of them started taking pictures, one after the other. Zhang Jieqi was the first to notice Yi Jin.
But now she had returned to her usual aloof demeanor.
After all, she had admitted her mistake, so what else did she want?
So Zhang Jieqi said disdainfully, Yi Jin, have you come to your senses? Yi Jin said a little confused, what are you talking about? Zhang Jieqi looked at Yi Jin, who looked confused and ignorant, and asked, aren't you here to apologize to me?
I'll tell you, I can't forgive you if you don't buy me a bag.
You know what, Yi Jin? Yi Jin was directly amused and laughed, who the hell are you? Is this girl that confident? I wasn't even prepared to make a move on her. And she's actually rushing to her death?
At this time, Yixinshin also noticed Yi Jin and added, oh, it turns out to be Yi Jin.
Now you finally figured it out? You're back to chase after my Jieqi?
I told you, how could the senior year school beauty Lu Qingyan possibly look at you?
Pay for your own loss, right? Zhang Jieqi, senior year's school beauty? What do you mean?
Yixinshin, the other day, my husband and I went shopping and saw Yi Jin and Lu Qingyan shopping together. I think he's trying to chase after someone else. And he even spent over 1 million yuan on someone else. He wasn't that angry when he heard that Yi Jin and Lu Qingyan were shopping together. But when he heard that Yi Jin had spent more than 1 million yuan,
Zhang Jieqi instantly flew into a rage. She shouted, what? Yi Jin, you actually dared to go shopping with another woman? And you spent more than 1 million yuan?
Yi Jin looked at the furious Zhang Jieqi, and a million thoughts of what the fuck went through her mind.
With a look of contempt in her eyes, she said nonchalantly, yes, so what? Zhang Jieqi was obviously even more angry, pointing at Yi Jin and scolding her, so what? You actually still dare to say what?
I thought you really wanted to chase after me, but I didn't expect you to be a scumbag who was eyeing other women while still with me. I let you buy a 20,000 yuan bag, but you can't even spare that, and you just handed it over to other women to spend millions on? Yi Jin, you really are a scumbag. Yi Jin said unhurriedly, that's my money, I can spend it however I like.
What, do you have a problem with that? You.
Zhang Jieqi was choked by Yi Jin's words. Yixinshin, however, added, Yi Jin, you used to tell Jieqi how much you loved her and liked her. It turns out that you were all just deceiving her.
You're so immoral.
Yixinshin stood on the moral high ground and bombarded Yi Jin.
Who knew that Yi Jin had no morals at all?
He pointed at Zhang Jieqi and retorted.
Morals?
Why don't you ask her, tricked me into going to a hotel, and then turned around and accused me of rape?
Upon hearing this, even He Xinshin was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect there to be such a thing. Zhang Jiechi sensed her best friend's surprised gaze and immediately explained, I said, I don't want to sue you. It was my father, somehow he got wind of what happened. He is the one who reported you. And you even asked the waiter to replace everything. You are completely fine, I have already explained it to you, why don't you listen and just let it go? He Xinshin heard Zhang Jiechi's explanation and understood the reason. But she continued to accuse, yes, Yi Jin, Jiechi has apologized, what more do you want? Regardless of the facts, aren't you at fault? Why do you have to be so picky with the girl? Delhi, Yi Jin saw clearly the two faces. He said impatiently, you really have double standards. And you're not even talking about the facts. Who the hell do you guys think you are? He Xinshin, I advise you to find a rich guy to hang around with, don't bark at me like a dog every day. It's really annoying. You. He Xinshin was also choked by Yi Jin's words and didn't know how to refute for a while. Zhang Jiechi saw this and continued to defend, Yi Jin, don't talk so harshly. I'll tell you, He Xinshin is my best friend, you must be nice to him. Otherwise, I will never speak to you again in my life. Yi Jin loved hearing this. He said with a hint of excitement, oh, it's a deal, double happiness. Originally, today was only a good thing to receive the company. Zhang Jiechi said this, so it is indeed a double blessing. Good. Zhang Jiechi glanced away from her. He Xinshin said, Jiechi, forget about this scumbag. I haven't taken any pictures yet, so hurry up and take some for me. Hearing He Xinshin's words, Zhang Jiechi also stopped arguing with Yi Jin. She took out her phone and was about to take a picture of He Xinshin. She saw that He Xinshin had the audacity to sit on the hood of a Ferrari. She struck a provocative pose. Yi Jin, of course, would not let her get away with it. She walked over directly and pulled He Xinshin's ankle, dragging her down. He Xinshin angrily cursed, what the hell are you doing? Yi Jin just said indifferently, stay away from my car, I'm afraid it'll get dirty. Chapter 23 Boss, hello? He Xinshin was dragged down by Yi Jin, and she instantly flew into a rage. She yelled angrily, what are you doing? Yi Jin's face was expressionless, and she just said indifferently, I said, stay away from my car, it's dirty. Your car? Zhang Jiechi said doubtfully. Yi Jin still had an expressionless face and didn't answer. He Xinshin also looked at Zhang Jiechi and Yi Jin with disbelief. She knew that Yi Jin had spent millions on her car. So for a moment she was still half believing it. But Zhang Jiechi said dismissively, Yi Jin, don't try to put on airs when you're broke. You only got 3 million in demolition compensation. You've already spent 1.2 million, and you have an older sister, so how could you possibly give all that money to her? Hearing this, He Xinshin felt like she was back on top. She immediately said, Yi Jin, don't try to attract our attention here. This car should be worth 4 or 5 million, can you afford it? Yi Jin didn't want to get into any more arguments with the two of them. She simply took out the car keys and pressed them. Drip! The two headlights of the Ferrari flashed once. Seeing this, Zhang Jiechi and He Xinshin both opened their mouths wide, oh. They couldn't believe it and looked at each other. They didn't think that the car really belonged to Yi Jin. Yi Jin didn't care about their expressions and sat in the car and started the engine. At this point, Zhang Jiechi reacted and immediately went to the window of the driver's seat. Flattering, she said, Yi Jin, this really is your car, isn't it? Yi Jin turned her head and said contemptuously, didn't you say you would never speak to me again? On hearing this, Zhang Jiechi's original smile froze, and she continued a little awkwardly, Yi Jin, that was just an angry remark. Now, I forgive you, and you don't have to buy me a bag. Let's make up. Yi Jin almost couldn't hold back from laughing. Did Liang give you the courage? What do you mean? Otherwise, why would you shamelessly post on here? On hearing this, Zhang Jiechi said a little awkwardly, Yi Jin, don't be angry, But after Zhang Jiechi finished speaking, Yi Jin interrupted directly. Stop. I have no interest in posting on the internet. Especially I have no interest in gold-digging women like you who can never be fed. Zhang Jiechi listened to Yi Jin's words and stood still in the same place. Yi Jin didn't care much and directly left the parking lot with the accelerator. He drove towards Hongfa Group. After a while, Yi Jin arrived at the bottom of Hongfa Group. This is a commercial plaza, and the Hongfa Group building is located in the commercial plaza.
Eugene drove to the underground parking lot, found the elevator, and arrived on the first floor.
Ding! The elevator doors opened, and the shiny lobby was already full of people.
They were holding banners and flowers, standing on both sides of the door.
They were ready to welcome the new boss.
Eugene also beamed a little smile when she saw this. But just as Eugene was about to go up to them, she was stopped by the security guard standing next to the elevator. The security guard shouted angrily, "Stop!" Eugene froze, looking at the young security guard in his early 20s. Seeing that Eugene was standing stock still, the security guard immediately questioned her.
"What are you doing? Can't you see that important activities are taking place here?" "Oh, I'm..."
Eugene's words were never finished as she was interrupted directly. The security guard urged in an extremely impatient tone.
"Just what is it? Hurry up and go, some important people are coming." Eugene did not get angry. He just calmly said, "I am your boss."
Hearing Eugene's words, the security guard began to look up and down at Eugene. Eugene was wearing a casual outfit that he had bought at a luxury goods store. He was wearing a pair of white casual sneakers. No matter how you looked at it, Eugene looked like a recent college graduate. How could he be the boss of a company worth tens of billions of dollars?
The security guard thought Eugene was talking nonsense and then directly mocked, "You are the boss? Then I am the boss's father. Stop talking nonsense here, go, if you delay the greeting today, I will get you."
Eugene heard the security guard's mocking words and said with some anger, "Is this how you treat your guests?
And you want to be the boss's father? Aren't you afraid that the boss will hear this?"
The security guard looked at Eugene, who looked serious and spoke neither deferentially nor impudently, and muttered to himself. But she still thought that the student in front of her could not be the boss. Then he didn't want to argue anymore and yelled directly, "Get out of here, get out of here.
I'm not in the mood to waste time with you here. You little brat, don't delay my mission. Otherwise I'll break your legs."
While saying this, the security guard began to push Eugene.
He tried to push Eugene away. But Eugene didn't budge and instantly pushed the security guard's hand away. "Oh ho, you dare to fight back. Looks like I have to get physical with you today and teach you a lesson." With that, he drew his baton from his waist. He really wanted to beat Eugene. Eugene, expressionless, shouted, "Don't move."
The security guard also temporarily stopped raising his baton. Eugene said calmly, "You despicable person who looks down on others.
This is a society ruled by law. How dare you beat someone in broad daylight? Who gave you the right?"
The security guard didn't care at all, snorted coldly. He said arrogantly, "My uncle is the general manager of the security department, so what if I beat you?
You trespassed on an important event and brought my uncle into disrepute. I'll be fine even if I beat you up, and my uncle will even reward me."
Looking at the security guard's condescending look, Eugene felt a wave of disgust. Then she said to the security guard, "You can go ask your uncle who Eugene is."
"After you've asked, I hope you can still be like this."
Hearing Eugene's words, the security guard's heart began to tremble. Of course, he had never heard of Eugene's name, let alone the fact that Eugene was the boss of their group. So since Eugene had mentioned his name, he had to be on the safe side just in case he offended someone. He then called his uncle Tianjun.
"Hello? What is it?" "Uncle, I have an unrecognized college student here."
There was a clear sense of resentment on the other end of the line, and an impatient response.
"An unrecognized college student? Why do you have to call me for such trivial matters? Get rid of him quickly, don't delay the task of welcoming the boss." "Uncle, that person is not leaving. He even said his name is Eugene. Do you know him, uncle?" "Eugene."
There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, as if he was thinking.
"Shit. Hello, uncle? Uncle? Say something. Stay where you are, I'll be right there."
The phone hung up, and the security guard clearly sensed that something was wrong.
His gaze at Eugene became scrutinizing.
There was no longer the arrogance he had just had.
In contrast, Eugene had a relaxed and indifferent expression on his face. In a moment, a pot-bellied man walked out of the elevator.
Seeing Eugene in front of him, he instantly broke out in a cold sweat.
He immediately bowed forward and humbly greeted, "Hello, boss." Chapter 24, Secretary Su Shu. Tianjun's words instantly made the young security guard's head explode. The two words "boss" kept echoing in his head. Who would have thought that? The boss of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate is actually such a young person. It looks like he's still a student.
Old, boss. The young security guard repeated after Tianjun. Instantly, he felt a wave of weakness in his body. He almost collapsed to the ground.
Yi Jin looked at the dumbfounded security guard and said indifferently, "Now do you know who I am?"
"Yes, I know, boss." Yi Jin's words made him feel a sharp shock in his heart. And Tianjun also sensed that something seemed to be wrong between the two of them. Then he looked sideways at his domineering nephew.
Glaring at him angrily, he scolded him fiercely, "What have you done to the boss?" "No, nothing, I didn't know he was the boss." "This is the boss, what the hell have you done? You're such a good for nothing."
While he was talking, Tianjun's cold sweat was dripping non-stop, and he was sad. Tianjun's voice was relatively strong, and he raised his voice. His angry voice carried to the middle of the hall. No one knew who was the first to hear the words boss. Several people who were originally standing on both sides of the lobby looked towards Yi Jin. They just saw a middle-aged man groveling to a young man. Some of the older employees clearly saw that the middle-aged man was their general manager of security. Suddenly, the crowd began to stir.
Someone shouted, "It's the boss is here." Just one shout set off a wave. Everyone turned to look. The executives naturally recognized Tianjun at a glance. At this time of day, who else but the boss could make Tianjun grovel? At this moment, the company's general manager Huang Hailing immediately walked towards Yi Jin. In no time, the crowd had surrounded Yi Jin. Huang Hailing immediately greeted, "You must be Yi Jin, Yi boss, right?"
"I am the general manager of the company, my name is Huang Hailing."
"Hello." Huang Hailing extended his hand enthusiastically.
Yi Jin naturally shook Huang Hailing's hand, and then asked with a flat tone but with a hint of accusation. "General Manager Huang gave me an unforgettable welcome ceremony." Upon hearing these words from Yi Jin, Huang Hailing's brows slightly furrowed.
His originally enthusiastic smile instantly froze.
He glanced over and saw Tianjun standing aside, looking a little evasive, and the security guard behind him shivering.
With a very angry tone, he asked, "Tianjun, what the hell have you done?" Tianjun stammered, "I." Yi Jin interrupted directly, "Manager Tian's nephew wants to be my father. He even threatened to break my legs."
Upon hearing this, Huang Hailing's heart trembled. He never expected that on the first day the boss came, he almost became someone else's son. If this gets out, where will his face as the general manager of Hongfa Group be? Tianjun on the side even secretly cursed, "You piece of shit, you actually dug such a big hole for me."
The security guard behind him was too scared to say a word. Huang Hailing shouted angrily, "Tianjun, you actually dropped the ball at such a critical moment. From today onwards, you don't need to come to work at the company anymore. And your nephew, get the hell out of here together with me."
"No, General Manager, I'm sorry. Tianjun said with a face full of pleading to Huang Hailing. Huang Hailing, however, was expressionless and unmoved. Tianjun turned to Yi Jin and pleaded again, boss, please forgive me, I was wrong, I will definitely change for the better.
Please forgive me. Please, boss." Tianjun was in tears and almost knelt down to Yi Jin.
Originally, Yi Jin really wanted to let it go. But Yi Jin was soft-hearted but not hard-headed. Whether or not Tianjun was involved in this matter, there was definitely a connection. Otherwise, his nephew would not have been so arrogant. However, at this point in time, it was actually better not to fire Tianjun. As the boss, you have to know how to use both kindness and threats to win people over as soon as possible.
Huang Hailing could see that Yi Jin was hesitating.
He then leaned over to Yi Jin's ear and whispered, "Boss, in fact, Lao Tian is quite upright. He has never made any mistakes at work and has always been very conscientious and dedicated. His mother has been bedridden for many years, and his wife has been taking care of her, so they don't have much income.
He is the sole breadwinner for the whole family. Directly firing him would be a great blow to their family. You see,
a smart subordinate is one who, when the leader is unsure, proposes the choice that best suits the leader's intentions. This is what he, Huang Hailing, should do." The anger he just showed was also for everyone present to see. After all, the boss's face must not be offended. Using both kindness and severity is the best way to win people's hearts. Yi Jin saw the words that Huang Hailing had passed to his lips and agreed.
Okay, this matter is mainly his nephew's problem.
His nephew has no respect, insults at will, and greatly damages the image of our company, so fire him directly.
Tianjun will bear the management responsibility and have his 3-month bonus withheld. Yi Jin's 2 words brought Tianjun back to his senses. Okay, thank you, boss, I will definitely not let you down. Tianjun was so moved that tears were about to come out.
Not a saint, this person will still have a part to play later.
He is a middle-aged man approaching 40, if he loses this job. He really doesn't know how to support his family.
At this moment, Huang Hailing immediately stepped in to smooth things over.
Boss, all the staff at Hongfa Group welcome your arrival.
As Huang Hailing finished speaking, there was a round of warm applause from everyone present.
Boss, let me introduce you. This is your secretary, Su Shu.
Yi Jin turned her head and saw a pure and lustful beauty in a professional little suit and black silk high heels with a wrap around the hips walking over.
Hello, boss, my name is Su Shu.
Yi Jin began to size up her secretary. Her dark brown hair was tied back with a barrette and held firmly in place. Her face was standard oval with delicate features. Her bright eyes were filled with a hint of worry.
Her nose was slightly upturned and her lips were full and red.
Su Shu's mature and elegant demeanor was on full display.
Yi Jin simply responded, Okay, Secretary Su, I'll leave the work to you from now on.
Of course, boss. Su Shu looked at her boss, who was so young and handsome. There was a flutter in her heart. Especially after noticing Yi Jin's scrutinizing gaze. A myriad of scenes flashed through her mind. There was even the time when Yi Jin forced her.
There was no choice. Now she could only take things one step at a time. Seeing that everything had been settled,
Yi Jin also said to the others, You all go ahead, let Secretary Su show me around.
Hearing Yi Jin's order, everyone slowly dispersed. Yi Jin and Su Shu went to the office. Clang!
The door was closed with a crisp sound, and Su Shu couldn't help but flinch.
Su Shu, does the boss want to do it in this kind of place? Su Shu, I don't even have a boyfriend yet, he's not going to force himself on me, is he? Su Shu, what should I do? Su Shu, even if he is the boss, he can't do anything to me. The worst that can happen is that I quit.
With 1,000 thoughts racing through her mind, Su Shu was a little dazed.
She was a very ambitious person with a strong work ethic.
She had graduated from a prestigious university and hoped to make a big splash at Hongfa Group. Her previous boss was a greasy, pot-bellied old man who often made advances on her. She was very torn by her boss. On the one hand, this job is hard to come by, but on the other hand, she cannot accept the workplace's unspoken rules. So she decided to quit, and just today she suddenly learned that she has a new boss. She clung to a glimmer of hope and stayed on.
But if Yi Jin is the kind of person who wants to engage in workplace underhandedness, she can just leave.
In short, she will not give up her body so easily.
Chapter 25 Yi Jin's Label.
At this time, Su Shu's mind had already thought of everything she could think of. Yi Jin, of course, had no idea about the psychological activities of this royal secretary behind her. Yi Jin called out, Secretary Su, tell me about the situation of the group.
Hearing Yi Jin's words, Su Shu reacted instantly as if she had been electrocuted.
Righteously, she said, I want to resign. Yi Jin was directly dumbfounded.
I haven't done anything, and you want to resign? Secretary Su, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about me? Hearing Yi Jin's words, Su Shu seemed to realize that something was wrong.
But the words had already been spoken, and she would not take them back. Immediately, she simply said, Boss, I am a secretary with professional ethics.
I refuse to do anything behind the scenes.
Upon hearing this, Yi Jin turned around and looked at Su Shu from top to bottom. This woman may seem very resolute, but from the way she dares not look at herself directly and the slight hesitation in her expression,
Su Shu doesn't have any cards to play at all.
Yi Jin didn't get angry either, but asked softly, When did I say I wanted to secretly seduce you?
Ah, boss, you?
Yi Jin laughed, not expecting this extremely mature and sexy female secretary to have so much inner drama. Then Yi Jin was prepared to tease her.
Do you have a boyfriend? Su Shu froze for a moment, but then she answered, No, I don't. Yi Jin said, I don't have a girlfriend either. You say you don't want to engage in the hidden rules of the workplace? But I'm a bachelor, and it's inevitable that I'll be attracted to a stunning secretary like you.
Su Shu said, somewhat incredulously, this.
Yi Jin continued, Secretary Su, can't it be because you really like me? Or maybe I'm ugly and you don't even look at me? No, boss, you're very handsome. Well, in that case, if it's out of genuine affection, would you still refuse? Su Shu, this boss is too direct. Su Shu, I'm not ready yet. Su Shu, the boss is handsome and wealthy, so it doesn't seem impossible. Su Shu, no, Su Shu, this is wrong. You're a man who wants to accomplish great things. After a long pause, Su Shu replied, Boss, I'm not ready yet. Upon hearing this, Yi Jin's mouth curled up slightly, as if she had gotten her way, and she said, Ha, Secretary Su, I was just joking. Don't take it personally. Upon hearing this laughter, Su Shu's cheeks instantly turned red to the roots of her ears. There was a sense of loss in her heart. However, it still did not prevent her from secretly criticizing Yi Jin in her heart. Su Shu, what a bad boss, he actually molested me. Yi Jin said, Don't worry, Secretary Su, I won't get involved in that kind of stuff. Hearing this, Su Shu's heart was finally relieved. Su Shu, this boss isn't that bad. But if you take the initiative to want something to happen, I won't refuse, ha ha. Su Shu rolled her eyes, as if looking at her own nemesis and giving Yi Jin a glance. Su Shu, the boss is quite nice, but he is a bit of a smartass. Unbeknownst to her, Su Shu had already labeled Yi Jin as a smartass. Yi Jin stopped teasing Su Shu and formally asked, Secretary Su, please give me a detailed introduction to the company. Su Shu also put aside her previous thoughts and responded seriously. Boss, the group company is currently mainly engaged in Hongfa Square, which is a large commercial plaza with tens of thousands of businesses and companies, with a total accumulated asset size of nearly 5 billion. At the same time, the company also participates in investing in a number of companies, including the tertiary industries of tourism, film, and catering and accommodation. It has a total of more than 4,000 regular employees and tens of thousands of outsourced employees. Yi Jin nodded slightly after hearing this. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, Does our company dabble in foot massage parlors and other entertainment venues? Yi Jin's original intention was to inquire about the domineering foot massage. But the speaker had no intention, and the listener was attentive. As soon as she heard foot massage, many question marks flashed through Su Shu's mind. Su Shu, the boss loves foot massage. She unconsciously gave Yi Jin a cold glance. Seeing this, Yi Jin could only smile slightly to hide her embarrassment. After a while, Su Shu replied, We are not involved in foot massage establishments. However, we do have a stake in part of the Royal KTV. Royal KTV, that luxurious entertainment city. Yi Jin suddenly became interested and then said, How much do we own? Su Shu said, We only own 10% of the shares, and the rest is owned by 4 other companies. They are, the Han Group owns 45%, the Wang Real Estate Group owns 20%, the Dekong Group owns 15%, and the Hongxing Technology Group owns 10%. Yi Jin rubbed his chin. The man who beat him up today was the young master of the Han Group. I didn't realize that my company was still connected to them. As for the others, there is no intersection. And Lu Qingyan's matter has not been completely resolved, so the matter of brother who is not over. The matter of retaliating against Zhang Jieqi's family also has to be done. After a few minutes, Yi Jin made up her mind. Right now, Lu Qingyan's matter is the most important. The matter of Zhang Jieqi can be advanced simultaneously. As for the Han family, forget it, we'll deal with it as it comes. Yi Jin said to Su Shu, First, investigate all the information about Xiai, the general manager of overbearing foot massage, and Wang Hu, who set up the loan sharking scheme. Second, investigate Zhang Chengjuan's interpersonal relationships, especially his official connections. Su Shu was very professional and quickly took notes. However, she also asked doubtfully, Boss, do you want to buy overbearing foot massage? No, there are some things I can't tell you, just do as I say. Su Shu nodded doubtfully and didn't ask any more. So who is this Zhang Chengjun? Zhang Chengjun is the father of Zhang Jieqi in our class. He once framed me, I have to check it out. This time Su Shu understood, Yi Jin is going to start taking revenge on others. Yi Jin continued, By the way, Su Shu, how old are you? Su Shu was momentarily taken aback and responded somewhat incorrectly, I'm 26. In the future, then I'll call you Little Su. Secretary Su is strange. Okay, fine. Su Shu said awkwardly. Let's go out together today, I want to go buy a house. Okay, whatever the boss says. The two went to the basement to get ready to drive. Boss, I arranged for the company car, you don't need to drive your own car. It's fine, I prefer driving my own car. Su Shu nodded, then asked in puzzlement, Boss, you haven't bought a house yet, so where are you living now? Yi Jin laughed, in the school dormitory. Chapter 26, Villa in Yulong Bay. Su Shu was shocked. She never imagined that her boss was still a university student. Su Shu admired and said, Well, you are really something. You are not the son of a wealthy family in hiding, are you? Otherwise, how could a university student buy Hongfa Group for the full price? Yi Jin didn't say anything in response. After all, this was a gift from the system. He would never tell anyone about the system. After half an hour, the two arrived at the Royal Dragon Bay in Chengdu. This is a famous villa area in Chengdu. The cheapest villas here are worth tens of millions of yuan. But for Yi Jin, this was undoubtedly a good opportunity to spend money. Yi Jin and Su Shu went to the sales hall of Royal Dragon Bay. They were warmly received by the sales staff. The whole process went very smoothly. Yi Jin directly bought a villa worth 70 million yuan. The procedures took half a day to complete. After the purchase, Yi Jin also received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 70 million yuan, getting a cashback of 700 million yuan. The current balance is 725 million yuan, a single purchase exceeds 1 million yuan, and you have earned 70 points of Xinhao points this time, current points, 1080 points. Yi Jin nodded with satisfaction. Soon, Yi Jin entered her new home. Looking at this 3-story small villa covering an area of 1,800 square meters, Yi Jin was still a little excited. As soon as you enter the villa, there is a large garden, with a rockery on the left and a quiet gazebo on the right. Entering the interior of the villa, the first thing that catches the eye is the spacious and bright living room, with a high ceiling that makes the whole space seem even more open and airy. The living room is decorated in a simple yet luxurious style, with elegant furniture and exquisite decorations that show the designer's taste and quality of life. The villa's 3 floors are laid out in a reasonable manner, with each floor having its own functional area, including an e-sports room, gym, entertainment room, office, and so on. Yi Jin arrived at the bedroom on the 3rd floor without haste. The entire bedroom was spacious and bright, equipped with luxurious bathroom facilities and a cloakroom. The balcony outside the bedroom was uniquely designed and overlooked the entire courtyard and the surrounding beautiful scenery. There was a small private swimming pool at the back of the villa. It would really be a great place to have a private party. Su Shu, standing next to Yi Jin, was also full of envy. Su Shu, if I could live in a villa like this, it would be worth dying. Seeing Su Shu's expression, Yi Jin also said, Let's have dinner together tonight. No, boss, Don't decline, I don't have any other thoughts about you. Su Shu was slightly startled on hearing this. Instantly, she looked at Yi Jin with a hint of anger between her brows. She thought to herself, Am I not pretty? Do I have a bad figure? Do I not arouse the slightest bit of interest in you? Then she gave Yi Jin a resentful glance. I was just joking. There are no longer any superiors and subordinates, only handsome guys and beautiful girls. How about treating this as a celebration of my housewarming? Yi Jin immediately changed her tone and said. Su Shu's mood improved a lot after hearing this, and she said, That's more like it. These high-end villas are all equipped with exclusive butlers. Yi Jin instructed her butler to prepare a few good dishes. And in no time at all, the dining table was full of all kinds of delicacies. There was Australian lobster, king crab, wagyu beef, black truffles, deer antler, and so on. Su Shu raised her glass first. Congratulations on the boss's new luxury home. And thank you for treating me to this sumptuous meal. You're welcome. The two of them switched glasses. Su Shu is a career woman, so she can drink a little red wine without any problem. But if it's white wine, she's not so good. And Yi Jin, because of his extraordinary body, red wine is a piece of cake for him. Boss, how come you're so rich, you can buy a 70 million villa just like that? And you didn't even use company money. You know, boss, the company's current working capital is only about 100 million. When I saw that you were going to spend 70 million yuan on a villa, I really wanted to stop you. But who knows, you just used your own money. I'm really curious how much money you have on your card. It's because of the wine. Su Shu also started to talk more. Without any hesitation, she asked Yi Jin about the balance of her bank card. Yi Jin said nonchalantly, Hey, there's not much, but it's enough. Su Shu was stunned. Enough. What does enough mean? If you spent 70 million today, will you spend 100 million tomorrow? How can that be considered enough?
At this moment, Yi Jin felt a sense of mystery in her heart.
Su Shu said disdainfully, "Che, what a fake."
Boss, today you said that your classmate's father,
Zhang Chengjun, how did they actually set you up? Su Shu asked curiously.
Yi Jin, fueled by the alcohol, also recounted her experience without any concern.
Su Shu was also shocked beyond belief.
She never imagined that there were such fathers and daughters in the world. They didn't care about their reputation and set up such a conspiracy to frame Yi Jin.
After the shock, anger set in.
If it wasn't for Yi Jin's foresight, she would probably have to serve her sentence in prison.
Boss, what are you going to do?
Yi Jin took a sip of the wine in her glass.
He said slowly, Zhang Chengjun likes to gamble, so let him continue to do so, and let him gamble every day without any worries.
Zhang Juqi is a student, so set up a scheme and find an opportunity to let her experience what it's like to be in prison. Listening to Yi Jin's words, Su Shu felt a chill in her heart. Her hand, which was originally drinking, stopped in shock. She never expected that Yi Jin, who seemed to be such a sunny and handsome person, could actually be so deep.
Why, do you think I'm too harsh?
Su Shu's hand, which had been listening, slowly moved and put the wine glass down. She shook her head and said lightly, "No, I haven't experienced what you've been through, so I don't know how I would feel. But I do know the saying, don't advise others to be kind without having experienced their suffering."
Boss, since you have these thoughts, I will support you.
But I hope that you don't make a mistake out of hatred and cross the line, because then you will lose more than you gain. Su Shu's words were very neutral and rational. But Yi Jin found them very useful. He had to admit that his impression of Su Shu had improved a lot.
Ding!
The sound of a text message alerted Su Shu.
Su Shu picked up her phone and looked at it.
Instantly, her pupils shrank and she looked excitedly over at Yi Jin.
She said excitedly, "Boss, I have news."
Yi Jin also perked up instantly when she heard this.
Anxiously, she asked, "What's going on?" "Su Shu, I found out about Zhang Chengjun's social connections." "Tell me."
"Zhang Chengjun does have a very close brother who works in the police station."
Yi Jin became interested. This person must be the one who helped Zhang Chengjun in his previous life. He asked anxiously, "Who is it?" Su Shu looked at the information and said indifferently, "His name is Lu Bo." Chapter 27, Car Accident.
Even though Yi Jin knew in advance that Zhang Chengjun had connections at the police station, she was still slightly shocked when she heard the name Lu Bo.
After all, it was Lu Bo who investigated his case that day. But then she thought, Zhang Juqi came out and went to school normally on the third day. He wasn't even detained. Clearly there was something wrong.
In that case, Lu Bo is quite strange.
Yi Jin continued, "Does he have any other connections?" Su Shu said, "Among Zhang Chengguo's connections, the only one with an official background is Lu Bo." Yi Jin pondered.
In his previous life, Lu Bo even helped Zhang Chengjun confirm his crime of rape. The final sentence was 10 years in prison, the maximum punishment. Therefore, Yi Jin, who was in prison in her previous life, believed that in addition to the police station, there must also be someone from the procuratorate or the court. But all of this was also her own speculation.
Yi Jin nodded slightly. "Well, it was kind of a gain."
Su Shu said, "Boss, we found out that the place Zhang Chengjun often goes to is Hongpeifang."
Yi Jin muttered, "Hongpeifang?" Su Shu, "Well, on the surface, Hongpeifang is a normal tea house. In fact, underground, it is a casino. I think Zhang Chengjun often goes to the underground casino in Hongpeifang."
Yi Jin smiled slightly, without answering, just thinking about something.
After a while, Su Shu asked, "Boss, what are you going to do?"
"No need to move him for now, find out who the boss of Hongpeifang is and pay him a visit sometime."
Su Shu said, "Oh, okay. By the way, we have news about Overbearing Foot Massage too. The general manager of Overbearing Foot Massage is Xiaoyi, the person you mentioned. Although the company run by Brother Tiger and Xiaoyi's Overbearing Foot Massage have no financial dealings on the surface, there are some connections behind the scenes. However, the people behind the two have not been found yet." Yi Jin didn't say anything, knowing that the two were related. Yi Jin continued, "Keep investigating." Su Shu said, "Okay, boss. By the way, Su Shu, you can decide things for the company for me. You know, I still have to go to school." Su Shu gave Yi Jin a look and said teasingly, "Aren't you afraid that I'll sell your company or embezzle it?" Yi Jin didn't care. It's fine, if it's you, why not give it all to you?
Su Shu froze for a moment, and the red wine glass in her hand stopped moving unconsciously.
Puff. Boss, you really know how to joke. I'm just a secretary, how could I manage such a big company?
Yi Jin, however, said without hesitation, I believe in you.
Su Shu froze again.
Looking at Yi Jin's expressionless face, she said indifferently that she was allowed to manage such a big company. Su Shu was tempted. She was not tempted by such a large fortune, but she was indeed very tempted. After all, she was still living in a rented room. But more importantly, Yi Jin trusted her and she had ambitions of her own.
Su Shu nodded solemnly and said, "Thank you, boss." But then, changing the subject, he continued, "Boss, I've done so much, don't you think I deserve a pay rise?"
Yi Jin smiled slightly and whispered, "Your salary will be increased by 5 times, and the salaries of all other employees will be increased by 20%.
Su Shu heard Yi Jin's words and thought, Omega Omega. Holy cow, that's so generous. His current salary is almost 12,000 yuan. A 5-fold increase would be 60,000 yuan.
Not only would it completely solve the pressure of living in Chengdu, it would even save up enough money to buy a house.
Subsequently, Su Shu excitedly said, "Thank you, boss, you're so generous."
Yi Jin became more and more uncomfortable under Su Shu's flattery.
So Yi Jin ended the conversation directly.
In the end, after the two had a meal, Su Shu did not stay behind. Escorted by the butler, he returned to his rented house. Yi Jin, on the other hand, slept soundly in his new villa. There was no word exchanged that night. The next day, Yi Jin drove his Ferrari to school.
Wow, that's a Ferrari 296 GTS. Holy shit, it's worth 4 to 5 million. Who is this guy, so rich? Could it be Han Zijie? No, Han Zijie's car is a 1 million Porsche, not a Ferrari.
From the moment Yi Jin got out of the car, many girls' eyes widened.
Wow, so handsome and so rich. Handsome guy, can I add a green bubble? Handsome guy, I want one too, I want one too.
Yi Jin was surrounded by several girls. But Yi Jin seemed to be uninterested in these girls.
He rejected them one by one. Just then, a familiar voice rang out, "Hey, senior, we meet again."
Yi Jin turned his head and saw Shen Miaoyu behind him wearing a white t-shirt, tight jeans, and a pair of white sneakers. Carrying a small school bag, she stood there staring blankly. Her eyes were curved, with a hint of a smile as she looked at Yi Jin.
"Oh, it's you, Little Medical Fairy."
Little Medical Fairy is Shen Miaoyu's online name, and also her favorite anime character. Shen Miaoyu said with some embarrassment, "Senior, don't call me by my online name."
"Ha, I was so impressed by your avatar that I couldn't help but call you by your online name." Shen Miaoyu said, "Ha, it's okay." "This is your car?" "It's quite a nice car."
Yi Jin noticed that there was no infatuation in Shen Miaoyu's eyes as there would be in the eyes of other girls. It was just a tone of praise.
There was also no excessive liking or meaning of climbing onto the bandwagon. This was somewhat unexpected for Yi Jin. He responded, "Yes."
Shen Miaoyu's tone became slightly cold as she said, "It seems that your family is quite good."
"It's probably not worse than Han Zijie's family, right?"
Yi Jin noticed a slight change in Shen Miaoyu's tone. Although Yi Jin didn't know why, he simply explained, "No, I made some money from an investment before, it wasn't bought by my family." After hearing this, Shen Miaoyu's tone instantly changed.
Surprised, she said, "Wow, you're so amazing, you were able to make so much money from an investment in college, it seems like you're very capable, senior." Yi Jin scratched his head and responded awkwardly, where, just lucky." Shen Miaoyu said enthusiastically, "Senior, do you have any plans for tonight?" "Oh, not at the moment." "Why?" Shen Miaoyu said, "Our dance club is having a rehearsal tonight. Can you come and watch?" Yi Jin said, "Sure, I'll be there." "Then it's a deal. See you there, senior." "Okay." After saying that, Shen Miaoyu and Yi Jin happily said goodbye and went to class. Just after Shen Miaoyu left, Yi Jin's phone suddenly rang. Beep, beep, beep.
The caller ID was exactly Lu Qingyan.
"Hello? Senior."
Yi Jin only heard desperate and helpless crying coming from the other end of the phone.
"Junior, woo. My mother had a car accident." Chapter 28, The Desperate Lu Qingyan. Upon hearing Lu Qingyan's phone call, Yi Jin instantly flew into a rage.
Without thinking, she absolutely wanted revenge.
With a low voice, she asked, "Where are you now?" Lu Qingyan, we are currently at the Second People's Hospital.
Okay, don't worry, just wait, I'll be right there. Yi Jin now didn't care about the class, and immediately got into the car and drove to the Second People's Hospital. It was the morning rush hour, and Yi Jin's car was moving very slowly. It took her more than half an hour to drive the 10 kilometers. At this time, in the emergency room of the hospital, Lu Qingyan, who was accompanying her mother, looked haggard. He anxiously asked the doctor who was administering first aid.
Doctor, how is my mother?
A middle-aged man in a white coat said, the situation is not good.
The injured person has just had surgery.
She was already weak, and then she was in a car accident. Now her wound has ruptured, and there are signs of heavy bleeding. And the additional fractures have also caused her considerable harm. According to observations, the area of her surgery has already shown signs of recurrence, which is likely to be life-threatening.
The doctor's words were like a bolt from the blue, instantly exploding in Lu Qingyan's mind.
Her body was like a kite with a broken string, and she collapsed to the ground in an instant. Fortunately, the nurse next to her was quick-witted. She immediately helped Lu Qingyan to her feet. But the shock of her mother's illness had left her unable to use her legs. After a while, Lu Qingyan could only say weakly, "Doctor, please save my mother.
She's all I have left." The middle-aged doctor nodded solemnly and said firmly, "Don't worry, we'll do our best."
The doctor stopped talking nonsense and did his best to save Lu Qingyan's mother. Lu Qingyan could only sit helplessly on the side, crying woefully.
"Get out of the way."
At this time, a group of burly men shoved the hospital security guard aside.
They looked ferocious and were definitely from the underworld. They came up to Lu Qingyan.
They looked at her haughtily.
"It was your man who got Brother Tiger into the hospital, right?"
Lu Qingyan looked at the people in front of her, and her tear-filled eyes were no longer filled with grievance. Instead, they were filled with endless anger. She knew very well that by mentioning Brother Tiger, it meant that these people were most likely here to take revenge on her. The people in front of her were the ones responsible for her mother's serious injuries.
Lu Qingyan's original plan was to stay in the hospital until her mother underwent a second surgery.
However, the surgery at the hospital was scheduled for 5 days later. Lu Qingyan's mother always felt that staying in the hospital was too expensive, and insisted on going home first. Lu Qingyan, who could not persuade her mother, could only give in to her wishes. The two returned to the temporary rented home yesterday.
After settling everything, Lu Qingyan went back to school because she had something to do.
But early this morning, Lu Qingyan originally planned to go to the hospital with her mother for a checkup. She had just arrived at the hospital gate when she saw her mother waiting for her across the street. Suddenly, an out-of-control pickup truck slammed into her mother head-on. Lu Qingyan just watched as her mother was knocked to the ground by the pickup truck and bled uncontrollably. Panicked, she was at a loss for what to do. With the help of the people around her, she took her mother to the hospital. Desperate and helpless, she could only call Yi Jin. At that time, Yi Jin had not yet arrived, but these people had. Looking at this group of fierce gangsters,
Lu Qingyan's anger had already flared up. She gritted her teeth and said, "It was you who hit my mother?"
The man in charge was named Zhang Chang, and he was the leader of this group of people. He was also Wang Hu's brother. He said with a somewhat domineering face, "Yo, you bitch, don't talk nonsense.
We are good law-abiding citizens. Framing is a crime.
Lu Qingyan, you bunch of scum, actually caused a car accident. Zhang Chang, bitch, my brother Wang Hu had his hands broken, and I'm here to demand justice for him today."
Lu Qingyan, he deserved it.
Zhang Chang, okay, what it deserved, he was disabled, I have nothing to say.
But it doesn't matter if you get beaten up, it's not okay if you break the rules. It doesn't matter if your contract was taken away. But the money you owe still has to be paid.
Zhang Chang said this while turning his head to look at the bed in the emergency room where Lu Qingyan's mother was lying. Then he spoke in an extremely contemptuous tone.
Today's incident is considered interest.
For the rest, you just need to pay back the principal of 200,000 yuan, and pay interest on the remaining 800,000 yuan, and we'll be even. Lu Qingyan simply would not believe his words about being even, and continued to glare at Zhang Chang fiercely, as if he wanted to tear apart all the evildoers in front of him with his eyes.
The anger in Lu Qingyan's heart grew stronger and stronger. Whoosh! She could no longer suppress the impulse in her heart, and instantly got up. Pop!
Lu Qingyan raised her hand with lightning speed and slapped Zhang Chang straight in the face.
Zhang Chang didn't react in time and took the slap straight in the face. Boom!
Zhang Chang instantly exploded with rage, his face contorted as he shouted, "Bitch, you dare hit me?
I'll make you die."
He grabbed Lu Qingyan's long hair with one hand and pulled her face over.
Pop!
Zhang Chang slapped her, his powerful hand smacking her cheek.
Instantly, a bright red five-fingered handprint appeared on Lu Qingyan's beautiful cheek. A hot and burning sensation swept through Lu Qingyan's entire body.
It made her unable to help but scream out.
Ah! Zhang Chang grabbed Lu Qingyan's hair and said viciously, "Bitch, you dare to hit me? I'll show you what it means to be in hell."
The doctors and patients around looked at these ferocious and lawless people. They were all too afraid to speak out. Some people wanted to call the police, but they were controlled one by the little brothers brought by Zhang Chang.
The entire rest area of the resuscitation room was firmly under Zhang Chang's control.
In fact, he just wanted to intimidate Lu Qingyan today. At the same time, the broken rules had to be restored. Originally, this matter should have been handled by Wang Hu. But that guy had been lying in the hospital. So the boss sent him to restore the broken rules. And this car accident was the price Lu Qingyan had to pay for breaking the rules.
Zhang Chang looked at Lu Qingyan, who was still staring at him menacingly. 2 lines of tears were on Lu Qingyan's pretty face, looking pitiful. Zhang Chang was no saint, and Lu Qingyan was already absolutely beautiful and moving.
Looking at Lu Qingyan's charming appearance, the evil fire in Zhang Chang's heart immediately burned up. He said to his subordinates, "Damn it, you guys stay here and guard me.
This woman is fierce, I'll try first. I've never done it in a hospital before."
Hearing Zhang Chang's words, Lu Qingyan felt a sense of fear instantly. Of course she knew what this meant. Lu Qingyan was grabbed by the hair, but she still struggled hard.
She shouted in horror, "No, don't, let go of me, you animal."
But how could her strength match that of a professional thug like Zhang Chang?
No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't get away.
A sense of despair once again welled up in her heart.
Now she could only hope that the man would show up. "Xue Di, come quickly," I was just being dragged towards the corridor outside when Lu Qingyan was caught.
The man she had been thinking about had finally arrived.
Chapter 29, Angry Yi Jin. Yi Jin drove to the hospital.
As soon as he entered the door, he looked around, trying to find Lu Qingyan. It was morning and there were a lot of people, so after looking around, he didn't find her. He had no choice but to go to the nurse.
"Excuse me, where is the emergency room?"
The nurse pointed to the right passage and said, "Go that way, turn right at the end, and you'll be there."
"Okay, thanks." Yi Jin ran towards the passage on the right.
Before he entered the emergency passage, he heard a shout from inside.
"Let go of me, you animal, let go of me."
Yi Jin was all too familiar with the voice, it was clearly Lu Qingyan's. At the same time, he realized that something uncontrollable must have happened inside.
Yi Jin, burning with anger, quickly ran over.
Seeing this scene in front of him, Yi Jin's mood instantly sank to the bottom. The hideous face of a demon only replaced Yi Jin's originally anxious expression in an instant. He saw Lu Qingyan limp to the ground, her hands grasping Zhang Chang's wrist.
However, Zhang Chang's powerful hand mercilessly grasped Lu Qingyan's hair.
In this way, Lu Qingyan was dragged towards the outside. Lu Qingyan could only try to stop it with all her strength. But Zhang Chang's strength dragged her along, step by step towards the abyss.
"Bitch, I just wanted to give you a good talking to. How dare you hit me? I'll show you the price of hitting me. Let go of me, you animal, let go of me."
No matter how Lu Qingyan cursed and tried to stop him, Zhang Chang still didn't let go. Yi Jin, who saw this scene, was first heartbroken. It was as if his heart was being stabbed by millions of thin needles. Then, what took its place was a kind of monstrous anger.
An anger that seemed to want to kill everything. "Let go!"
Yi Jin shouted, and then his body shot out like an arrow. At this time, Zhang Chang and the others all looked towards him because they heard the shout of warning from Yi Jin. At this time, there was probably a distance of 9 or 10 meters between Yi Jin and Zhang Chang. There were also 5 or 6 small brothers standing in the middle. Yi Jin exploded with all his strength and whizzed past the small brothers in the middle. He leapt high, only 3 meters away from Zhang Chang. The whole person was in a flying kick position, and a kick was sent towards Zhang Chang's body.
Pang!
Yi Jin's foot kicked Zhang Chang in the chest. Zhang Chang flew straight out like a cannonball. He slammed into the wall behind him.
The tremendous force directly knocked Zhang Chang unconscious. It was over in a flash, the whole process completed in just a few seconds. Zhang Chang and the few thugs felt a dark shadow flash past them after hearing Yi Jin's shout. They turned their heads and saw their boss sitting limp on the ground, spitting blood and unconscious. Seeing Yi Jin arrive, Lu Qingyan's original desperate and helpless mood instantly seemed to have found a support. She threw herself into Yi Jin's arms. She burst into tears, woo woo woo. Yi Jin could only stroke her back and comfort her. "It's okay, I'm here." "How's Auntie?" After calming down for a while, Lu Qingyan choked and said, "My mom, she was hit by a car by someone they hired. She is still in the recovery room. The doctor said that her life may be in danger." Boom! Yi Jin, who was already furious, became even angrier when he heard this. It is said that when a person's anger reaches its limit, it will no longer be apparent. A blank expression is the manifestation of anger reaching its peak. This is exactly what Yi Jin is doing now. He comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, I'll take care of it, you go keep your aunt company." After sending Lu Qingyan away, Yi Jin began to deal with the punks in front of him. The punk in the lead couldn't help but swallow. His pupils dilated, and he said in shock, Who are you?" Without any nonsense, Yi Jin walked slowly towards the group. Don't come over. If you come over, I'll kill you." The threats of the punks did not stop Yi Jin's footsteps. "Damn it, go." With a loud yell, several people pounced on him. Yi Jin, with his god-level combat skills and extraordinary body, had no trouble facing these people. Crack! Bang! Thud! All 5 of them were either broken their arms or legs and were knocked to the ground. Yi Jin showed no mercy towards them. The last one left, a kid with dyed green hair, was limp on the ground. He looked at Yi Jin as if he were looking at a demon. You're the devil. Stay away from me." "Ah." Yi Jin did not move, but slowly walked over, crouched down, and asked in a flat tone, Who sent you here?" "It was Sister Xia." "Xia? Yes." "Okay, then you can die." Yi Jin grabbed his hands and feet. Crack, crack, crack. Instantly, his hands and feet were bent backwards out of shape. The green hair was so overwhelmed by the intense pain that he fainted. Killing people was out of the question. After all, they were in a hospital. But later, they would have to find a way to physically destroy all these people. Clop, clop, clop. Just then, there was a rush of footsteps outside the corridor. Make way, make way." Several police officers in uniform hurried to the hospital. Where were the troublemakers? The lead police officer was a young woman with a sharp gaze, scanning the area. But when she saw 5 or 6 people lying on the ground, wailing in pain, a huge doubt filled her mind. Yi Jin said indifferently, "These people have all been dealt with." The female police officer glanced at Yi Jin and then leaned over to check the people around her. In an instant, she had already ascertained the situation. The people lying on the ground were all local thugs. And now they had basically all had their limbs broken. As a police officer, she was confident that she could defeat these people. But this was the first time she had seen such a brutal method. Looking at the young man in his 20s in front of her, a sense of horror welled up in her. She still asked, "Did you do all this?" Yi Jin answered impatiently, "Yes, by the time you got here, it was all over." The female officer frowned slightly angered, and retorted, "We received the call and came immediately. And why did you have to be a hero and not wait for the police to arrive and handle it? Do you know that you have broken their arms and legs, which is a crime of intentional injury?" The policewoman retorted rudely. But Yi Jin, who was already furious, didn't care when she heard this. "So what if you're wearing this police uniform? The police are so great? You have a lot to say for bullying people who are righteous. Crime of intentional injury? Why don't you go arrest those evil forces that are behind the scenes telling people to run people over?" Then he pointed at Lu Qingyan in the resuscitation room. Filled with anger, he shouted, "The person inside is my senior. If I had arrived 5 minutes later, she would have been raped. You're telling me to wait for you? Do you want to watch her get raped?" Chapter 30, Revenge. Yi Jin's words were like a bolt of thunder, instantly exploding in the female police officer's mind. At this time, some patients who had witnessed the whole process around them also involuntarily spoke out. So the police are also so indiscriminate in arresting people. Yes, those people all made that girl cry, and you all care. This young man was just doing the right thing, you should go arrest those people lying on the ground. What kind of world is this? Does a good person deserve to be bullied? It's fine for the thugs to bully the good guy, but the police won't let it go? The colleague behind him saw the situation was not good, and whispered in the policewoman's ear, Sister Shinjia, don't be angry, talk nicely. Don't provoke him. The policewoman Shinjia was also taken aback, and the voices of public opinion around her grew louder and louder. She realized that this was not the way to go. So she raised her voice and said, everyone, we will definitely investigate today's incident clearly. We will not wrong a good person, nor will we let a bad person go. But all of this can only happen after we have fully investigated. Everyone still has things to do, so let's disperse. With Shinjia's persuasion, the surrounding crowd slowly dispersed. She turned to Yijin and said, Comrade, I will definitely investigate today's incident clearly. But for now, please cooperate with our investigation. Please tell us the whole story. Yijin still had no good attitude and directly refused, I'm still very busy, I don't have time. Cooperating with our investigation is the duty of every citizen. If you don't cooperate, we can only compel you to appear. After all, you are involved in this major assault case and it must be investigated thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Yijin stopped talking nonsense and just took out her phone and called Su Shu. Hello, boss. Send our group's lawyer over here. I'm at the Second People's Hospital, and there are police officers who need my cooperation. Ah, okay, I'll be right there. After the call ended, Yijin said to the policewoman Shinjia, my lawyer is on his way. Let him speak to you later. Then Yijin continued, your name is Shinjia, right? Well, I'm Shinjia, the police officer in charge of this area. Yijin said unceremoniously, I advise you to focus more on the things you can't see. Don't just recite the law here like a robot. It's useless. Shinjia was instantly speechless and choked upon hearing this. Yijin no longer cared about them and came to the ward and said to Lu Qingyan. The police are here, and my lawyer and secretary will be here in a while. You can explain things clearly with them. Lu Qingyan's eyes were red from crying, and she choked as she said, well, I know, Junior. Yijin said with a heart full of concern, how is it? Did they hurt you? Lu Qingyan, it's fine, Junior, fortunately you came, otherwise I really don't know what to do. Yijin said sternly, they were sent by Xiaoyi. Xiaojia? Yes. But why? Suddenly she thought of what Yijin had said earlier, that Xiaoyi and Wang Hu were in fact in the same gang. Instantly, she stared with wide eyes and an open mouth. Don't say anything yet, let me handle this. Lu Qingyan had already lost all sense of direction. But Yijin's words were like a shot in the arm, giving Lu Qingyan a sense of security. In a short while, Su Shu arrived at the hospital with the group company's lawyer, Zhou Jia. Yijin told Su Shu and Zhou Jia what had just happened and left the hospital. The other three of them stayed behind to deal with the matter of Yijin assaulting someone. Officer Shun, I am Mr. Yijin's lawyer. I will cooperate with your investigation. Okay. After leaving, Yijin drove directly to the Bata foot massage shop. Today's incident also sounded a warning bell for Yijin. He could not delay dealing with Lu Qingyan's situation any longer. He must completely resolve this matter, otherwise who knows what unexpected things might happen next time. Wang Hu and Xiaoyi, who had been involved in the loan sharking scheme, and Zhang Chang, who had appeared today. It was clear that this was an organized crime syndicate. He must completely resolve this matter, otherwise he could not guarantee the safety of Lu Qingyan. At this point, Yijin also made up his mind. He decided to start with Xiaoyi. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Issue a system task, destroy the overbearing foot massage shop, help Lu Qingyan get revenge, reward, danger warning. Yijin listened to the system's prompt and his mind was even more determined. Originally, he had planned to go and destroy the tyrannical foot massage parlor. Now there was a reward, so why not? When he left, without the police noticing, he also took Zhang Chang, who was recuperating in the hospital. Zhang Chang only had broken internal organs, broken ribs, and was still breathing. However, Yijin no longer held back, and he broke Zhang Chang's hands and feet and wrapped them into a ball and stuffed them in the front trunk of the car. It was still around 10 a.m., and the foot massage parlor had not yet officially opened for business. After a while, he returned to the overbearing foot massage parlor. However, there were only a few people there, mainly serving the guests who had spent the night here last night. Yi Jin carried the unconscious Zhang Chang, got into the elevator, and went straight to the lobby. Hello, sir, we are not officially open yet. Sir, do you want service? Sir, you can't go in. Yi Jin blared at the service boy in anger, then threw Zhang Chang out of the way and shouted angrily, "Bring out your general manager, Xiai." The waiter watching this scene of course knew that Yi Jin was an uninvited guest. He said with some trembling, "Sister Xia, she is not here." May I ask what business you have with her? Yi Jin cut the crap and slapped the waiter directly in the face, angrily shouting, "I told you to go find her, why are you talking nonsense?" The waiter who was slapped was dumbfounded. He looked at Yi Jin in disbelief and said, How dare you slap me, I." The waiter's words were not finished when Yi Jin's slap came again. He had come to cause trouble and was completely unreasonable. The purpose was to get those people who were hiding behind the scenes to come out. You motherfucker, someone come, someone is causing trouble." The waiter's yell was loud and it alerted the people inside. After hearing the commotion, the people inside also came out. What's going on, all the commotion? A fierce, hulking man with a shaved head walked out from inside. Following him were 7 or 8 small brothers, all of them holding steel pipes in their hands. Yi Jin looked at the person coming and realized that it wasn't Xiai, and instantly lost interest. "It's you dare to make trouble here, you." Yi Jin didn't have much interest in listening to him nag. She directly exploded the power in her body and pounced on the man. Upon seeing this, the man immediately ordered his subordinates to fight back. However, Yi Jin's power matched the strength and speed of 10 people. In less than 3 minutes, all 8 people present were lying on the ground in all fours. The man in charge had already been knocked unconscious by Yi Jin. But until now, that Xiai had not yet come out. Yi Jin could only pick up the steel pipe on the ground and start causing havoc throughout the foot massage parlor. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Jin was frantically destroying the entire foot massage parlor. The people around him saw Yi Jin's almost deranged state and kept their distance. After about 20 minutes, the entire foot massage parlor was in an unpresentable state after Yi Jin smashed it. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Chapter 31, you can try moving a little. Danger warning, the host can perceive potential dangers within a 100-meter radius of the host. Hearing this explanation, Yi Jin was extremely happy. Isn't this the same as me predicting your prediction? Looking at the devastated foot massage parlor in front of him, and thinking about the awesome skill he had just obtained, the anger in Yi Jin's heart subsided a little. He found a clean chair and sat down. He slowly lit a cigarette and began to savor it. At this moment, Xiai also arrived late. Behind her were about 30 people. Each was a vicious thug. Looking at the messy shop in front of her, Xiai's heart instantly exploded with an unknown anger. This shop was not hers, but belonged to the boss behind her. So she was irresistibly responsible for the shop being in such a state. She glared at him angrily and angrily rebuked Yi Jin. "Boy, did you fucking do this?" Yi Jin replied noncommittally, "Well, it was me. Tell me why, otherwise you won't be able to leave so easily today." Yi Jin stubbed out the cigarette in his hand. Without haste, he pointed at Zhang Chang, who was limp on the ground, his expression dazed, his hands and feet twisted at strange angles, and asked, "Is he your man?" Xiai's pupils contracted slightly, and looking at Zhang Chang, who looked like a human pig, a flash of horror flashed through her mind. I didn't expect this person to be so cruel. It seems that Zhang Chang is only one breath away from death. Xiai said, "Yes, I have cooperated with Brother Chang." "What, is that not allowed?" Yi Jin said, "That's right." Then, Yi Jin kicked Zhang Chang over with one kick. His last remaining breath was also broken. Yi Jin said indifferently, "My woman's mother had a car accident, and you sent someone to run her over, didn't you?" Hearing this, Xiai remained calm. He smiled and said, "Don't say things like that. I'm a respectable businessman. I didn't do those things." Seeing that Xiai refused to admit it, Yi Jin was not prepared to waste any more words and quickly said, "Call your boss out, I want to talk to him." "What are you talking about? I am the boss." Yi Jin frowned slightly and said directly, "Don't fool me, you are not the boss." Xiai lost his patience and immediately asked, "Kid, don't bullshit me, just tell me, how are you going to settle this?" Yi Jin looked at the foot massage parlor, which was about to become a ruin. He said calmly, "Your man hit my woman's mother, and I smashed your shop, which is the least I should do. How else do you want to settle this?" "Fine, I'll tell you, I'm going to ruin you all."
Xiaoyi was instantly furious upon hearing this, and angrily shouted, "You fucking little brat, you smashed my multi-million-dollar shop for a foot washing girl.
Do you know how many times this shop can buy that stinking bitch?
Not to mention hitting his mother. Even if you hit her together, the lives of the two bitches are not worth a single piece of cloth in this store.
I tell you, little brat, you won't be able to leave today.
You'll stay here and die." Hearing Xiaoyi had already revealed her hand and admitted to hitting Lu Qingyan's mother, Yi Jin had no more doubts in his heart. In fact, at first he thought it might have been the boss behind Brother who did it. Now that it was confirmed, Yi Jin was going to take action. Upon Xiaoyi's order, the thugs behind her charged straight at Yi Jin. Yi Jin was unruffled and wrestled with the 30 or so men. Yi Jin's reaction speed was far beyond that of an ordinary person. Even if these people attacked together, they could not gain the slightest advantage. On the contrary, Yi Jin could always find the best attack point in his dodging and evading.
Bang, bang, bang.
Yi Jin's strength is great, and no matter how strong a person is, they will be disabled if Yi Jin kicks them. After all, an extraordinary body and god-level combat skills complement each other. Facing these thugs, Yi Jin also does not hold back. After all, these people's hands are not clean either. Therefore, in less than 5 minutes, half of the 30-person team had already collapsed.
Xiaoyi watched in awe from the side.
She did not expect this kid to be so powerful. The thugs she brought were all professional hitmen, and their attacks were extremely ruthless.
But in the face of Yi Jin, they were like ants meeting an elephant. Even if there were thousands of them, they would not be able to withstand a single kick from Yi Jin.
Another 5 minutes passed, and the original group of 30 people had been reduced to just 2 or 3. The entire scene was even more chaotic.
Xiaoyi watched this scene and her body slightly softened.
However, having seen big scenes before, she did not lose her sense of reason. She immediately pressed the elevator next to her and tried to escape.
Ding! The elevator door opened.
Xiaoyi was about to get in when she heard Yi Jin's voice behind her.
"Miss Xiaoyi, where do you think you're going?"
The figure was clearly right behind her. At this, Xiaoyi's forehead was covered in cold sweat. She couldn't believe it and turned her head to look. Yi Jin was staring at her with a faint smile. Instantly, the pressure from Yi Jin made her body uncontrollably tremble.
Her legs immediately went weak.
Her voice trembled as she said, "Little brother, let's talk about this."
Ah!
Yi Jin grabbed Xiaoyi's hair with one hand and dragged her limp body towards the store. Instantly, a pain like a needle pierced Xiaoyi's scalp. The sharp pain made Xiaoyi try to alleviate it by holding Yi Jin's wrist with both hands as best she could.
Pang!
Yi Jin threw Xiaoyi to the ground without mercy. He said with a calm face, "Call your boss." At this time, Xiaoyi's tears of pain came out. But when she heard Yi Jin's words, her heart instinctively resisted for a moment.
Just a moment.
Yi Jin urged viciously again, "Hurry up." At this time, she no longer hesitated, immediately took out her mobile phone and dialed a phone call.
Put it on speaker.
Xiaoyi did not dare to resist and did as Yi Jin asked. After the call was connected, a charming and sexy mature woman's voice came out.
"Hello, what's up?" Sister Lan, the foot massage parlor, was smashed. The other end of the phone was obviously furious. What? What the hell is going on? Yi Jin snatched the phone and said nonchalantly, "Hello, are you Xiaoyi's boss?"
The other end of the phone was obviously stunned, and then responded, "It's me."
"Are you the one who smashed my shop?"
Yi Jin said, "Your people don't follow the rules, they hit my woman's mother, so I'm getting a little revenge. That's reasonable, isn't it?" The person on the other end of the phone was obviously even angrier, but he still suppressed his anger and said, "Fine, very well, you smashed my store that cost hundreds of millions of dollars.
Who the hell are you?
You don't need to know who I am, but you just need to know that Lu Qingyan is my woman, and she can't be touched." "Okay, good boy, you've got guts, no one has talked to me like that in a long time."
Yi Jin said nonchalantly, "Well, I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll just say this, if you've got the guts, try me again. I still have Xiaoyi in my hands, and I think she knows quite a bit about you that you don't want anyone to know. I'm sure you don't want to be betrayed either." When Xiaoyi heard this, there was a distinct pause at the other end of the line. After a long silence, as if she had made a decision, she said in a flat tone, "How about you let the person go, and I won't pursue the woman surnamed Lu." Yi Jin said contemptuously, "No how. I will protect my own woman, and I will take this woman Xiaoyi with me too. If you still have the guts, you can try moving again." Chapter 32, Everything Is.
At this moment, in a luxurious bedroom, a mature woman wearing a silk robe clutched her phone tightly in her hand. This woman is Lan Jie, as Xia Yi called her. In her 40s, she had an incredibly charming and mature figure. Like a seductive demon, she could captivate people's hearts at any time. But now she was already furious.
Because that phone call just now was a blatant provocation and a living trample on her.
She has been in the underworld for more than 10 years.
In the city of Chengdu, there are less than 5 people who can make her afraid. And these 5 people are all giants in their own right. But today, she, Sister Lan, who has been in the underworld for so long, was slapped hard by a child. She was furious, so furious that her entire face became a little hideous. She slowly walked to the bed and picked up the short whip she had used to play games with last night. She lifted the quilt with a whoosh. There on the bed lay a young man with a well-proportioned figure and handsome face. And under the quilt were still many filthy objects. They were undoubtedly the remnants of last night's orgy. At this moment, Sister Lan became even angrier, picked up the whip and furiously whipped the man's body. Pop!
The man was instantly awakened by the pain, and rubbed the place where he had just been beaten. Lan's sister did not relent, continued to whip, and shouted, "Don't hide!" The man was shocked. He was naked, and was hard against Lan's sister's flogging.
Pat! 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 After dozens of lashes, Sister Lan ran out of strength and threw the whip away.
The man on her bed was already covered in open flesh and blood. The man lay motionless on the bed, which was stained red with his own blood, and fainted. Sister Lan, as if nothing had happened, changed into her own coat. She walked straight down to the living room downstairs.
As she came down from the 2nd floor, the bodyguard in the villa greeted her softly, "Boss."
Lan Jie said, "Laozhan, cut the tongue of the man in my room, send him to the hospital, and give him some money."
Laozhan whispered, "Got it, boss, anything else?"
Lan Jie continued, "I heard that a student smashed our foot massage parlor to vent his anger for his girlfriend."
Laozhan's brows furrowed slightly, and his voice lowered, "Boss, do you want me to get rid of that kid?"
Lan Jie shook her head slightly and said nonchalantly, "No, you go invite him over."
Invite him over?
Lao Shan was a little puzzled. "I have to see what this person with such audacity looks like.
And maybe he'll make a good toy."
Her tongue subconsciously licked the corner of her mouth.
Lao Shan understood and promised, "I'll go take care of it."
Lan Jie added, "His little girlfriend is yours."
Lao Shan laughed and walked straight out of the house. Yi Jin drove Xia Yi to an abandoned factory.
Xia Yi was forcibly pulled out of the car by Yi Jin. They drove straight to this abandoned factory.
Looking at this deserted factory, Xia Yi was filled with fear. He thought that Yi Jin was going to kill him.
In an instant, the fear of death filled her heart.
She begged, "No, don't kill me."
Yi Jin stared at Xia Yi expressionlessly. His voice was low as he said, "Tell me everything you know."
Xia Yi desperately shook her head and hurriedly denied, I don't know anything, I'm just a tool for them."
Yi Jin gave a faint smile, not saying anything. This smile looked like a vicious tiger in Xia Yi's eyes, ready to devour her at any moment.
"It seems that you're not quite giving up."
Yi Jin grabbed Xia Yi's wrist and slowly applied pressure.
As Yi Jin's strength grew. Ah! Xia Yi endured Yi Jin's tremendous strength and howled unconsciously. "Tell me everything you know." "No, I don't know, I really don't know."
Yi Jin let go of her hand and then grabbed Xia Yi's slender hand.
Yi Jin looked at the bright nails. Crap!
In just a moment, Yi Jin pulled out one of Xia Yi's nails. The piercing pain invaded Xia Yi's mind.
It made him lose his voice and wail, "Ah! Are you sure you won't talk? I really don't know." Crap! Another nail was pulled out. But Xia Yi still refused to say anything. Seeing that Xia Yi was so strong, Yi Jin could only be more ruthless. He said slowly, "It seems that you can still bear this pain. How about this?"
Yi Jin pinched her mouth, making her lips form an O shape.
Then he extended his right hand and tightly grasped Xia Yi's front teeth. Xia Yi instantly knew what he was going to do. She immediately begged for mercy, "What, don't, I'll say it." Yi Jin smiled knowingly and only then let go of her hand. Yi Jin's previous life was spent in prison for 10 years. He still had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. I didn't think this person would confess so quickly. Say it, Miss Xia Yi.
Xia Yi was still in shock and her eyes were vacant. In fact, he was about to be unable to bear the pain of having his fingernails pulled out just now. Now she had to have her teeth pulled. She couldn't stand the pain. She simply gave up. She calmed down a bit and said, I don't know who my boss is. We all contact each other through Sister Lan.
Sister Lan? Well, Sister Lan only contacts me when she has something to do.
What is your relationship with Wang Hu and Zhang Chang? Xia Yi explained, Brother Hu, Zhang Chang and I are all under the supervision of Sister Lan, and we have different responsibilities. They are mainly responsible for lending money to young people. I mainly take in girls who can't pay back the money, and let them sell their bodies here.
Most of the girls I employ are those who owe money and can't pay it back.
They have to pay back the money to Brother Hu, so I provide them with a place to do it. They use their bodies to sell for money, and the money goes to Brother Hu and the others. Even though Eugene was prepared for this, she couldn't help but sigh when she heard Xia Yi's words. Their model is like a big net, and once you touch it, there is no chance of survival. For example, a girl only borrows 20,000. When someone else repays the principal, they will be told that there is still a lot of interest that has not been repaid. Under the pattern of compound interest, they are then made to repay 100,000 or even 200,000. If they repay it, they will make a net profit. If they can't pay, they go to Xia Yi's place to sell themselves. The money they get is used to pay the interest. Of course, some people will take the opportunity to slip away. But when you borrow money, you have to write down your family information and contact details. People like Brother Hu have a lot of ways to take revenge on the borrower's family. Under such threats,
this business is basically almost like a no-cost transaction. Lu Qingyan borrowed 200,000 at the time. Under the operation of interest rolling, she simply couldn't pay it back. Eugene continued to ask, how many girls like you who borrowed money are there in your establishment? Xia Yi's eyes became a little dull, and she didn't dare to look Eugene in the eye. She said in a hesitant voice, apart from me, they're all like that. Chapter 33, I came to give him the money. Hearing this answer, Eugene's heart was shocked. She had thought that there would be some people here who would take the initiative to do this kind of thing. But who would have thought that all of them were just tools for them to make money? Eugene's brows tightened as she continued to ask, what else? Keep talking. Xia Yi didn't dare disobey and could only continue, there's nothing else, that's all I know. Eugene asked, how many in total? Xia Yi, there are probably more than 500. Eugene asked doubtfully, more than 500? There aren't that many women there, are there? Indeed, some women are in other places. Eugene became interested and asked, where else are there? Xia Yi, I don't know, I really don't know, I only know that there are at least 3 places like mine. Eugene gave Xia Yi a fierce glare. Xia Yi, as if she had been electrocuted, immediately waved her hands and explained, I really don't know anything else. Eugene looked at Xia Yi's terrified eyes. He also believed that Xia Yi's words should be relatively true. Eugene watched Xia Yi fall into thought. It seems that the power behind her is even more powerful than Eugene imagined. And according to Xia Yi, her boss, Sister Lan, has been involved in the Chengdu underworld for decades, so it can be imagined that her tactics are not simple. It is very likely that she is doing even more appalling things than Xia Yi said. There are 500 lost women alone, so it can be imagined how big her black empire is. Eugene has realized that he may be facing an extremely large force. At the moment, Eugene has nothing but physical strength. Facing such a force, he also feels a bit tricky. After all, his power only comes from the Hongfa group, which is still too weak overall. In fact, after all, the Hongfa group is an industry that will be launched next year. There are simply no other forces on the road, especially not in the black or white sectors. The urgent task is to develop one's own power and become a giant. Only in this way will he have the qualifications to touch them. Otherwise, those who will be hurt may be the people around him. He still has Lu Qingyan, as well as his parents and sister. He cannot do whatever he wants, he must protect the people around him. Eugene said to Xia Yi, you can go. Ah. Xia Yi was in a daze, feeling as if she had heard it wrong. Eugene said, I said, you can go. You're just going to let me go like this? Of course, I can't really kill you. Xia Yi was a little incredulous, she slowly got up and took 2 steps back. Eugene waved his hand and said, go. Hearing Eugene's words, Xia Yi no longer hesitated and quickly ran outside the factory. Eugene took out his phone and looked at the recording he had just saved, smiling knowingly. Letting Xia Yi go was not an act of weakness,
because he had destroyed the foot massage parlor this time. The whole process was monitored, and Uncle Hat could easily find him, so he could not do such a thing now. He wanted to use a borrowed knife to kill her, and let that Lan Jie deal with her. After all, no boss would leave a subordinate who betrayed him. At 2 p.m., Yi Jin returned to Hongfa Group. Su Shu was already waiting in the group office. "Boss, where have you been?" "I went to take care of some things."
"What did the police say in the end?"
Su Shu said sternly, "Oh, the police retrieved the surveillance footage and interviewed the witnesses at the hospital, and finally determined that you were acting in a righteous manner. She also asked me to give you a message, saying that your attitude was not good."
"I hope you don't mind." Yi Jin nodded slightly and then asked, "Where is my schoolmate?"
"He is still at the hospital with her mother."
Yi Jin then asked, "How is Auntie?" Su Shu shook his head and said, "Not optimistic, still in the coup."
Upon hearing this, Yi Jin's anger increased. He then said, "Send a few people to guard my schoolmate and protect her safety, so that this kind of thing doesn't happen again."
Su Shu, "Oh, okay."
"But boss, our company's security guards are all our own employees, and they are responsible for security within the mall, so they are fine. If they are to be bodyguards, they are purely amateurs."
Yi Jin thought about it and agreed. After all, they are all security guards, not professional bodyguards. Su Shu continued, "Boss, are you looking for someone who can stay by Miss Lu's side for a long time to protect her?" Yi Jin nodded and said, "Well, that's what I'm thinking." Su Shu said, "If that's the case, we can recommend someone to you." Yi Jin's eyes lit up and he asked, "Who?"
Su Shu said, "My cousin, in his 40s, called Li Jianjun, he's a veteran of the special forces." Yi Jin said in surprise, "Okay, then contact your uncle and make sure you invite him, just talk to him about the salary."
"Oh, okay, boss." Yi Jin continued, "By the way, let me ask you a question." "Go ahead, boss." "What kind of car do you like?" "Ah, me?" "Yes. For me, my favorite is the Porsche Panamera." "Okay, then go buy two, one for you to drive and one for my senior colleague." Subsequently, Yi Jin transferred 5 million to Su Shu. "Ah, boss, are you that generous? Giving me one?" Yi Jin said nonchalantly, "Yes, is there a problem?" "You're my secretary after all, don't lose face when you go out to do business." Su Shu still couldn't believe her ears. Yi Jin continued, "And also, get the best configuration, don't be stingy, got it?" "Oh, okay." While responding, Su Shu walked towards the outside. "Wait." Su Shu turned back and asked doubtfully, "Is there anything else?" "Boss. What about the investigation into Hong Peifang?" "It has been found out. The owner of Hong Peifang is named Yu Jia, a native of Chengdu. He was arrested for fighting before, and after getting out, he opened a tea house and also ran a casino." Yi Jin nodded slightly after hearing this, and then whispered, "Good, let's go find him at his place." Su Shu was puzzled and said, "Boss, do you want Yu Jia to help you?" Yi Jin shook his head and said, "No, I'm going to give her the money." "Give her the money?" Yi Jin arranged for Su Shu to handle the bodyguards in the community and did not follow him. He drove alone to the Hong Peifang tea house. As soon as he entered the door, a receptionist politely asked, "Sir, would you like to drink tea or play cards?" Yi Jin looked around and noticed that it was the peak time for tea and card games. There were many people in both the private rooms and the lobby. Yi Jin said indifferently, "I'm looking for your boss." The receptionist said softly, "Okay, what is the matter?" Yi Jin said, "I want to talk to him about a business deal." The receptionist's eyes became strange. She looked up and down at Yi Jin. She found that Yi Jin was too young to be the boss. But looking at Yi Jin's unruffled and carefree appearance, she seemed like the real deal. For a moment, she hesitated and froze in place. Seeing this, Yi Jin continued, "Go get your boss, you. I've come to give him the money." Chapter 34, Let Him Win. Upon hearing the name Yu Jia, the receptionist girl was momentarily taken aback. She immediately said, "Yes, sir, please hold on." Then she went to the bar, picked up her phone, and called the boss. "Hello, what's up?" A gruff voice came from the other end of the line. "Hello, boss, someone says they want to see you." "See me? Who is it?" "I don't know, it sounds like a student, but he says he wants to talk business with you." "A student? Business? What nonsense, no way." Yu Jia on the other end of the line was clearly becoming impatient. He took Yi Jin for some kind of nut.
Boss, he knows your name and seems to know you very well. Hearing this, the other end of the line was momentarily taken aback. After a moment of silence, he said, I'll be right over. In a moment, a middle-aged man with dark skin and a stern expression arrived. This person is the boss of Hanpai Square, Yu Jia. Yu Jia looked at Yi Jin and said with some puzzlement, You're the one who's looking for me? Yi Jin didn't say anything, and said indifferently, Yes, I'm looking for you. Yu Jia's expression obviously showed some displeasure, and he said, I heard that you want to do business with me? Yes. What kind of business? Are you sure you want to talk about it here? Yu Jia looked at the person in front of him. He found that apart from being younger, he had an air of confidence. Then he slowly said, Come with me. Yi Jin followed Yu Jia up to the second floor and into the office. Yu Jia said straight to the point. Go ahead, what do you want to talk to me about? Yi Jin said softly, I'm here to give you the money. Give you the money? Yu Jia was even more puzzled. Yi Jin then slowly said, May I take a look at your casino? Instantly, Yu Jia's pupils trembled. A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. He couldn't believe that the person in front of him actually knew about his casino. Apart from the regular gamblers, only his best friends knew about it. How could this student in front of him know? Could it be that this was a cop testing him? Yu Jia immediately denied, What casino? I own a tea house, not a casino. Yi Jin remained calm and continued, Don't try to hide it from me, I'm not a cop. While she was speaking, she handed over her student ID. This is my student ID, take a look. Yu Jia was stunned and took it. He flipped it over and read, Rongqing University, Class 2035, Department of Computer Science, Class 1, Yi Jin. Yi Jin asked in return, Do you believe me now? Yu Jia still couldn't believe it and closed the student ID card and returned it to Yi Jin. If he had said he was a cop, it would have been believable. But Yi Jin was just an ordinary university student, so how could she know about him? He then asked, Young man, what is the meaning of your visit today? Yu Jia was no longer frivolous as before, but turned serious. He asked, tentatively. Yi Jin slowly said, Your name is Yu Jia, you were in prison for fighting, and after you got out, you opened this tea house and also ran a casino underground. Am I right? Yu Jia did not answer, but just stared at Yi Jin. You don't need to look at me like that, I'm not here to cause trouble. On the contrary, I've come to give you money. Hearing this, Yu Jia let out a sigh of relief and asked. Oh? Tell me more. You should know Zhang Changjun, right? Yu Jia pondered for a moment and then nodded and said, Well, I know him. He's a regular customer here. So what kind of games does he usually play? Upon hearing Yi Jin's words, Yu Jia pondered for a moment. They are obliged to protect the privacy of their guests. But this student in front of him is no ordinary person. Since he asked for a name, it means there must be some kind of problem between them. Just talking about what to play has little impact. Then, he still said to Yi Jin, he usually plays a little baccarat or blackjack or something, but the stakes are usually just a few $1,000s. Yi Jin, brother, what do you want to do by asking this? Yi Jin smiled slightly and said, I want him to win. Win? Yu Jia was even more puzzled, but she still said in a serious voice, Friend, what you rely on here is luck, there is no fixed win or loss. If you want him to win, he has to have good luck. Yi Jin held up one finger and said lightly, Within a month, let him win, you control the exact amount, and as compensation I will give you 2 million in fees, how is that? Yu Jia was very puzzled, staring at Yi Jin with a puzzled expression. Yi Jin said calmly, Brother Yu, I know that you people running casinos have ways to control some of the wins and losses. Otherwise, you have to feed all those people working for you, and you can't do that without making some money. So this is a very simple matter for you. You have nothing to lose. What Yu Jia found strange was not how to make it win. What he found strange was why Yi Jin was offering to pay him so much money for nothing. It's not even a profit yet. This is just pure money down the drain. In this world, is there anyone who knowingly does business that loses money? Yu Jia asked, What about a month later? Yi Jin said, A month later, brother Yu, just let him lose slowly. The money he loses is all yours, I won't take a penny. Yu Jia slowly pondered Yi Jin's words. Instantly, he felt a chill down his spine. Winning first and then losing, this is a typical setup. First, he whets Zhang Chengjuan's appetite, and then he keeps losing. This is the perfect way to train a gambler. In the end, Zhang Chengjun may even have to sell his house to gamble. This is the pace of bankruptcy. When Yu Jia looked at Yi Jin again, his eyes were full of an indescribable meaning. He never imagined that the heart of this young man in front of him was actually so ruthless. But someone who asks for 2 million is, after all, a rich young master.
Can't you just find someone to get rid of Zhang Chengjun? Why go to all this trouble to set it up? Yu Jia asked, do you and Zhang Chengjun have a deep grudge? Yi Jin nodded, yes, a deep grudge. Yu Jia, then why don't you just find someone to get rid of him? Yi Jin smiled and said, getting rid of him is too easy. I prefer the phrase destroying a family. Yu Jia's heart flashed with horror. Brutal. So brutal. At the same time, Yu Jia was making comparisons in his mind. This matter could be extremely profitable for him. If he could make Zhang Chengjun earn 500,000 yuan in at least a month, he could earn more than 1 million yuan himself. He would use some tricks later to make him spit it out. In this way, he would net 2 million yuan, so why not? Yu Jia patted his chest and said, little brother, I'll do it. Brother Yu, that's quick. Yi Jin didn't waste any words and directly transferred 1 million yuan, saying, 1 million yuan deposit, I'll give you another 1 million yuan in a month. Yu Jia looked at the prompt on his phone and felt even more that Yi Jin was no ordinary person. He then said, okay, brother Yi. Yi Jin continued, brother Yu, it's best to arrange for someone to be in charge of contacting Zhang Chengjun. After all, you have to maintain the fun of winning money. Yu Jia smiled and said, don't worry, brother Yi, I'll make my own arrangements. Chapter 35 Slightly sweet, hot. It was already 6 p.m. after he left Hongpei Feng. He declined Yu Jia's invitation to dinner. He went straight to the hospital to visit Lu Qingyan. At this time, although Lu Qingyan looked haggard, she was still relatively strong. She stayed by her mother's side the whole time. Senior, how is Auntie? Lu Qingyan whispered, the doctor said I need to stay for a while longer. As she spoke, Yi Jin stroked Lu Qingyan's back. She reassured her, it's okay, sister, don't worry. Lu Qingyan nodded slightly. At this time, Su Shu also arrived at the hospital with her uncle Li Jianjun. Su Shu said, boss, this is my uncle, Li Jianjun. Yi Jin took a look at him from top to bottom. He noticed that Li Jianjun's military temperament from the inside out was still there. The righteousness between his eyebrows was faintly visible. The whole person's skin seemed to have undergone vicissitudes of life and was generally dark. But his height of nearly 1.8 meters still gave a strong sense of oppression. Yi Jin extended her hand and smiled, welcoming him, welcome to my company. Li Jianjun also smiled naturally and responded, where, thank you for the boss's appreciation. Yi Jin nodded slightly, little Su has already told you the specifics, right? Li Jianjun said, yes, I've heard it all. Good, then you will always be by my side, and if there is anything you can't solve, you can tell Sister Su. Yes, boss. Lu Qingyan looked confused and asked, younger brother, what is this? Yi Jin explained, this is the bodyguard I hired for you, to prevent something like this from happening again today. Lu Qingyan was surprised and said, no, that's not necessary. Yi Jin said in an unyielding tone, listen to me. Lu Qingyan could only nod. Yi Jin said to Su Shu, buy a suite near the company tomorrow and let my schoolmate and her family live there. After her mother recovers from her illness, arrange for her to go to work at the company. She is a top student in the Department of Business Administration, so train her more. Su Shu, okay, boss, I promise to complete the task. Lu Qingyan naturally heard what Yi Jin said. She said with some embarrassment, Shuedi, thank you for arranging the work for me, but you don't need to buy a house. Yi Jin waved her hand and said nonchalantly, it's fine, you and your aunt need somewhere to live while you're recovering. Yes, Lu Qingyan is now a senior. She is currently living with her mother in a rented room near the hospital. Not to mention the difficult conditions, it is also very expensive. And Lu Qingyan has no income for the time being. Therefore, Yi Jin's arrangement can be said to have solved Lu Qingyan's current and future troubles. Lu Qingyan looked at her younger schoolmate in her eyes. She was overwhelmed with gratitude and could not find the words to express it. She just wanted to improve her abilities so that she would not be a burden to him in the future. She wanted to become his right-hand woman. Lu Qingyan, thank you, schoolmate. Yi Jin just smiled and continued, senior, then you just stay here and keep your mother company. I still have to go back to school for a bit. Lu Qingyan nodded. Afterwards, Yi Jin said goodbye to Lu Qingyan and drove off with Su Shu. In the car, Sushu said enviously, "Boss, you're really nice to your schoolmate." Yi Jin laughed and said, "What, jealous?" Sushu gave Yi Jin a look and said, "What's there to be jealous of? Besides, he's your boyfriend, not mine, so what's there to be jealous of?" Yi Jin flirted, "You could do it too." Ah. Now Sushu doesn't know what to say. A moment later, Sushu looked at Yi Jin with a strange expression. "Boss, you really are a scumbag. Eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. Aren't you afraid that your schoolmate will be heartbroken?" Yi Jin said, "I was just joking, you're not taking this seriously, are you?" Sushu's face flushed with a hint of anger. "You're so bad, boss. You actually made a joke out of this. Aren't you afraid that I'll go tell that schoolmate of yours?" Yi Jin continued, "Oh, and you're telling me? You're my employee. Why do you always do things that are disloyal?" Sushu said, "You asked me to make a joke out of it." Yi Jin flashed a bright light and said in a solemn tone, "So if I said that's what I came up with, would you agree?" This time, Sushu really wouldn't. "Sushu, this boss wants me to be a mistress? Sushu, do you want to say yes? The boss is handsome, rich, and responsible. Sushu, it seems like the standard boyfriend. Sushu, except a bit scum. Sushu, what should I do? What should I say? Do I want to say yes?" Sushu didn't say anything, just thinking rapidly in her head. I don't know how long it took before Yi Jin said in her ear, "Don't think about it, your house is here." Oh. Sushu then came back from her previous trance. "Boss, I'll go first, drive slowly." "Okay, get some rest early, go buy the car tomorrow." Hearing the car, Sushu remembered how the boss had thrown him 5 million in a generous manner. She hastily responded, "Oh, okay." After seeing off Sushu, Yi Jin drove to the school. He had not forgotten his appointment with Shin Miaoyu today. So after seeing off Sushu, he went to the school without stopping. What he said to Sushu in the car today was half joking and half serious. To be honest, Sushu is a rare beautiful secretary. The ultimate fantasy of men is to have a secretary when things are busy and to have a girlfriend when things are not busy. Of course, Yi Jin also looks forward to this kind of thing. Therefore, plotting against Sushu is also a part of everyday life. However, right now, he has something more important to do. That is to go see his younger schoolmate Shin Miaoyu, who is a second-dimensional girl. In a short while, Yi Jin drove to the school. At this time, Shin Miaoyu also sent him a message. "Shen Miaoyu, Senior, have you arrived?" "Yi Jin, I just arrived outside your club." "Shen Miaoyu, then come in quickly." Yi Jin, okay. Yi Jin entered the gymnasium and saw a dozen girls rehearsing their dance routines. Yi Jin's eyes flashed and she saw Shen Miaoyu standing on the side, practicing her dance steps. At that moment, Shen Miaoyu also saw Yi Jin at the door. She greeted him enthusiastically, "Senior, you're here." Yi Jin slowly walked over and handed her a cup of milk tea, whispering, "I didn't know what flavor you like, so I just bought a random one." Shen Miaoyu took the milk tea from Yi Jin's hands. A flash of joy and worry crossed her eyes. She liked drinking milk tea, but was afraid of gaining weight. This was basically a conflict that every girl would face. Moreover, she was currently menstruating and could not drink cold drinks. Seeing this, Yi Jin continued, "Don't worry, it's slightly sweet and hot." Chapter 36, Bad Teeth. Upon hearing Yi Jin's words, Shin Miaoyu instantly felt cared for and valued. This is a rare experience in their family. Shin Miaoyu took the milk tea and took a sip. In an instant, the tiredness just now was swept away. She squinted her eyes and said with a smile, "Thank you, Senior, it's delicious." Yi Jin said, "It's okay, as long as you like it." Shin Miaoyu continued, "Senior, wait here for a moment, I'll be done in a while, I'll buy you a midnight snack later." "Okay." Yi Jin sat there watching as Shin Miaoyu returned to the dance group with a light and happy step. Shin Miaoyu's classmates had naturally seen this scene. Unconsciously, they came up and asked, "Miaoyu, is that your boyfriend?" "Hey, no, don't be ridiculous." "Oh, you're still denying it, even though he's brought you milk tea?" Shin Miaoyu looked at the hot milk tea in her hands, and a feeling of warmth welled up in her heart. A blush involuntarily rose on her face. She said coyly, "Oh, hurry up and go to rehearsal." Shen Miaoyu pushed her classmate to continue the dance rehearsal. Yi Jin looked at these beautiful young schoolmates in front of her. A feeling of regret flashed through her heart. In her previous life, she was also in such a good age.
She should have had a normal and bright life. But because she licked a woman with such deep scheming as Zhang Jueqi, I caused my family to break up and my parents to die. Thinking about this, Yi Jin's heart burned with a vengeance for revenge. Since there is a chance to start over, even if in this life her parents did not suffer any harm, and her sister did not have a car accident, the feeling of heartbreak in the previous life is still vivid. Yi Jin will never relent. Just like this, Yi Jin watched Shen Miaoyu's rehearsal while pondering her next move. Before she knew it, almost an hour had passed. Shen Miaoyu changed into her own clothes and walked over.
I'm done, senior.
Today, Shen Miaoyu was wearing a white t-shirt and tight black jeans. She was wearing a pair of white canvas shoes. Her flowing hair was tied into a high ponytail. She was also wearing a pearl hair clip. The whole person had a different temperament from the first time they met, which was as unapproachable as a beautiful person. It was more of a youthful vitality. Yi Jin responded, "Let's go, little medical fairy." Shen Miaoyu couldn't help but smile slightly when she heard Yi Jin call her a little medical fairy.
She said in a cute voice, "Don't call me that, it's embarrassing if someone hears."
Ha, so even goddesses have embarrassing moments.
Of course, I'm just a girl too. Okay, so what should I call you from now on? Shen Miaoyu thought for a moment and said, "You can just call me Miao Miao." Okay, Miao Miao. It's quite a nice name.
Hearing Yi Jin's praise, Shen Miaoyu smiled and said, "That's right, that's how my best friend calls me."
Oh, it seems that I have a high status in your heart.
I'm on the same level as your best friend.
Yi Jin teased. Shen Miaoyu laughed and retorted, "How could that be?"
I just think that it sounds better, and you can't compare with my best friend. Yi Jin pretended to be disappointed inside. Hey, it seems that the milk tea just now didn't impress your heart, I'm so disappointed.
Puff.
When Shen Miaoyu heard this, she immediately covered her mouth and almost laughed. Then she relaxed her expression and said, "Oops, thank you for the milk tea, it's very delicious, I like it very much."
That's more like it. By the way, did you really earn the money to buy the car you drove today?
Yi Jin nodded and whispered, "Yes, my friend and I have started a company together, and it's been doing quite well."
Oh. Shen Miaoyu nodded slightly and continued, "So what does your family do?" My family?
My parents run a small supermarket, and my sister is a village teacher.
Shen Miaoyu sized up Yi Jin.
She found him calm and self-assured, and everything just seemed to be falling into place. This also dispelled her doubts.
Why are you asking about my family? What, are you already checking to see if we're a good match?
Shen Miaoyu's pretty face flushed slightly, and she smiled at the corner of her mouth as she explained, "You're thinking too much, senior."
I'm just curious. That car of yours is a Ferrari, right? It must be worth a few million. Yi Jin nodded and said, "Yes, I bought it myself."
I don't think you know much about cars, so why are you asking such detailed questions? Shen Miaoyu explained, "Hey, Han Zijie often came to see me in a luxury car in order to woo me. So I have an instinctive fear of seeing luxury cars, for fear that it is Han Zijie again." Yi Jin heard Shen Miaoyu's explanation and immediately recalled when she met her this morning. At that time, Shen Miaoyu did not seem as excited as an ordinary girl when she saw the car. Instead, she had a sense of resistance.
So that was the reason. So, you thought I was one of those rich second-generation kids who drives a luxury car to woo you? Yi Jin said what she was thinking.
Shen Miaoyu looked a little surprised. She immediately explained, "Indeed, at that time I thought you were also some rich playboy who drove a luxury car to woo me."
Shen Miaoyu's tone became a little smaller. "I resent this kind of thing." Yi Jin didn't say anything, but he wasn't angry, and continued to ask, "So, now? Now, I feel that you are different.
You earn money on your own merits, so you can drive whatever car you like.
I don't resent this at all.
On the contrary, I think you are very capable and a man with potential." Oh, Shin Dajuan is giving me such a high evaluation.
Shen Miaoyu giggled, "Of course." Then, with a hint of concern, she asked Yi Jin, "By the way, senior, is Han Zijie giving you trouble?" Yi Jin shook his head and said, "Not yet."
Shen Miaoyu let out a breath and said, "Senior, you have to be careful. If he gives you trouble, just give me a call."
Yi Jin asked, "Oh? You're so awesome that you'll call me?"
Shin Miaoyu wanted to say something, but she choked back and just said with confidence, "Anyway, just tell me."
He dares not do anything to me.
Yi Jin noticed the change in Shin Miaoyu's language and teased, "Oh, so you're not some rich girl who makes him afraid to touch you?" You can think of it that way, he's afraid to touch me anyway. Yi Jin teased, then I'll have to hold on to you tight, and your rise to success is just around the corner.
Shen Miaoyu knew Yi Jin was teasing him and laughed. Ha, do you want to live off my soft skills? Yi Jin said noncommittally, yes, I went to the hospital for a checkup today. Ha? Hospital? What's wrong with you?
Shen Miaoyu suddenly felt puzzled and asked anxiously. Yi Jin just gave a wicked smile and said, it's nothing, the doctor just said that my teeth are not in good condition, so I'm suitable for eating soft food. Chapter 37, A Kind Greeting from the Homeroom Teacher.
Upon hearing Yi Jin's words, Shen Miaoyu almost burst out laughing.
With a charming smile, she leaned close to Yi Jin's cheek and asked tentatively, Senior, have you coaxed other girls like this too? She pointed at Yi Jin's nose and continued to pressurize, tell the truth. Yi Jin was slightly startled and looked at Shen Miaoyu, whose pupils had shrunk. But then her mind snapped back to reality, and she said in a serious tone, no, absolutely not. Indeed, Yi Jin had never tried to cheer up a girl like this before. After all, Zhang Juqi would just laugh every time she heard such things. As for Lu Qingyan, he himself basically hadn't said anything to set her up. It seemed like he had said one thing.
But Lu Qingyan seemed to be angry, so it didn't count.
Yes, Yi Jin was quite confident when he said this. Shen Miaoyu looked at Yi Jin, who looked serious, and the doubt in her heart immediately disappeared.
Senior, you've never had a girlfriend? Well, how should I put it, I chased after a girl in our class. But she didn't seem interested in me.
Although she agreed to be my girlfriend, we never held hands or anything. So, I don't think that counts. Shen Miaoyu sensed a hint of gossip. I didn't realize that you had such a history of being a backup dog licking. Yi Jin scratched his head awkwardly.
The two of them walked while happily chatting.
Before long, it was almost 11 o'clock. Yi Jin dropped Shen Miaoyu off at her dorm and then drove back to his villa alone. As soon as he arrived at the villa, he got a message from Shen Miaoyu.
Shen Miaoyu, are you here yet? Yi Jin, yeah, I'm here.
Shen Miaoyu, why did you just get here? It's been more than half an hour. Yi Jin, oh, I bought a house and live outside the school. Shen Miaoyu, oh, I see, I really didn't expect that you, a senior, also own a car and a house.
Yi Jin, what do you think, are you impressed?
Shen Miaoyu, not impressed, because I also have one.
Yi Jin, okay, I thought this would win you over. It seems that Miao Miao's family background is really extraordinary. Shen Miaoyu, it's nothing. Yi Jin, hey, don't be modest.
I can tell you feel different, not like an ordinary girl.
You're not the daughter of some rich family, are you? Shen Miaoyu, I'm not telling you. Naughty. Yi Jin, never mind, I won't ask.
Have you been to the seaside food street?
Shen Miaoyu, I've never been there.
Yi Jin, then I'll take you there next time, there are lots of delicious things there.
Shen Miaoyu,
okay, I'm going to wash up, and we'll talk again tomorrow, senior.
Yi Jin, okay, good night. Shen Miaoyu, kitty good night, emote.
In the girls' dormitory, Shen Miaoyu, dressed in a nightdress, is washing up. Today's interaction with Yi Jin has made her feel very relaxed.
She really likes this feeling. Her mind unconsciously conjured up Yi Jin's face.
This feeling made her a little confused as to whether she had fallen for this very talkative senior. She quickly washed up in a haphazard manner and then went to bed. Covering her head with the quilt, she took out her phone and started browsing. She clicked on Taobao, entered Medical Fairy Cosplay in the input box, and then clicked to place an order.
Shen Miaoyu muttered, I don't know if the senior likes cosplay.
In the Yulongbei villa, compared to Shen Miaoyu's change of heart,
Yi Jin didn't seem to have any psychological fluctuations.
What was more important now was to solve the trouble behind Zhang Juqi and Lu Qingyan. Since Yu Jia had already started, then just give him some time to continue fermenting. As for Zhang Juqi, Yi Jin had already come up with a better solution. These past few days, Yi Jin had simply skipped all classes and holed up in the villa playing Black Monkey. That morning, Yi Jin inexplicably received a prompt from the system. Ding, the host has spent 3.86 million yuan, received 38.6 million yuan in cashback, and earned 3 Shinho points.
Current balance, 77.734 million yuan.
Ding, the host has spent 1.8 million yuan, received 18 million yuan in cashback, and earned 1 Shinho point.
Current balance, 79.534 million yuan. Yi Jin was puzzled. She hadn't spent any money, so where did the cashback come from?
At that moment, Su Shu sent a message. Su Shu, boss, I bought the car and your girlfriend's house. Picture.jpg. 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 Yi Jin suddenly realized that she had given Su Shu the money to buy the car.
Can I get cash back for that? Yi Jin asked, System, can I get cash back for other people spending money on my behalf? Reply to the host, as long as the spending is under the host's authorization, you can get cash back. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Damn, you didn't ask either. Yi Jin pondered for a moment, and it seemed that he really hadn't asked the system. Okay, then I'll buy company shares. Can I get cash back? As long as it's a valuable item, you can get cash back. Yi Jin secretly rejoiced. If that was the case, it would be very operable. But Yi Jin was still a student. It was inconvenient to do many things. Whether it was investigating the person behind Xia Yi or setting Zhang Chengjun up. These things required Yi Jin to keep an eye on them. So he didn't have much time to stay in school. However, Yi Jin, who hadn't been to school for a few days, was greeted warmly by his homeroom teacher. This day, he was called directly to the office by a phone call from his dear Xiaogu. Yi Jin, what's wrong with you, skipping the department head's class? Don't you want to live anymore? You brat, if you have something to do, ask for leave from me. Do you know that you have ruined the attendance rate of my students this year? Yi Jin just stood there dumbly, smiling. Smiling? You little brat, you're still smiling? How many times have I told you to ask for leave if you have something to do? Today, you were suppressed by the head of the department again. You just cause trouble for me every day. Their homeroom teacher is Lin Xiao, who graduated with a doctorate and stayed on as a teacher. He is quite nice to the students and often organizes things for them to do together. He is also often able to get along with his students. But he has a hard time with the department head. Because Lin Xiao is a relatively straightforward person, he says whatever is on his mind. Once during a meeting, he and the department head had a difference of opinion about teaching. Lin Xiao's straightforward character offended the department head. It happened in front of many teachers. This made the department head feel very embarrassed. So the department head often finds fault with Lin Xiao. This time, because of the sudden incident, Yi Jin didn't come to class directly. Coincidentally, when the department head took attendance during class, Yi Jin was missing. So Lin Xiao was caught in a problem by the department head again, scolded severely, and his attendance rate was lowered by 1 level. This will result in a reduction of 1 level in Lin Xiao's attendance bonus. Yi Jin knew it was his own problem, and also apologized. Hey, Xiaogu, don't be angry. It's just attendance, I'll make it up to you. Don't be angry. Lin Xiao looked at Yi Jin's flattering face and angrily said, Do I care about that little money? You brat, make it up to me. Do I care about that little money? Not to mention deducting a little money, even if I'm deducted all of it, I don't care. What I'm angry about is that you were caught skipping class by the department head, and you even got me into trouble and got scolded. I just can't stand the way that guy takes advantage of the situation. Yi Jin also knew that Lin Xiao and the department head did not get along. This is a loss of face. Yi Jin said slowly, It's okay, Xiaogu, I'll help you get back at him. Chapter 38 The President. Lin Xiao looked at Yi Jin with some surprise after hearing this. An unknown fire in his heart rose again. He angrily shouted, Kid, what are you thinking of doing now? Yi Jin said, Hey, don't worry. Looking at Yi Jin's despicable appearance, Lin Xiao also felt that he could do nothing about him. He just said, Forget it, don't think about useless things. I understand when young people want to go out or play sometimes. But next time, remember to fill in a leave note, the procedure cannot be omitted. Yi Jin nodded with a smile. Although the class teacher Lin Xiao was in a teacher-student relationship with him, they could chat more easily together because they were similar in age. Lin Xiao often plays in leagues with the students in his class. They are teachers and students at school, but teammates in private. So they have a very good relationship. This time, Lin Xiao was bullied because of Yi Jin's problem. He definitely didn't want it. So he decided that he had to get his teammates' field back. After returning, Yi Jin contacted Su Shu. Yi Jin, hey, Su Shu, help me make an appointment with the president of Rongqing University. Su Shu, you want to arrange an appointment with the president of your university? Yi Jin, yes, book a private room. I want to talk to them. Su Shu didn't ask any questions, probably thinking that Yi Jin wanted to do something. Su Shu, okay. Yi Jin said, by the way, go buy me a watch, not too expensive, around 1 million yuan will do. Su Shu, oh, okay. Yi Jin then transferred 1 million yuan. Yi Jin hadn't forgotten the rules of the system. So when buying things, he used his own money, so that he could quickly earn points. But just selling luxury goods was too slow. So Yi Jin had already planned that after taking down the principal, he would start to make a big splash. At 6 p.m., after a day's work, Kang Yirong, the principal of Rongqing University, arrived at Wangjiang Tower, where Su Shu had arranged to meet him in his Mercedes-Benz. This was one of the more famous high-end restaurants in Rongqing. It is named Wangjiang Tower because it is located by the river. The cost of dining at this restaurant is certainly not low, starting at least 10,000 yuan. Kang Yirong walked into the restaurant alone and was met by someone arranged by Su Shuding. Are you President Kong? Yes, that's me. Our boss Su is already upstairs. Please follow me. Okay. Under Su Shuding's arrangement, Kang Yirong was taken to a private room on the 4th floor. When he pushed open the door, the table was already full of all kinds of delicacies. A stunning woman wearing an elegant long dress was already sitting at the table. Su Shu smiled, got up, held out her slender hand, and said softly, "Hello, you must be Principal Kong, right?" Kang Yirong was momentarily lost in Su Shu's stunning appearance. After a long while, he recovered and quickly shook hands in response. Yes, you must be Ms. Su. Su Shu nodded slightly. I didn't realize that Ms. Su was so young and pretty. Judging from your age, you must be in your 20s. You are really young and accomplished. Su Shu smiled slightly and said, not at all. Principal Kong, you're exaggerating. Don't stand there, come sit down. The two sat down, and Kang Yirong couldn't help but ask, Ms. Su, you said on the phone that you wanted to donate a sum of money to our school? Su Shu, yes. Kang Yirong said, the sum of money is probably. Su Shu said lightly, our estimate is 10 million. Bang! Kang Yirong's hand holding the teacup shook a little. The tea instantly soaked his shirt. Su Shu said, are you okay, Principal Kong? Kang Yirong waved his hand and said, ahem, it's fine. Are you really going to donate 10 million to us? Yes, Principal Kong. Then. Su Shu couldn't help but laugh, and then said, Principal Kong, let's wait a moment, my boss will be here soon. Kang Yirong was full of doubts. Aren't you the chairman of Hongfa Group? Su Shu nodded and said, yes, technically I am the assistant to the chairman, but I am in charge of the group's business now, and he generally doesn't care. My boss initiated this donation. So, if you want to thank someone, thank my boss later. Hearing this, Kang Yirong finally understood a little. No wonder this Ms. Su is so young. It turns out that she is not the chairman of the company. But from what she just said, the boss behind this Ms. Su actually trusts a secretary to take care of such a large group company. This chairman is really bold. But bold or not, this kind of courage is still very admirable. At this time, Kang Yirong already felt more and more mysterious about the boss behind Su Shu. After a while, the door to the private room was pushed open and Yi Jin leisurely walked in. Su Shu immediately got up and greeted, hello, boss. Yi Jin nodded slowly. Kang Yirong also turned his head to look at Yi Jin. Kang Yirong was shocked again the moment he saw Yi Jin. His pupils were wide open, and his body was a little stiff. His mouth opened slightly without him realizing it. He didn't expect that the chairman of a group company with a market value of hundreds of millions of dollars was actually such a young person. This somewhat subverted his understanding. Could it be that he is the young master of a family? Seeing this, Yi Jin naturally extended her hand towards Kang Yirong and said softly, hello, President Kang. Hello. Yi Jin introduced herself, my name is Yi Jin, please take your seat, Principal Kang. Oh, yes, Director Yi, please sit down. Yi Jin slowly took her seat and took a sip of tea, saying, Principal Kang, let's eat and chat. Yes, whatever you say. The three of them ate the delicacies from the mountains and the sea while chatting. My secretary just told you everything, right? Kang Yirong nodded and said, thank you, Chairman Yi, for your support of our school. On behalf of the school, I sincerely thank you. After saying this, Kang Yirong gulped down the 2 taels of baijiu in his hand. Yi Jin laughed and said, you're welcome, Principal Kang. However, Kang Yirong still had some doubts in his heart. Although Su Shu had been talking about a donation without any strings attached, Kang Yurong knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch.
This donation of 10 million must also come with some conditions.
But as long as it is within his remit, it is not something that cannot be done. It depends on what the condition is. He tentatively asked, "Thank you very much for your donation. But I wonder what you need me to do, Chairman Yi."
"Don't worry, as long as it is within my remit, I will definitely find a way." Yi Jin laughed, and then said nonchalantly, "There are no special conditions.
I just want to give back to my alma mater." Alma mater? Kang Yurong was shocked and instantly reacted, saying, "You also graduated from Rongqing University?"
Yi Jin said unhurriedly, "No, I haven't graduated yet."
Not graduated? Kang Yurong was a little puzzled. However, the next sentence from Yi Jin almost made Kang Yurong pass out from lack of breath. Yi Jin slowly said, "I am still a student in the Internet of Things major of the Computer Science Department of our school." Chapter 39, A Little Thoughtfulness. Clang. Upon hearing Gao Yuejin's words, the chopsticks in Kang Yurong's hands instantly slipped. They made a crisp sound. Kang Yurong looked at Yi Jin incredulously and asked, Yi Dong, are you serious?"
Yi Jin gave a faint smile, took out her student ID, and handed it to Kang Yurong.
Kang Yurong trembled as he accepted Yi Jin's student ID and flipped open the first page.
Rongqing University, 2032, Department of Computer Science, Internet of Things, Class 1, Yi Jin.
At this moment, Kang Yurong's pupils trembled. With a slightly trembling voice, he said, You really are a student of our school." Yi Jin said, "That's for sure." Kang Yurong couldn't stop smiling after hearing Yi Jin's confirmation. Very good, very good." He kept saying very good in a row. "Thank you, Yi Dong. I didn't think you would still be so considerate as to think of your alma mater. Thank you so much."
After saying this, Kang Yurong drained the cup of wine in one gulp as a sign of respect. Yi Jin also slowly said, "Principal Kang, you're welcome.
I've only done a little bit to help the school. And I can't forget Principal Kang either." Huh? Kang Yurong was puzzled. Is there a difference between the two?
Before Kang Yurong could continue pondering, Yi Jin took out the watch that Su Shu had bought earlier
and said, "Principal Kang, the donations are all from the school, and this is for you." As she spoke, Yi Jin handed over the watch in her hand. Kang Yurong's smiling face instantly froze a little. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Yi Dong, what do you mean by this?"
Yi Jin whispered, "You are highly respected, and I have always admired you.
This is a small token of the student's appreciation. Please accept it." Kang Yurong opened the box and was instantly captivated by the beautifully crafted and magnificent watch inside. It was more of a work of art than a watch. Its lines, craftsmanship, and materials were extraordinary. Not to mention the diamonds embedded in the watch, which highlighted the extremely high price of the watch. Kang Yurong shook his head in an instant. "Director Yi, I am already very grateful to you for donating so much money to the school. But this gift is very valuable. I am very touched by your kindness, but I absolutely cannot accept this gift. He, Kang Yurong, is the head of a school. Although he usually makes a little money, it is all within controllable limits. Yi Jin's watch is very nice and beautiful, but it is also very valuable. If he is recognized in public, he will definitely be in trouble." So although he coveted the watch in his heart, he was still unwilling to take the risk. Yi Jin saw this and probably knew what Kang Yurong was worried about. So she said softly, "Hey, principal, this is just a little something from the students. Besides, you don't have to wear the watch. You can just keep it as a collector's item. You can take it out and play with it, right?" Regardless of what Yi Jin said, a successful man will aspire to a good watch. After all, a watch is a symbol of a man's status and identity. Kang Yurong was afraid to accept the watch because it was too expensive. But Yi Jin's words dispelled his worries. Although he couldn't wear it, he was the owner. He could play with it from time to time. Kang Yurong made up his mind and said, "In that case, I'll respectfully accept your kind offer. Thank you, Chairman Yi, for your kindness." In fact, the donation could only be regarded as Kang Yurong's achievement or contribution, and the beneficiary was the school, not him personally. Therefore, the gift must be both face-saving and beneficial. The watch was a gift for Kang Yurong alone, and it was the beneficial part of the gift. Yi Jin then laughed and said, "You're welcome. It's just a small token from the students. Kang Yurong was already overjoyed. Chairman Yi really opened my eyes today. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. At school, as long as it's not illegal or criminal, I can fix anything else. Kang Yurong said these words with arrogance. Coincidentally, Yi Jin heard the same thing. So Yi Jin pretended to be embarrassed and said, Principal Kang, there is actually one more thing. Oh? It's my homeroom teacher Lin Xiao. Because of what happened to me, he was scolded by the department head and his bonus was cut. Hey, this is all because of my problem, but it still affected my homeroom teacher, and I feel a little bad about it. Yi Jin briefly recounted what had happened. Kang Yurong said angrily after listening, is there really such a thing? Teacher Lin, I know, he is a relatively responsible teacher and is also very good to the students. But because of a disagreement over teaching matters, he had to use his position to suppress him. This is not the style of our school's teachers. Don't worry, I know how to handle this. Yi Jin nodded slightly and said, well, I trust Principal Kang. By the way, Principal Kang, I have a small favor to ask. Yi Jin, you are too polite. It's like this, you know that I have some businesses, so I'm usually quite busy. I may not be able to attend classes at the school very often, so please take a look at this. Kang Yurong immediately waved his hand and said, hey, I thought it was something big. Don't worry about it. I'll say hello on behalf of the school, and you don't need to worry about the graduation, just come directly and collect it. Yi Jin smiled knowingly. It seems that this Kang Yurong is quite understanding. Yi Jin thanked him, then thank you, Principal Kang. The three of them then ate and drank together until 9 o'clock in the evening. Yi Jin also returned to her villa under the escort of Su Shu. Boss, have some honey water. Su Shu brought a cup of warm honey water. Yi Jin took it and teased, wow, you really care about me. Su Shu laughed and said, of course, you are my major investor. Yi Jin took a sip of the honey water. She asked, what projects is our group company investing in at the moment? Su Shu replied, the company is planning to invest in a live streaming platform called Galaxy TV. But the other party is asking for a relatively high price? Oh, what's going on? Su Shu said with some worry, hey, that company is currently the live streaming platform with the highest number of users and user activity. Apart from us, there is also the participation of the Han Group. I don't know what happened, but at the beginning of the negotiations, it was 200 million. But now it has become 1 billion. 1 billion? Yi Jin's brows slightly wrinkled. Needless to say, someone must have interfered. I beat up that Han Zijia myself, and I didn't expect to get involved with them again so soon. It seems that I need to gain a deeper understanding of that Han Group. Yi Jin made up his mind, and he decided to get to know this Han Group. He said to Su Shu, what's the situation with that Han Group? Chapter 40 Han Ziyun. Su Shu was slightly taken aback. So she carefully introduced Yi Jin. The Han Group is a large group company in the first echelon of Rongqing. It covers businesses such as catering, entertainment, real estate, finance, and technology. According to the latest corporate financial data disclosure, the total assets of the Han Group have now reached tens of billions of scale. It is one of the leading enterprises in Chengdu. Yi Jin was still slightly shocked when she heard this. She had never expected that the Han Group had such enormous strength. It seems that it would take a lot of strength to move them. Yi Jin said to Su Shu, go and see if there is any vacant land around and buy it all. Su Shu was puzzled and said, boss, do you want to enter the real estate industry? Yi Jin said with a smile, sort of. Su Shu nodded and continued, then Inha TV. Yi Jin shook his head and said, no, since you want to raise our price, then we won't play alone. We'll set up our own live streaming platform. We'll take all their traffic. Su Shu's eyes widened. She didn't realize Yi Jin was holding back such a big move. But if that's the case, wouldn't that be slapping Han's Group in the face? Su Shu was a little worried and said, boss, Han's Group is a shareholder, will this? Yi Jin, it's fine, just do as I say. I'll give you 500 million yuan first, and tomorrow you go buy the land and negotiate with the officials. We'll buy all the land around it. Su Shu nodded in shock. She really couldn't think of what the boss's goal was in doing this. Of course, Yi Jin didn't really have any ideas either. He just wanted to use money. The next day, Yi Jin slept until noon before getting up. He opened the system in his head and checked it out. Host, Yi Jin. Current system capabilities, cashback on spending, cashback multiplier 10 times. Physical fitness, strength 100. Speed 100. Stamina 100. Spirit 100. Normal healthy adult males are 10.
Abilities, extraordinary body approximately equal to the superposition of the physical fitness of 10 adults.
Combat proficiency. The host is proficient in all fighting techniques in the world.
Driving proficiency. The host is proficient in driving all current vehicles.
Crisis detection. Current account balance, 30534W. Current Shinhao points, 1085 plus redeemed.
System level, LV1 100,000 Shinhao points are required to upgrade the system. Yesterday, I transferred 500 million yuan to Su Shu to let her buy land.
However, this will take some time.
So now Yi Jin can only watch the 300 million in deposits and be troubled. He decided to speed up consumption first. Anyway, Yu Jie also needs some time to lure Zhang Chengjun into the game. And Zhang Jieqi also needs to wait until Zhang Chengjun is completely in the game before taking the next step.
So now the thing to solve is Lu Qingyan's matter. Lu Qingyan's matter involves the boss named Sister Lan. Although I don't know who he is.
But the boss's subordinate's domineering foot massage shop is so luxurious, and there is more than one such shop. So that boss should also be a very powerful person. And now that his own industry has become involved with the Han Group, such a large group will definitely not let others take their cake. Right now it's just normal business competition, and there has not been a direct conflict with the Hangs. Once they start to grab resources, the Han Group will inevitably intervene. Therefore, one must always plan ahead for the future. Yi Jin decided to learn more about the Han Group. The only person Yi Jin had ever come into contact with from the Han Group was Han Zijie.
Shen Miaoyu should know more about Han Zijie. Yi Jin sent a message to Shun Miaoyu. Rich overnight, is Miao Miao there? Dog head, emoticon. Little medical fairy, I'm in class. What's up? Rich overnight, I want to ask you, how much do you know about Han Zijie? Little medical fairy, why, did he ask someone to take revenge on you? Rich overnight, no, I just want to know. Little medical fairy, oh, I see. He is the young master of the Han Group. So he is very arrogant and domineering because of his family's wealth and power. He often does outrageous things. Rich overnight, oh? What has he done? Little doctor, well, he forced himself on a girl before, you know that story. Rich overnight, I know. Little doctor, it's much more than that, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. I don't know how to put it, but there are just so many things about him. Anyway, he's a complete and utter bastard of a rich kid. But as far as I know, their family, the Han family, has a good reputation in Chengdu. I just don't know why there's such an annoying rich kid like him. He became rich overnight. How can I put it? Little doctor, because he also has an older brother called Han Ziyun, who is the CEO of the Han Group. His brother is a world apart from him. His brother is a famous young entrepreneur, young philanthropist, and member of the CPPCC in our city. He can be said to be a person with a collection of honors. Yi Jin frowned, not expecting Han Zijie's brother to be so impressive. He wanted to know more about the Han Group. Especially why there is such a big difference between the two brothers. Rich overnight, okay, I got it. Thanks, Miao Miao. Little medical immortal, it's okay, if he dares to bully you, just let me know, I'll help you. Rich overnight, got it, but how do you know so much about the Han Group? Little medical immortal, hee, I heard it from my family. Family? Yi Jin was slightly stunned. Could it be that this Shen Miaoyu is also some rich girl from a wealthy family? Judging from her words, she is not afraid of that Han Zijie. It is possible that she really is the daughter of some group. Yi Jin teased, wow, it seems that your family is not simple either. Little medical fairy, hee, I'm not telling you. One night to riches, okay, you go to class first, I'm going out. If you need anything, remember to find me. Little medical fairy, I have to say, Yi Jin really likes Shen Miaoyu, the sophomore school beauty queen. She has a very distinctive personality, she loves and hates clearly, and she doesn't keep fish. She will clearly reject people and things she doesn't like, and there won't be any ambiguous answers. And she's not that interested in money. It seems like there's also some disgust in there. This is more to Yi Jin's liking. So Yi Jin is also pondering in his heart. If there is a chance, she can also try to take this school flower and schoolmate. At this time, Yi Jin drove to the hospital. He was going to visit Lu Qingyan's mother first.
He went to the VLP ward that Su Shu had prepared for Lu Qingyan's mother. At this time, Lu Qingyan was sitting next to her mother chatting with her. Seeing Yi Jin carrying fruit and milk, Lu Qingyan's heart was filled with joy. She exclaimed, "Junior, you're here." Chapter 41, Building a Building. Looking at the rosy-cheeked and beaming Lu Qingyan, Yi Jin's heart also warmed. He smiled slightly and said, "Well, senior, hello auntie." Lu Qingyan hurriedly told Yi Jin to sit down. "Sit, junior." She introduced, "Mom, this is my junior, Yi Jin, he is the one who helped us." "Yi Jin, this is my mom." Yi Jin nodded and smiled, "Hello, auntie." "Young man, sit down, sit down." Yi Jin sat next to Lu Qingyan. From the bed, Lu Qingyan's mother spoke with excitement, "Thank you, young man." "Thank you, if it wasn't for you, I don't think I would be alive here." "I heard what Qingyan said, you really are our savior." As she spoke, Lu Qingyan's mother's eyes began to fill with tears. Seeing this, Lu Qingyan turned her head to the side. She didn't want Yi Jin to see the tears welling up in her eyes. Lu Qingyan knew that without Yi Jin's help, she and her mother would be in an unimaginable situation. She was not an ungrateful person. It was just that what Yi Jin had done was truly life-saving for her and her mother. Lu Qingyan felt a heavy burden from Yi Jin's kindness. However, Yi Jin said indifferently, "It's okay, auntie, Qingyan is my senior at school, and this is what I should do." As she spoke, Yi Jin's gaze was full of tenderness as she looked at Lu Qingyan. Lu's mother continued, "Yi, don't think it's easy, I know, it's not that simple. Qingyan has told me everything, so you are really our family's well-deserved benefactor. Hey, it's also my fault that my mother and I have a bad life and encountered such a thing." Yi Jin also felt very sympathetic towards Lu Qingyan and his mother. So she also began to ask, "Auntie, what about your family? Don't they come to help you?" Lu's mother sighed and said with some sadness, "Alas, ever since Qingyan was born, his father ran away from home. It's been more than 20 years now, and he's never returned. So all these years we've relied on the two of us, because there's no man in the family, so our relatives and friends don't treat us well. Life is hard to describe in a few words. Mom, don't talk about that bastard, it makes me angry just talking about him." Lu Qingyan stopped her mother. Lu's mother also sighed and said, "Qingyan, your father is not that kind of irresponsible person, don't blame him." Lu Qingyan was furious, she couldn't control her emotions. "Mom, it's been 20 years, and you're still saying that. If he had a conscience, how could he just ignore us? After all these years, has he ever come back to see us once? He has never been a part of my world, I might as well consider him dead." Lu Qingyan seemed to have vented all her grievances over the years. Yi Jin took Lu Qingyan's hand and soothed her emotions. He could understand the pain of not having a lover by your side. After all, in his previous life, he had spent 10 years in a dark prison. After a while, Lu Qingyan was able to calm down. Lu's mother just shook her head slightly and said to Yi Jin, "Yi, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you." "No, auntie, every family has its own problems. Maybe uncle really has his reasons." The mother and daughter didn't talk about the topic again. Lu's mother looked at the two of them snuggled up and smiled, "Yi, I really thank you. I'll feel much more at ease in the future with Qingyan following you." Upon hearing her mother's words, Lu Qingyan was first slightly stunned. Then a blush rose to her pretty face. She pouted and said, "Mom, what are you talking about?" Lu's mother just smiled and didn't say anything. At this time, Lu Qingyan's bodyguard Li Jianjun also walked in from outside and greeted Yi Jin. "Hello, boss." Yi Jin nodded slightly and said softly, "Uncle Li, you've worked hard these past few days." Li Jianjun said, "It's okay, boss. This is what I should do." Lu Qingyan also thanked Li Jianjun, "Uncle Li, thanks to you, I've been able to swap shifts with you to take care of my mother these past 2 days." "Thank you." Li Jianjun smiled and nodded, saying, "It's fine, Miss Lu, it was all the boss's arrangement." At this point, Lu's mother spoke up, "Why don't Jianjun take care of me, and Qingyan, you and Yi go out and explore?" Lu's mother had long since noticed her daughter's feelings for Yi Jin. But she was afraid that her daughter was doing it for the money, selling her future to some greasy old man. But after seeing Yi Jin today, she realized that he was young and handsome, and they were both alumni. He was also so responsible, so she felt more at ease leaving Lu Qingyan with Yi Jin. At least with Yi Jin, she wouldn't be bullied anymore. Li Jianjun quickly agreed, "Sure, boss, you and Miss Lu go out and have fun, I'll be here." Yi Jin looked at the two and understood what they meant. She said, "Okay, Uncle Li, you'll have to go to a lot of trouble for me."
Li Jianjun, you're welcome, boss.
Lu Qingyan looked at her mother and whispered, "Mom, then you call me if you have any problems. I'll be right back."
Lu's mother nodded with a smile. Yi Jin was going to take Lu Qingyan shopping today to spend some money.
Just then, Yi Jin received a prompt from the system. The host has spent 150 million yuan and received a cashback of 1.5 billion yuan. They have earned 150 Shenhao points and have a balance of 180534W.
Shenhao points, 1235.
The host has spent 180 million yuan and received a cashback of 1.8 billion yuan. They have earned 180 Shenhao points and have a balance of 360534W.
Shenhao points, 1415.
The host spent 110 million yuan, got a cashback of 1.1 billion yuan, and earned 110 Shenhao points.
Balance, 470534W, Shenhao points, 1525.
At the same time, he received a text message from Su Shu, "Boss, I've taken down all 3 plots of land in the northern suburbs, totaling 440 million yuan.
Yi Jin replied, "Well done, keep it up."
In fact, the official attitude of Rongqing towards the development of the northern suburbs has always been negative.
Their focus is on the east.
But there are a lot of vacant plots in the north, but everyone wants to invest their capital in the east. So although the vacant plots in the northern suburbs have been listed for a long time, no one has been interested. And the east is so expensive that there is a lot of pressure to develop it, which has led to a shortage of liquidity for the officials. This time, when Su Shu went to buy land in the northern suburbs, it was undoubtedly a timely reign for the officials, and naturally things fell into place quickly.
Yi Jin asked Su Shu to buy land in order to make money.
On the other hand, he wanted to establish his own headquarters. In his plan, he must become a giant in his own right. Only in this way can he better protect the people around him.
Yi Jin sent a message to Su Shu again, "Start the bidding." "Su Shu, what kind of bidding?"
Yi Jin responded indifferently, "Build a building."
Su Shu was a little puzzled.
They had previously talked about entering the real estate industry. But the nature of these plots of land is commercial in nature and cannot be developed for residential use. And the location is on the northern outskirts of the city, not a good location.
So Su Shu asked doubtfully,
"Su Shu, boss, the 3 plots of land are all planned for commercial use and cannot be developed for residential use."
"Yi Jin, who said I want to build residential?" "Su Shu, huh? Then you." "Yi Jin, rebuild our company's headquarters group building." Chapter 42. Waitress at a Western restaurant. Su Shu on the other end of the phone was clearly taken aback.
Yi Jin continued to edit, "Buy all the land you can in the northern suburbs, and let me know if you don't have enough money."
Su Shu could only follow Yi Jin's requests. Lu Qingyan saw that Yi Jin had been editing the text message, and she asked curiously, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Yi Jin shook his head slightly and said softly, "It's fine, let's go shopping." The two of them held hands and went to the Diamond Plaza together. "What are you going to do today, Junior?" Yi Jin looked at the expectant Lu Qingyan and said mischievously, "Go on a date with you, of course."
Lu Qingyan's face instantly turned rosy at the words. Her clear, lively eyes curved into a crescent moon, her rosy lips slightly upturned as she said playfully, "Of course you can, as long as it's you asking me out, I'll have time." Yi Jin smiled slightly and whispered, "Do you have any tips?" Lu Qingyan was slightly taken aback, and then a blush appeared on her face. She muttered, "Well, next time." Yi Jin was intrigued and continued, "Oh, sister, you have to promise." Lu Qingyan softly agreed, "MMM." Then, without Lu Qingyan noticing, Yi Jin leaned over and whispered mischievously in her ear, "I want to see Balenciaga." Upon hearing Yi Jin's words, Lu Qingyan, who had originally blushed slightly, turned even more rosy. She pouted, "You're so annoying." Yi Jin gave a small smile and took Lu Qingyan to a luxurious Western restaurant in a square to prepare for dinner. The waitress in the restaurant saw Yi Jin and Lu Qingyan, dressed in their best, walking in hand. She immediately politely came up to them and greeted them, asking, "Sir, do you have a reservation?" Yi Jin shook her head slightly, "No." The waitress said softly, "Then please follow me." Yi Jin followed the waitress and sat down at a double table near the window. The waitress said, "May I ask who would like to order?" Yi Jin whispered to Lu Qingyan, "Senior, you order what you like, don't be polite." The waiter understood, and respectfully handed the menu to Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan took the high-end Western food menu in English and began to slowly browse through it. Royal cocktail shrimp, 688 yuan serving.
Baked French snails, 999 yuan serving. Pan-fried lamb chops, 1,200 yuan serving. King crab meat and pineapple cake, 966 yuan portion. Australian selected royal beefsteak, 388 yuan g, 150 g and up. Lu Qingyan is a straight-A student and has passed the TEM8.
Naturally, she has no problem reading the menu. But when she saw the prices at the back of the menu, she was taken aback. The prices really exceeded her expectations. Lu Qingyan flipped through the menu twice and hesitated to order. Yi Jin sensed that something seemed to have gone wrong, and so she asked softly, "Senior, what's wrong?" Lu Qingyan used the menu to block her side of her face and whispered to Yi Jin, "It's so expensive, Junior."
Yi Jin was momentarily taken aback. Smiling, she said, "It's okay, just order whatever you like." Lu Qingyan's actions really made Yi Jin a little speechless.
This senior of hers was really very lovable. Even though she has a peerless appearance, she doesn't rely on her face to eat and drink for free.
Instead, she does what she can according to her abilities.
She hasn't overdrawn her future, nor has she betrayed herself.
This makes Yi Jin like this consistent senior sister even more. Lu Qingyan also heard this and bit the bullet and ordered a lettuce salad for 199 yuan.
The waitress's face fell, and her expression was full of disdain.
She muttered, "What a waste, ordering a salad after all that fuss."
The waitress's voice was as soft as a mosquito's, but it was heard by Lu Qingyan and Yi Jin.
Lu Qingyan's face instantly turned red with embarrassment.
Seeing this, Yi Jin was of course not happy.
He whispered, "Senior, give me the menu." Yi Jin took the menu directly. He was not angry either, and whispered to the waitress, "Is this how you waiters in a high-end Western restaurant treat your guests?" The waiter was slightly taken aback, and then explained, "Sir, this is a high-end Western restaurant, rated by Michelin, so the cost is generally higher." Yi Jin retorted, "What, are you afraid we can't afford it?" The waiter just smiled awkwardly and said, "Sir, we do have a minimum charge here, and if you only order salad, I'm afraid it won't be enough." Yi Jin's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. She didn't expect the waiter to look down on people so much. "And there's a minimum charge.
It seems that I need to teach these snobbish businesses a lesson today." Seeing Yi Jin frown, the waitress also concluded that the two in front of her really did not have the spending power.
So her expression became even more insolent and disdainful.
She even turned her head to the other side and looked at the scenery.
Yi Jin just said softly, "What is the most expensive steak here?"
The waitress still had that condescending expression. With a tone of contempt, she said, "The most expensive steak we have here is the Australian M12 Royal Special Selection Steak.
It costs 888 yuan per gram. It is cut and cooked on the spot. It is more expensive, are you sure you want it?"
Yi Jin interrupted directly, casually flung the menu onto the table, and angrily shouted at the waiter, "Just that steak, bring it to me."
"Ha?" The waiter was a little doubtful about what he had heard. So he asked, "What did you say?"
Yi Jin said, "I said to bring me the Australian M12 steak."
The waiter still looked disdainful and said, "This is 888 yuan gram of beef, not a caddy from your grocery store." "Are you sure?"
Yi Jin impatiently said, "Just bring it, what are you afraid of, that will run away?"
Yi Jin's expression really made the waiter a little upset.
Although he ordered the most expensive steak, the waiter didn't believe that Yi Jin could really afford it.
But she still wanted to see Yi Jin's embarrassed expression.
She turned directly and walked towards the kitchen.
Lu Qingyan looked at Yi Jin with some concern.
Yi Jin, on the other hand, looked calm and composed, signaling Lu Qingyan to rest assured. In a moment, the chef of the Western restaurant came over with the waiter.
"Hello, I am the manager of this restaurant. My name is Louis. May I ask if you would like the M12 steak?" Yi Jin nodded lightly and said, "Yes, it's me."
Louis, like the waiter, said with a somewhat disgusted expression, "I'm sorry, our restaurant sells the M12 steak by the gram, starting at 150 grams.
However, the weight of a steak is generally 200-300 grams.
The average price is between 17 and 27 yuan.
Are you sure you still need it?"
Yi Jin looked at Louis's mocking expression. She also looked at the smug waiter behind her, and her heart felt nothing. Just as he was about to respond, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his head.
Ding, system task issued. Chapter 43, a 500,000 yuan salad.
Ding, system task issued. In the face of a restaurant that looks down on consumers, the host can choose from the following tasks.
1. Order politely and follow the restaurant's rules. Reward, 1 yuan, note, pathetic, so pathetic. 2. Bossy retort, order all the most expensive dishes directly. Reward, a set of gold and diamond kitchenware worth 2,800 W, note, fight back, must fight back. 3. Domineering exchange that hits you in the face, making everyone in the restaurant unable to come down from the counter, and forcefully slapping the dog-like merchant in the face. Reward, ownership of Diamond Plaza, worth 1.5 billion yuan. Note, a lesson must be taught to those who look down on consumers. Looking at the system prompts, the first option is not very harmful but extremely insulting. As for the second, it feels a bit like a nouveau riche with no substance. Therefore, Yi Jin chose the third without hesitation. He already had a plan in mind to deal with them. Yi Jin said unceremoniously, "Yes, I'll have the most expensive one." Chef Lu Yi's face twitched slightly. He had thought that his words would make the presumptuous man in front of him back down. But Yi Jin not only didn't take the bait, he actually wanted to order it. Still, he kept a close eye on things. "If you want to show off, you have to pay first." So Louis directly said, "Sir, we weigh the food on the spot. If you are sure you want it, I will start now." Yi Jin still replied nonchalantly, "I'm sure." Louis continued, "To protect the rights and interests of our restaurant, when ordering expensive ingredients, customers are required to pay a deposit of no less than 500,000 yuan. Louis wore a sneering and contemptuous smile as he stared directly at Yi Jin. It seems like he just wants to see how Yi Jin will make a fool of herself next. The waiter behind him also had an unmistakable smile of joy on his face. He stared directly at Yi Jin. Lu Qingyan felt a little uncomfortable, and she couldn't sit still anymore. She wanted to get up and leave with Yi Jin. But Yi Jin, who was sitting across from her, lightly held her hand. Lu Qingyan's inner unease was dispelled by Yi Jin's actions, and she chose to trust Yi Jin. Yi Jin looked calm and collected, took out her bank card without any haste, and said lightly, "It's only 500,000 yuan, just swipe the card." Louis looked at Yi Jin in shock. She had actually calmly taken out her bank card and let them swipe it. At that moment, he began to doubt his own judgment. The waiter behind him already had his eyes wide in amazement. He couldn't believe it when he took over the bank card from Yi Jin's hand. With the POS machine successfully issuing the receipt, both of them were stunned in disbelief. They never expected that such a young person could casually pay 500,000 renminbi for a meal. However, with the successful payment of the deposit, Louis's expression of contempt changed. He said with a smile, "Sir, please wait a moment, I will bring out our store's treasure for you." Louis urged the waitress behind him, "Take good care of the gentleman." The waitress behind him froze for a moment and immediately agreed, Oh, okay." The waitress then began to prepare the meal for Yi Jin and the others. The chef then pushed a special cart up to Yi Jin. On the cart was a shiny, brightly colored M12 steak with tender meat. Louis said, "Sir, this is the steak you wanted. Do you think it's okay to cut it from here?" Louis gestured at the cut and prepared to cut off a piece of beef. Yi Jin suddenly said, "Wait." Upon hearing this, Louis and the waiter behind him were momentarily stunned. "I suddenly don't want a steak." Both of them froze in place, wondering what to do. Does this person not want it anymore and is sincerely fooling them? Yi Jin continued, "I think the lettuce salad is good, let's start with 500,000 lettuce salad." Puff. Lu Qingyan covered her mouth and laughed. She knew what Yi Jin wanted to do. Upon hearing this, the waiter and Louis's bodies shook as if they had been electrocuted. The lettuce salad was the cheapest dish on their menu, only 199 yuan serving. 500,000 would be more than 2,500 servings. Their restaurant did not have that much lettuce. And according to the method of making the lettuce salad, is to separate the lettuce on the spot, remove the heart of the lettuce, sprinkle with salad dressing and other seasonings, and then shake it for dozens of times. In other words, it may take all 15 waiters in their entire restaurant all day to make this many salads. Louis said awkwardly, "Sir, we don't have this much leftover lettuce in the store." Yi Jin said disdainfully, "You call this a high-end Western restaurant? How can you not even have lettuce?" Louis laughed apologetically and said, "Sir, please don't be ridiculous. 500,000 worth of lettuce salad can buy 2,500 servings, so you and your friends simply won't be able to finish it all." Yi Jin gave a contemptuous smile and said haughtily, "Whether we finish it or not is my business, but whether you can deliver it is your business, isn't it? What, are you afraid I can't pay?" Now that I've given you the money, but you can't deliver the lettuce salad I want, what's the meaning of that?
Yi Jin's words were merciless, leaving Louis sweating. He knew that Yi Jin was angry, so he whispered, "Sir, I'm sorry about what just happened. Please forgive our staff for their offense. I'll definitely give her a good talking to when I get back down there." Yi Jin laughed, then said, "You were just the same, weren't you? Why don't you just calm down a bit? I still prefer the way you were just now, when you were so unruly." Louis could only smile apologetically. Yi Jin continued, "You people, you looked down on us as soon as you came in. Now I've paid and ordered the food. But you haven't prepared this much? How do you run a restaurant?" Seeing this, Louis didn't continue speaking, humbly nodding his head and explaining again, "Sir, I'm sorry, it's true that we haven't prepared this much lettuce. But we have plenty of other ingredients. Why don't you order some other ingredients?" Yi Jin looked at Louis's fawning appearance and said with interest, "Are all the other ingredients ready?" "Yes, sir." "Okay, bring me the beef I ordered." Okay." Louis took out an electronic scale specially used to weigh beef and placed it in front of Yi Jin. Yi Jin's brows furrowed slightly at this sight, and she said with a faint anger, "Why?" He pointed at the scale on the table with a hint of anger and asked loudly, "What's the meaning of this?" Louis had no choice but to explain, "It's like this, sir. Because we charge for the beef by the gram. We weigh it on the spot in front of the customer." Yi Jin was instantly displeased and immediately shouted angrily, "What's the big deal? What's the meaning of bringing out a scale? If the foreigners next door see it, they'll think we can't afford it." Chapter 44, 100 million yuan worth of beef. Louis's face instantly turned a little embarrassed when he heard this. Hurry up and show his signature flattering smile, and patiently explain, No, sir, they're all the same." Yi Jin continued to scold, "What do you mean they're all the same? How is this enough for anyone to eat? Get another piece. One for each person." Although Louis was dissatisfied, he still didn't show it. He just told the chef behind him, hurry, go get another one." Yi Jin pointed at the electronic scale on the table and said unceremoniously, take the scale away." Louis dared not say much after hearing this, and immediately came over and took down the electronic scale on the table. At this moment, Yi Jin's hand slowly lifted up, pressing down on Louis's hand holding the scale. She continued, "Don't worry. When I say one piece each, I don't mean just the two of us, but everyone in the restaurant." Clang! Louis's hand trembled and the electronic scale fell directly onto the table with a loud bang. He hurriedly apologized, "I'm sorry, sir. Did you say one piece each for all the guests?" Yi Jin nodded slowly, "Yes." Instantly, beads of sweat appeared on Louis's forehead. There were nearly 50 guests in the restaurant right now. According to this standard, 50 pounds per person, that's 2,500 pounds in total. They only use a mere 100 pounds of beef per day. They definitely won't be able to come up with 2,500 pounds. He can only look at Yi Jin with a pleading expression and whisper, "First, sir, you're joking. This meat is nearly 50 pounds, and if each person gets a piece, that's 2,500 pounds. The value reaches 100 million yuan." Yi Jin interrupted directly. "What, do you still think I can't afford it?" If anything, he had underestimated Yi Jin at first. But now he really didn't think Yi Jin could afford to buy beef for 100 million yuan. So he made up his mind and said firmly, "Well, I admit that I offended you at first. I apologize to you. But if you keep messing around like this, we won't be able to serve you anymore." Delhi. The little lesson just now did not make them realize not to look down on others. They are still acting the same way. I guess they just think Yi Jin is some nouveau riche. That's why they had the nerve to get angry right back. Yi Jin didn't care at all and just said indifferently, "Swipe the card." "Louis? Waiter? You're just going to swipe the card?" Yi Jin continued to urge, "Hurry up, don't dawdle." Louis still plucked up the courage to take out the POS machine. After entering 100 million yuan, he nervously swiped Yi Jin's bank card. In fact, he was very uneasy when he received Yi Jin's card. As the swipe ended, the receipt was printed out. Louis, holy cow. Waiter, holy cow. There really is this much money. Louis came back to his senses. Today he had met the god of wealth. But before he could be happy, he snapped back to reality. He had received the money, but there wasn't that much meat. Then he said flattering to Eugene, "First, sir, to be honest, our Western restaurant doesn't have that much beef prepared." Eugene took over the conversation, then laughed loudly, raising her voice a few degrees, and said, "Ha, didn't you just say that all the other ingredients were ready? Didn't you just think I couldn't afford to pay? Now I'm going to treat all the guests in the restaurant to the most expensive beef you have. I've already paid, so how can you say you don't have the ingredients? Are you deliberately trying to trick consumers? Or do you think the other guests don't deserve to eat your most expensive steak?" Yi Jin's words were heard by basically all the guests in the restaurant. They were able to grasp the key message from just a few words. It's contempt for people, thinking that they can't afford to pay. Now he wants to treat all the guests to beef, and he's paying for it. And now your restaurant is saying it's out of ingredients? The key is in Yi Jin's last sentence, which has caused the crowd to become somewhat angry. This sentence has undoubtedly placed the entire restaurant in opposition to all the guests present. The guests are of course grateful to Eugene for being able to eat for free, and naturally they begin to blame the restaurant staff. Louis also felt extremely ashamed when he heard this. He really had misjudged the situation this time. He never imagined that this person would spend 100 million yuan to treat everyone to the most expensive beef. For a moment, he began to stammer, "First, sir, I..." Eugene didn't want to hear anymore. "Go get ready, I don't want to hear your explanation anymore. I'm telling you, today I'm treating everyone to the most expensive steak you have here. You took the money, and if you can't deliver in the end, you're cheating consumers." This is equivalent to slapping everyone at the table in the face. Louis also had goosebumps after hearing this, as if he were facing a great enemy. His face was ashen, and there was no room for him to argue. There was nothing he could do, so Louis led the waiter to the kitchen. In contrast, Eugene just sat there casually. It was as if the money they had just spent wasn't 100 million, but just 10 yuan. And this scene just refreshed Lu Qingyan's understanding once again. "My dear Junior, aren't we going too far?" Eugene gave a faint smile and said softly, "Humph, they think they're waiters after just a few days in a Western restaurant. They look at people with tinted eyes. They even look down on their food and clothing parents. They must be taught a lesson." Lu Qingyan didn't say much after hearing this, but secretly supported Eugene in her heart. After a while, a middle-aged man in a suit and with a somewhat haggard face came in through the restaurant's front door. The man is named Jiang Fingyan, and he is the owner of this Western restaurant. He looked a little anxious, and as soon as he entered the door, he started looking around. Louis saw the person coming in the kitchen and immediately ran out. He greeted him softly, "Boss. Why are you here?" Jiang Fingyan asked, "Just now, 100 million suddenly arrived in the company account, and it was shown to be the account of your restaurant. What's going on? Who made the transaction?" Louis heard this and the sweat came back. He didn't dare to tell the truth. He simply explained, "A customer wants to treat all the guests to our M12 beef." Jiang Fingyan's pupils dilated instantly. "What? Where is the customer?" Louis pointed at Eugene. Jiang Fingyan had expected a slightly older boss. But when he looked more closely, he realized that it was just a young man. He couldn't help but feel a huge shock in his heart. He had already thought of Eugene as the young master of an unknown family. And Lu Qingyan saw that Jiang Fingyan who had come was a bit familiar. Jiang Fingyan hurriedly walked over to Eugene and politely asked, "Sir, did you just order 2,500 caddies of M12 beef?" Chapter 45 Jiang Fingyan's handling. Eugene nodded slightly and said, "It was me." "Who are you?" Jiang Fingyan laughed and said, "My name is Jiang Fingyan, I'm the owner of this restaurant." Eugene suddenly realized, "Oh, you're the owner. My name is Eugene, nice to meet you." Jiang Fingyan smiled flattery and said, "Young man, I don't know why you want to treat all the guests to the most expensive beef in our restaurant." Eugene smiled contemptuously and said indifferently, "Why, can't I invite them?" Jiang Fingyan instantly looked embarrassed. He explained softly, "Little brother, I won't lie to you. This M12 steak is one of the highest quality steaks from Australia. It needs to be airlifted from Australia every day, so it's expensive. The amount sold in this restaurant under my name is less than £200 per month. You want 2,500 pounds at once, which is really a bit difficult for me." Eugene said noncommittally, "Humph, then you'll have to ask the manager of this restaurant." Jiang Fingyan is an old hand at shopping malls, so how could he not detect that there must be some misunderstanding? He then glared angrily at Louis and asked, "What's going on?" Louis stammered, This.
Eugene said nonchalantly, it's because they don't think we can afford your restaurant's food.
After all, my schoolmate is used to being thrifty, but she only ordered the cheapest salad. It's normal for them to look down on us. Eugene was hinting at the manager.
Jiang Fingyan understood the cause and effect of the matter in just a moment.
He said to Eugene angrily, "Little brother, it's my poor management. Don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer."
Jiang Fingyan turned to Louis and said, have you learned nothing from the usual training?
You despise people with a dog's eyes.
Pa! Jiang Fingyan slapped Louis directly on the left side of his face. Louis was stunned by the slap. He could only cover his face with one hand and explain, no, boss, it's not me, it's not me. How dare you argue? Pat!
Jiang Fingyan slapped Louis on the right side of his face again.
Boss, stop, it's not me, it's her, she looked down on this gentleman first. Louis pointed behind him at the waiter.
The waitress behind him had already been so scared that she was sitting on the floor. With a blank expression, she didn't know what to do, so she just waved her hands and said, no, boss, I'm wrong, I'm sorry, I'm wrong.
Jiang Fingyan glared at the two of them fiercely, not wanting to get involved any further, and just said viciously, go to the cashier and settle the bill and leave.
I don't want waitresses like you who look down on customers in my restaurant.
Boom! Louis instantly felt like he had lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground.
The waiter on the side had long since lost his initiative and could only look at him with vacant eyes.
Jiang Fingyan once again shouted fiercely, get out, don't let me see you again. The two men helped each other up and left the restaurant in anger. After dealing with these two people, Jiang Fingyan turned to Eugene and asked softly, little brother, are you satisfied with this way of dealing with it?
Eugene nodded slightly and then said, well, it's not bad, except that I just told all the guests that I would treat them to beef.
Now that there's been such a commotion, I don't know how to end it.
Jiang Fingyan understood, and he turned his head to face the entire hall, his voice high and loud, everyone, I'm sorry to have made a fool of you all.
I, Jiang Fingyan, am the owner of this restaurant.
As an apology, I will present each table with a bottle of 10,000 yuan worth of red wine.
I hope you will forgive me. Jiang Fingyan's respectful and sincere apology was well received by the guests. With Jiang Fingyan's words, the farce ended here. He whispered to Eugene, brother Yi, I will cover your expenses today, and I will refund your money in full.
Eugene was unhappy when he heard about the refund.
He still had to spend money. He said indifferently, no need to refund it. Jiang Fingyan, puzzled? Brother Yi, what do you mean? Charge the card with all the money, I'll open a VLP with you.
Jiang Fingyan was overjoyed to hear this, but immediately became a little.
Eugene waved his hand and whispered, hey, it's no big deal. Jiang Fingyan was a little torn at this time.
If it were in the past, he might not have cared at all. But now he was in a different situation.
Nowadays, he has fallen on hard times.
If he took this 100 million and then advertised the store for sale, he could leave here.
But this would undoubtedly harm Eugene's interests. He tentatively asked, brother Eugene, can we be friends and exchange contact information?
In contrast, Eugene's face was calm and carefree. Because just now, the voice of the system had appeared in Eugene's mind.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the task.
Reward ownership of the Diamond Plaza. The reward has been automatically issued to the host. Beep, beep, beep. Eugene answered the phone. Hello, who is this? Is this Mr. Eugene? Yes, it's me. I'm in charge of the Diamond Plaza. My name is Lin Tao. When will Mr. Eugene be available to come and inspect the Diamond Plaza? I'm not available today.
Suddenly, Eugene thought to himself, this Jiang Fingyan looks righteous and doesn't seem like a treacherous villain. I'm rich but not powerful, so there's no harm in making one more friend.
Since I want to befriend Jiang Fingyan, I'll do him a small favor. He then said to Lin Tao, boss, Jiang Fingyan's Western restaurant is in our plaza, right?
Lin Tao, as the general manager of Diamond Plaza, knows all the famous bosses in the mall.
After all, Diamond Plaza is a party unit. Yes, Mr. Yi. Okay, from now on, don't collect his rent. Yes, Mr. Yi, may I ask if there is anything else you need?
Eugene thought for a moment and shook his head, nothing. The phone hung up, and Eugene casually put the phone back in his pocket. But he didn't notice that the expressions of Lu Qingyan and Jiang Fingyan were like they had been put under a spell.
Lu Qingyan, Sigma. Jiang Fingyan, Sigma. This Diamond Plaza is yours, Yi brother? Eugene nodded gently and said, yes. Holy shit. This is really a kid seeing the king of hell. He, Jiang Fengyan, was also a legendary figure 3 years ago. If it were before, the mere 1.5 billion assets of this Diamond Plaza would not have been taken lightly. But now it is different. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, he can now only live off this Western restaurant. Jiang Fengyan, who was originally worth billions, has lost his former brilliance. He was originally prepared to sell the restaurant and take the money and run. But who knew that Eugene would only give him 100 million in working capital today? Instantly, his pressure became much less. However, this also made him realize that he might be able to seize Eugene as a lifeline. His attitude towards Eugene has also changed from initial shock to current admiration. However, he was at a loss. Although the money was easy to take, the matter he was involved in was not so easy to settle. So he ventured to ask Eugene, Brother Yi, can I borrow you for a moment? Chapter 46, The Real Han Group. Lu Qingyan and Eugene followed Jiang Fengyan to a private room. This was Jiang Fengyan's exclusive private room, with understated but exquisite decorations. Following Jiang Fengyan's guidance, the three of them sat down. Jiang Fengyan instructed the attendant who accompanied him, go prepare the dishes, remember to use the best of everything, and then wake up 2 bottles of 200,000 classic red wine. After receiving the instructions, the waiter went out to prepare the dishes. Mr. Jiang, what do you mean by inviting us here? Jiang Fengyan poured Eugene a cup of tea and began to speak slowly. Brother Eugene, you don't know. Eugene was intrigued. Could it be that the old man had something to hide? Eugene also asked softly, what's wrong, Boss Jiang? Brother Yi, you've invested 100 million in my business, and I should be happy about that. But the truth is, I'm about to lose control of the restaurant. So I'd really like to return the money to you. Is returning the money not an option? If I give you 100 million, I can make 1 billion. Eugene continued to ask, Boss Jiang, this shop has such good business and turnover, how can you say that it will close down? Jiang Fengyan's originally haggard face became even more vicissitudes of life when he heard this. He just sighed softly and said, hey, how would I not know the situation of this shop? Who knew that I would offend someone I shouldn't have? They want to drive me out of Chengdu, so there's no choice but to consider closing the restaurant. Eugene was puzzled. Oh, is that so? At this time, Lu Qingyan, who was standing nearby, looked up and down at the man in front of her with her cell phone in her hand. In an instant, a flash of inspiration came to her, and she finally remembered the man in front of her who looked a little familiar. She couldn't help exclaiming, it's you, the former chairman of Jiang's group, Jiang Fengyan. Jiang Fengyan just gave a faint smile and said lightly, Miss, that's all in the past. I'm just an ordinary person now. Eugene couldn't help but ask Lu Qingyan doubtfully, Senior, do you know him? Lu Qingyan whispered to Eugene beside her, I know him. He is one of the leading well-known entrepreneurs in our city. It is said that 3 years ago, his assets were worth billions or even tens of billions of dollars. But it seems that he failed in the real estate industry in the past 2 years and the company broke the capital chain. It is said that although he owed billions of dollars in debt at the time, he did not give up and did not try to transfer his assets. Instead, he bravely took responsibility and kept selling assets to pay off his debts. This caused a sensation 3 years ago, and everyone said that he was a responsible entrepreneur. After hearing Lu Qingyan's explanation, Eugene's eyes had already changed slightly when he looked at Jiang Fengyan again. He felt a spark of sympathy for the man in front of him. This was not because Eugene's heart was overflowing with compassion. It was because such a big capitalist was still so responsible. Jiang Fengyan could only smile awkwardly and say, hey, Eugene brother, what your girlfriend said is more or less correct. Except that there is no longer any chairman of the Jiang group. The Jiang that once was is no longer there, leaving only an empty shell. Now there is only an ordinary person surnamed Jiang like me. Jiang Fengyan seemed to have used a lot of strength when he said this. Eugene and Lu Qingyan could clearly sense it. The man in his 40s in front of them seemed to have lost one of the most important things about himself. Helplessness and regret filled his heart. Eugene and Lu Qingyan didn't say anything more. At this time, the waiter brought a plate of exquisite dishes. Jiang Fengyan said, Brother Eugene, come, let's eat first. After today, this restaurant will no longer be mine. But being able to sit here and eat with Eugene today is the last bit of good fortune this restaurant has given me. Eugene nodded slightly and said, okay, Boss Jiang, let's drink. Their wineglasses lightly clinked together.
Jiang Fingyan drained the half glass of red wine in one gulp. The scarlet liquid in the glass seemed to be the best answer to all his troubles.
Yi Jin continued, "What do you mean by offending someone you shouldn't have offended?"
Hearing this, Jiang Fingyan was slightly taken aback and shook his head. He whispered, "I won't lie to you, Yi Jin.
I was doing very well.
And the failure of my real estate venture a few years ago was not enough to bring me down. At worst, I would have lost a few billion. The real reason was that a few years ago, the Han Group wanted to cooperate with me on some business. But I thought those things were too risky, so I just rejected it.
Unexpectedly, I ended up offending them.
And the collapse of the Jiang Group you see is also because the Han Group meddled in it. Not only that, the reason why the Han Group has become so rich so quickly over the years is because they have relied on suppressing their competitors and taking advantage of them to get rich. Not only will they use despicable means in business to defeat their opponents, they will also do unscrupulous things behind their backs."
Yi Jin was shocked and asked in disbelief, "Outrageous? What have they done?"
Jiang Fingyan said, "Well, before our Jiang Group, there was a Tang Real Estate Group company, which was more powerful than us. The Han Group was still a small company at the time, but they didn't compete in a normal way. Instead, they used despicable methods and kidnapped the wife, children, and parents of the chairman of the Tang Group, threatening the Tang Group to transfer all of Tang's assets. Originally, Chairman Tang thought that as long as he gave them the money, they would let his family go. But Han's Group did not relent and directly killed all of Chairman Tang's family members.
This Han's Group grew overnight.
Over the years, they have not only developed on the surface, but also done despicable things in secret. Although no one has found evidence of these things, I believe this is by no means groundless. Unexpectedly, now my Jiang's Group has also become their stepping stone."
Jiang Fengyan's deep eyes were filled with helplessness. Yi Jin was also slightly startled after listening to Jiang Fengyan's explanation.
He rubbed his chin slightly. Jiang Fengyan's words made him see another side of the Han Group. What Shin Miaoyu said was only the side that Han wanted outsiders to see.
What Jiang Fengyan said might be the real Han Group.
Lu Qingyan was also extremely shocked when she heard this.
In her impression, the Han Group is a star enterprise. It often does charity work to help children in the mountains.
There is also a special financial aid center for impoverished students, which specifically provides financial aid to students from poor families. But today, Jiang Fengyan's words made her once again realize the dark side of the world.
Jiang Fengyan looked at the pensive Yi Jin and just whispered,
"Yi Jin, brother, just consider my situation as a topic of conversation after dinner and just listen to it.
I've seen through it all. Money and wealth are meaningless.
I'll go back to my hometown with my daughter and live out the rest of my life.
Eat your food, it's getting cold." Yi Jin really didn't want to meddle in other people's business.
But then the system suddenly sent a task reminder.
Ding! System task issued. Chapter 47, Rebuilding the Jiang Group.
System task issued. There is only one task this time, to help Jiang Fengyan rebuild the Jiang Group.
Reward unknown. This system task is of the non-selective type.
Since the system feels the need to help Jiang Fengyan,
Yi Jin will not discourage him.
Yi Jin forked a piece of beef into his mouth, and as his teeth kept chewing, the beef slid into Yi Jin's stomach. His eyes were still fixed on the plate of M12 Australian top beef in front of him. He cut it without haste or panic.
Yi Jin said indifferently, "Mr. Jiang, what if I said I want to help you rebuild the Jiang Group?"
Jiang Fengyan was momentarily stunned, and the fork in his hand stopped in midair. His face was expressionless, but his deep, dark eyes were fixed on Yi Jin.
For a moment, he thought of many possibilities. Is he from the Han Group, here to test me? Is he joking? Who is he, and why have I never heard of him?
After a long while, Jiang Fengyan said, "Brother Yi Jin, the Han Group's current assets are worth more than 10 billion.
Their influence is not just on the surface. I don't want to provoke them anymore, I just want to." Yi Jin interrupted directly, "Has the once mighty Chairman Jian lost his blood? Still letting the Han Group slaughter you, willing to give away the foundation you have worked hard for decades? Are you so willing to give in?" Jiang Fengyan stared at Yi Jin.
But his heart was already racing with 1,000 horses. No one could be willing to give away the foundation that they had worked hard to build up over decades. But he no longer had the strength to fight for it. However, Yi Jin's words had already stirred up a storm in his heart. After a silence of nearly 5 minutes, Jiang Fengyan spoke, "Yi Jin, if you help me, you will be at odds with the Han Group. That won't do you any good,
will it?
Yi Jin said slowly, I have a bit of a grudge against the Hangs too, and as for the benefits, there really aren't any.
I guess I just admire the quality of your character. Jiang Fengnian laughed. Ha, Yi Jin, you're joking. Businessmen don't invest because of so-called moral character. They are all going for the greater benefits. Yi Jin's eyes stared at Jiang Fengnian, and he whispered, to talk about greater benefits, I need to have a certain influence in Rongcheng. I like Boss Jiang, so I want to include you in my influence. I wonder how Boss Jiang feels about that.
Jiang Fengnian laughed softly, and then his face immediately turned serious. In an extremely heavy tone, he asked, the Han Group is unusually ruthless.
Brother Yi Jin, are you sure you want to help me?
Yes. Yi Jin did not say much, but simply gave Jiang Fengnian an unusually firm answer. Looking at Yi Jin's two simple words, which sounded so carefree,
Jiang Fengnian's heart was already surging with emotions.
The hope in his heart grew hotter and hotter as the wind burned.
With a slap,
he slammed his hand down on the table, raised his glass, and said solemnly, Fine, Brother Yi Jin, I, Jiang Fengnian, will follow you. Yi Jin also gave a slight smile, raised his glass and clinked it with Jiang Fengnian, saying, Welcome to the team. The three of them ate together until after 2 p.m., chatting for a long time. Before leaving, Yi Jin handed over the management of the Diamond Plaza and Hongfa Group to Jiang Fengnian. According to Yi Jin's plan, it was far from the right time for the Jiang Group to reopen.
Because once it opened, it would inevitably attract Han's siege.
It is even possible that Han will use some despicable means to make Jiang Fengnian disappear physically. Therefore, it is best to let Jiang Fengnian temporarily become the behind-the-scenes boss of his own company. And I will have more room to do other things. After leaving the Western restaurant, Yi Jin and Lu Qingyan strolled hand in hand on the Diamond Plaza.
Lu Qingyan whispered, Shui Di, are you really going to help Jiang Fengnian stand against the Han Group? Yi Jin nodded slightly after hearing this. Well, is there a problem?
Lu Qingyan just said with concern, There's no problem, I'm just worried about you.
Jiang Fengnian said that the Han Group is not an opponent that will use normal means. I'm worried that they will threaten your safety. Lu Qingyan's words served as a reminder to Yi Jin.
Yi Jin is not worried about his own safety. Rather, he is worried about the safety of the people around him, such as Lu Qingyan, his parents who are far away in their hometown, and his sister who is working outside. And he also smashed Xia Yi's foot massage parlor. The boss behind him also knows that it was me who did it.
He might really do something out of line.
It seems that I must recruit some reliable people to act as thugs as soon as possible. Yi Jin made up his mind and turned to Lu Qingyan and said, Don't worry, you haven't seen my strength before. Lu Qingyan nodded slightly and still said with concern, Yes, I know you're very good and can fight 10 people.
But what if they all have weapons? What if there are dozens or even hundreds of them? Seeing Lu Qingyan's serious concern, Yi Jin also smiled slightly. She said nonchalantly, It's fine, sister. I still have someone as beautiful as you waiting for me, so everything will be fine. Lu Qingyan's pretty face flushed slightly.
She pouted, Naughty, I was telling you something serious, and you flirted with me again. Yi Jin laughed heartily, teasingly saying, Remember my little tips next time, sister. Lu Qingyan pinched her fists together and lightly tapped Yi Jin's shoulder. The blush on her face became even more obvious, and she said shyly, Naughty you, I remember.
Hee, it's mainly because I haven't seen you for a long time. Lu Qingyan was a little speechless.
But she had unconditional trust and support for Yi Jin. After all, Yi Jin was considered her benefactor. She twisted for a long time, her voice as soft as a mosquito's chirp, Why don't you go and wait for me in a hotel room, and I'll go to the mall and buy one. Yi Jin heard this and looked at the blushing schoolmate in front of her with some surprise.
If there were no unexpected circumstances, Yi Jin would have gone to the hotel right away. But if there were no unexpected circumstances, then there would be an unexpected circumstance.
Because she saw that a super large-scale comic book convention was taking place in front of the Diamond Plaza. And in the comic book convention, she saw a familiar figure.
Little medical fairy, Shen Miaoyu. Yi Jin didn't want Shen Miaoyu to see her holding Lu Qingyan's hand.
Otherwise, her plan with her junior would be completely ruined.
Yi Jin whispered to Lu Qingyan, Senior, isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to go now? Your mother is still in the hospital. Besides, we've been out for a few hours, and it's time to go back and be with your mother. Why don't we go back and take care of your aunt first? It's not too late to go back when your aunt is completely better.
Lu Qingyan felt a little lost when she heard this, but she still said, That's right.
Let's go back quickly.
Yi Jin refused, saying, "Senior, you go back first.
I may have to go to the company first, so I can't accompany you." Chapter 48, A Stunning Cosplay. Lu Qingyan didn't think too much about it.
She just gently reminded him, "Okay, little brother, I'll go back and keep my mom company first. Take care when you drive yourself." Yi Jin felt unsatisfied, and whispered in Lu Qingyan's ear again, "Have a look to see if Balenciaga has anything with the letter D."
Lu Qingyan was puzzled, with the letter D? What do you mean? But in an instant she reacted.
Her pretty face instantly turned red, and she pouted, "You're so annoying.
I'm leaving, I'm ignoring you." After saying that, Lu Qingyan turned around and left directly.
Yi Jin looked at Lu Qingyan's departing back and also smiled with a successful plot. However, Lu Qingyan, who had taken a few steps, still turned back and reminded her, "Drive carefully, you bad brother."
I know, just go back.
After seeing Lu Qingyan off, Yi Jin walked straight towards the comic book exhibition.
This comic book exhibition was held in the open air.
Many handsome men and beautiful women were dressed as characters from anime or games. They vividly portrayed their favorite characters.
Some were so good that they looked like the characters in the second dimension. They gave the impression that they were real people. But some were just funny.
For example, there is Diaochan, who weighs 160 kilograms, wearing a tight costume that highlights her cellulite. Or there is Chang'e, who weighs 200 kilograms, and no matter how ethereal her skirt is, it can't hide her burly body.
Shen Miaoyu's cosplay of the Immortal Doctor undoubtedly belongs to the first category.
Her white wig falls like a waterfall to her waist, beautiful and ethereal. There is a purple mark on her forehead under her long bangs. Shen Miaoyu's eyes, with their purple contacts, were beautiful, and her lips were rosy and luscious. Her neck and collarbone, which were as white as jade, were slightly covered by her clothes, revealing only her incredibly fair chest. She wore a pair of white embroidered robes on her arms, and a pair of purple wristbands.
She was wearing a long purple and white dress.
The front of the long skirt reaches her knees, revealing her incredibly delicate calves. The hem of the skirt at the back and sides, however, is parted at the right places. As long as Shen Miaoyu leans her legs forward a little, one can see those incredibly white and perfectly proportioned legs. She is wearing a pair of purple high heels, which further enhance the height of Shen Miaoyu. The whole person's makeup cannot be said to be exactly the same.
It can only be said to be indistinguishable. This is currently one of the most popular female characters in Chinese animation. One of Yi Jin's favorite characters. Many people are dissatisfied, the Immortal Doctor. Although in the anime, this female character left a lot of regrets for the reader.
But Yi Jin will not let this regret happen to himself. Because the moment he saw Shen Miaoyu, Yi Jin had already made up his mind.
This schoolmate, he must take.
Family members, who can refuse a cosplay-loving girlfriend?
She couldn't wait to go up and say hello to Shen Miaoyu. "Hi, little medical fairy schoolmate."
Shen Miaoyu heard someone calling her name and immediately turned around to look. She found Yi Jin standing nearby, staring at her with a serious expression. But at this time, she was taking a photo. She could only nod slightly towards Yi Jin, signaling Yi Jin to wait for her. Yi Jin stood happily in the same place, quietly watching Shen Miaoyu strike a pose as she let loose. Shen Miaoyu was already surrounded by many photography enthusiasts.
"Hey, little girl, you're so pretty." "Yes, smile a little more."
"Little girl, look this way."
They captured Shen Miaoyu's beauty from every angle. They wanted to keep her in their memories.
Everything was going well, until one of the photographers spoke up.
"Hey, little girl, can you move forward a little?"
Yes, that's it, show your legs. Hold up your skirt with your right hand, yes, that's it." Yi Jin was also attracted by the voice of this photographer. A man wearing a yellow jacket, named Huang Jinhai, was frantically pressing the shutter of his camera.
Everything was normal.
But Huang Jinhai's figure was really strange. He was lying on the ground.
Shen Miaoyu didn't know much about photography, so she didn't say much.
Jinhai said, "Little lady, I'm going to take a top-down shot of you. Don't worry, I'll capture your beauty without missing a thing." At that moment, Shen Miaoyu was in the position of slightly stepping forward with her right foot, and she was holding up the right side of her skirt. Jinhai then lay down directly to the right of Shen Miaoyu and started taking the top-down shot.
At first, everything seemed normal, and Shen Miaoyu didn't feel anything unusual.
But as the photo shoot continued, Jinhai gradually became more and more unrestrained. He lay on the ground and gradually moved towards the hem of Shin Miaoyu's skirt. While moving, he kept frantically pressing the shutter. He also said, "That's great, so beautiful. This angle is perfect. Little lady, you're so pretty." Shin Miaoyu naturally noticed the man lying on the ground. But he seemed to be concentrating on taking the photo. So she didn't say anything. However, Shin Miaoyu could clearly feel that the man was becoming more and more unrestrained. The range of his movements was getting bigger and bigger. Shin Miaoyu's skirt even touched his camera. The man saw that he had gradually broken Shin Miaoyu's bottom line. He became more and more unrestrained. He directly pushed with all his strength and moved under Shin Miaoyu's skirt. Click! Click! Shin Miaoyu was shocked by this unexpected move and let out a direct exclamation. Ah! Then, without caring about the ongoing filming, she immediately took 2 steps back and covered her skirt. Everyone was also interrupted by Shin Miaoyu and took down their cameras. They all looked at Shin Miaoyu in confusion. Shin Miaoyu's bright eyes were clearly filled with a trace of fear and anger, staring at the man on the ground holding the camera. "What are you doing?" Huang Jinhai also took off his camera and got up from the ground. He pretended to be innocent and confused, and asked back, "What's wrong? Why aren't you taking pictures?" Shin Miaoyu's anger increased, and she pointed at the man and angrily shouted, You're a pervert. You took pictures up my skirt." Hearing this, the photographers around them seemed to understand what had happened. However, Huang Jinhai said nonchalantly, "What do you mean I was taking pictures up your skirt? Hey, don't slander me, okay? I'm a professional photographer." Shin Miaoyu argued, "You're talking nonsense. You were clearly about to get under my skirt. How could you still be taking normal pictures? You were clearly trying to be a pervert." Huang Jinhai still said nonchalantly, "Beauty, I was just admiring how realistic the character you were cosplaying as was. I am also a big fan of this anime. So I wanted to take a few more angles. The angle just now was perfect, so don't slander me recklessly. Besides, if you say you took a photo secretly, you need evidence." Chapter 49, Helpless Shin Miaoyu. Shin Miaoyu, who was being accused, became flustered at Jin Haojin's words. Shin Miaoyu could only continue, "The evidence is in your camera. If you're so capable, take out the camera in your hand and let's see if there are any photos taken secretly." Shin Miaoyu was so angry that she was confused. She hadn't really thought about what she was saying. Even if this person did take secret photos, there is evidence in the camera. But if you just ask him to take out the photos in public, then Shin Miaoyu's intimate photos will be made public. This will cause instant social death. And why should he provide evidence against himself? Is he crazy? What Huang Jinhai said obviously had a bit of a trap in it. Shin Miaoyu's current thinking has already been led by the man. Yi Jin shook her head in secret, expressing her helplessness towards Shin Miaoyu. Sure enough, Huang Jinhai continued along the same lines as her. "Where is there such a request? You say I took a photo, so I have to show my personal belongings to others? You are like that woman on the subway who slandered someone for taking her photo." The incident Huang Jinhai was talking about was something that had happened recently on the subway in Rongcheng. A self-centered and arrogant female university student was riding the subway when suddenly saw a reflective metal piece on the upper surface of a man's shoe. The woman accused the man on the spot and loudly asked if he was taking photos surreptitiously. At the same time, she called the train safety officer to inspect the man. Later, Uncle Hat also arrived and inspected the man as well. Facing the strange looks of countless people on the subway, the man felt extremely embarrassed. In order to prove his innocence, the man thus humiliated himself in front of hundreds of people and took off his shoes and socks. In the end, Uncle Hat proved that the man had not taken any photos. The instigator of all this, faced with his mistake, just said indifferently that he had made a mistake. He didn't even say sorry. In the end, the matter was just forgotten. But as the internet ferments, the heat of this incident continues. Shin Miaoyu's pupils dilated, and she looked at the man in disbelief. She was a little speechless by this argument that turned the tables. You're talking nonsense. You clearly took a photo without permission. I'm not wrong." The man gave a contemptuous smile and continued, "You're a woman, you're in a disadvantaged position anyway. You don't even need to apologize if you're wrong, and there's no punishment. We're different, we have to do our best to prove ourselves. In the end, we're still told to be magnanimous and not argue with women."
Shen Miaoyu, you.
Shen Miaoyu was so angry at Jin Haohai's words that she was speechless. And with these words, the man had unconsciously placed himself in the position of the victim. The man's words even tied himself and all men together.
The onlookers were also turning towards him.
They are all fairies, we have to stay away from them, don't want to get into trouble. Well, they can slander us with just a mouthful, and there is no punishment even if they are wrong, not even an apology. Yes, when there is a bargain, it is ladies first, and when there is trouble, they are the vulnerable group.
What a double standard.
Listening to the opinions of the people around her, she heard them sway towards the man. Shen Miaoyu became impatient, and her pretty face turned red. After all, she was just a 20-year-old girl. Where had she seen such a scene before, and she could only stand there and worry. There was nothing she could do, and she couldn't think of anything to say that could turn the situation around. Yi Jin also thought about it for a moment, and immediately walked up to Shen Miaoyu and stared at the man.
Huang Jinhai saw Yi Jin's slender body and handsome appearance. He suddenly felt a little apprehensive and weakly asked, "Who are you?" Yi Jin said, "It doesn't matter who I am, what's important is that you were secretly taking pictures up a woman's skirt."
Shen Miaoyu hid behind Yi Jin and silently watched the man who was facing away from her. In that moment, the sense of grievance and helplessness in Shen Miaoyu's heart was instantly dissolved. Instead, she felt a strong sense of security. And it was a sense of security that only Yi Jin could give. Her heart was pounding just as hard as before. But this pounding was not a sign of anxiety.
It was a feeling of butterflies.
The man saw that Yi Jin had come to defend Shen Miaoyu and continued, "What's the matter, kid?
You want to rescue the beauty?"
This beauty said I took photos without permission, and she's produced the evidence. If you can't produce evidence, it's slander, and she must give me an explanation and compensate me for my mental distress and lost wages.
The man was arrogant and even bit back.
Yi Jin laughed and said softly, "Since this beauty says you took her picture, and you also have the instrument of the crime,
why don't you take out your camera and let me have a look?
As for whether or not you took a picture, I'll know for sure when I look at it." The man was momentarily taken aback when he heard this.
"If I let you see it, that would definitely not work, right?" So he immediately retorted, "Who the hell are you, and why should I listen to you? The camera is my privacy, how can I let you just look at it? Besides, why should I show it to you? What if you're in cahoots with her?"
The man was indeed right. Yi Jin was indeed in cahoots with Shen Miaoyu.
Yi Jin continued, "If you won't let me see it, can you at least let Uncle Hat see it?" This time, the man was a little scared after listening to Yi Jin's words. He had a guilty conscience. He had just been showing off. If he took everything to Uncle Hat, he would definitely not get away with it.
His face was obviously not as calm as it had just been. Instead, he said in a panic, "Humph, you brat, I think you're in cahoots with that woman."
Still waiting for Uncle Hat. "I don't have time to play with you." Then he tried to leave. Yi Jin directly patted the man on the shoulder and said, "Don't go, buddy, don't you still want compensation for emotional distress? Wait until Uncle Hat comes to look at your camera and make sure you're innocent.
Then let the young lady apologize to you in public and pay compensation.
If you leave now, won't people think you have something to hide?
Or, did you already have a guilty conscience and secretly took pictures up the girl's skirt?" Yi Jin's words were simple and clear, but the logic was also very clear. Instantly, the public opinion was pulled back to a neutral position. At this point, many people also began to say, "Just wait for the police to come and take a look, so that everyone can be given an explanation." Yes, if the young lady is wrong, you have nothing to lose by apologizing in public. Just take it out, don't be so slow.
Chapter 50, Confused.
The man became a little irritated by the comments of the people around him.
He knew he couldn't stay here any longer. If Uncle had arrived, it would be too late.
So he broke free from Yi Jin's grasp and angrily shouted at her, "Let go, don't touch me.
I've had a really bad day, I've been slandered for no reason. Forget it, I'm a generous person and I won't hold it against you, but next time you won't be so lucky."
The man finished speaking and wanted to leave this place of trouble. But Yi Jin would not let him leave so easily. Yi Jin directly grabbed the man's shoulder with one hand. The man was restrained by a huge force and could not move at all. The huge force also deeply stimulated the man's pain nerves.
He could only cry out, "Ah, it hurts. Let go, stop it. My bones are about to break." After a while, Yi Jin let go of his hand.
The man instantly collapsed to the ground, looking at Eugene with a slightly terrified expression. He knew that he would never be able to beat Eugene.
Then he immediately said softly, "Let's talk it over, don't you dare to fight.
I'll tell you, my father is the party that initiated this comic book convention, and he is an executive at Diamond Plaza. If you dare to fight, I'll let my father cancel the comic book convention directly.
Everyone will treat you as the culprit." It has to be said that Huang Jinhai is still somewhat calculating. This statement put Eugene on the opposite side of everyone.
He wanted Eugene to refrain from fighting and not to use violence.
But what he doesn't know is that Eugene is the owner of this Diamond Plaza.
Eugene laughed when she heard this, and asked with interest, "Oh, is your uncle that powerful?"
Who is he?
Huang Jinhai's expression was a little smug, and he laughed lightly and said, "Humph, my father is an executive of Diamond Plaza, Huang Baoyun, and I am his son, Huang Jinhai."
Hearing Huang Baoyun's name, some people present couldn't help but sigh.
Because Huang Baoyun was the person in charge of the biggest poster at the comic book convention.
Holy shit, is that true? I think it might be true. He kind of looks like Huang Baoyun. You're right, it is true.
Yes, holy shit, it turns out that he really is Huang Baoyun's son. As he listened to the murmurs of the people around him, Huang Jinhai became more and more smug.
He seemed to be enjoying the feeling of everyone discovering his true identity. It was a bit like a hidden big shot. He began to mock triumphantly, "So, kid, are you scared?
I'll tell you, I can make the whole comic book convention stop with one phone call.
By then, you'll be the sinner of everyone there." What do you say?
Now you and the beautiful lady behind you apologize to me, and I'll pretend nothing happened.
The comic book convention will continue.
Eugene shook her head, smiled faintly, and responded unceremoniously, "Not really." Huang Jinhai's brows furrowed slightly and he said, "What do you mean, kid?
Do you want to become the target of everyone?"
Shen Miaoyu, who was behind Eugene, also shook Eugene's arm with some concern when she heard this.
She said softly, "Senior, forget it. Let's just apologize and leave." Shen Miaoyu was thinking.
If it's because of her that Eugene helped to stand out,
and it ultimately led to the entire comic book exhibition being shut down,
then she would definitely become the culprit. Similarly, she didn't want Eugene to become the person everyone was targeting.
Instead, Eugene lightly patted the back of Shen Miaoyu's hand and whispered, "It's okay, leave it to me."
Although Shen Miaoyu was worried, Eugene's words gave her a great sense of security and trust.
Eugene turned to Huang Jinhai and said, "You said that your father is Huang Baoyun, the executive of Diamond Plaza?"
"Yes."
"You said that he is the person in charge of your event?"
"Yes, why, are you afraid?" Eugene stopped talking and just took out her phone and dialed Lin Tao's number.
And he turned on the speakerphone. "Hello, boss. You know Huang Baoyun, don't you?"
Eugene's voice was low and powerful, and everyone present could hear it clearly. At this time, everyone present had already been looking at Eugene with a strange look. And Huang Jinhai vaguely sensed that something was wrong.
"Well, he is the general manager of our marketing department. So you are also aware of the comic book exhibition organized by Diamond Plaza this time?" "Yes, boss, this exhibition is held to attract customers." "Okay, from now on, you are in full charge of the entire comic book convention. Huang Baoyun is dismissed."
Lin Tao on the other end of the phone was slightly taken aback, but he didn't say anything, just responded, "Yes, boss."
"May I ask if there is anything else?"
"Call the security guard to the comic book convention square."
"Yes, boss."
As the phone hung up, countless people present began to discuss it. However, Huang Jinhai sat down on the ground with a thud. He looked at Eugene in front of him with a vacant expression in his eyes, and weakly asked, "Who are you?" Eugene looked down condescendingly at Huang Jinhai, who was limp on the ground, and said indifferently, "I am the owner of Diamond Plaza."
Boom!
Eugene's words exploded in Huang Jinhai's head like thunder.
For a moment, he could only stare at Eugene in disbelief. He had nothing to say.
Similarly, Eugene's words also provoked a wave of shock in front of the crowd.
"No way, this guy is the owner of Diamond Plaza? He looks to be in his 20s, I didn't realize he was so young. Ha, this kid really stepped in it today."
Shen Miaoyu, who was standing behind Eugene, was also shocked as she looked at Eugene in front of her. Although Eugene had looked quite handsome getting out of the Ferrari before, she had also thought that Eugene had earned his wealth through his own abilities and hard work. But what he didn't realize was that Eugene was actually so rich.
This Diamond Plaza is worth billions.
In an instant, she gained a deeper understanding of Yi Jin. He was rich, good-looking, capable, and had a positive outlook on life. And he had helped her out twice, resolving conflicts. What's more, he had 8-pack abs. My goodness, he had all the best qualities. At that moment, Shin Miaoyu's heart no longer felt fluttery, but completely overwhelmed. As she looked at Yi Jin in front of her, she felt Yi Jin's image grow even taller. Just as Shin Miaoyu was thinking 1,000 things, Lin Tao personally brought the security guard to the square.
He respectfully looked at Yi Jin and said softly, "Hello, boss, I'm Lin Tao."
After all, Yi Jin was the boss, and Lin Tao had basic information on the company's top management.
So he recognized Yi Jin at a glance.
Yi Jin nodded and whispered, "This kid took photos up other people's skirts, and there should be evidence in his camera.
Keep the camera and give it to Uncle Hat." Upon hearing this, Lin Tao understood and immediately glared at Huang Jinhai and asked angrily, "It was you who took photos of other people, wasn't it?"
Huang Jinhai immediately shook his head and said, No, it wasn't me, it wasn't me." Lin Tao ignored him and walked up to him and snatched his camera away. He angrily said, "Whether you took photos or not, we'll know when Uncle Hat arrives in a moment."
Chapter 51, I Like You.
Lin Tao then forced Huang Jinhai to wait in the same place for Uncle Hat to arrive.
After checking, Uncle Hat did find photos of Shin Miaoyu taken secretly in his camera.
According to the regulations, Huang Jinhai was sentenced to 15 days of administrative detention. This matter came to a satisfactory conclusion here.
Yi Jin accompanied Shin Miaoyu out of the law enforcement office, and it was already night. Shin Miaoyu said gratefully, "Senior, thank you today." Yi Jin waved his hand and said, "Hey, it's okay.
I helped when I saw injustice.
Not to mention that our relationship is so good." Shin Miaoyu's face flushed slightly as she said, "Why don't I treat you to dinner? You've helped me twice, and I haven't even thanked you properly." Yi Jin nodded in response and said, "Okay, where shall we go?" Shin Miaoyu frowned slightly, a little torn, and said, "What do you want to eat?" Yi Jin also started to think.
Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to her, and she said to Shin Miaoyu, "Why don't we go to the seaside snack street?"
Shin Miaoyu also became interested and said, "Yes, let's go."
Yi Jin drove the Ferrari to the seaside snack street with Shin Miaoyu.
This is a relatively famous snack street in Chengdu. Because it is located by the sea, the scenery is very good, so it is full of people every evening. There are not only all kinds of barbecues, seafood, but also all kinds of snacks and drinks. It can be said to be a paradise for foodies. Shin Miaoyu is still dressed in her cosplay outfit and is walking down the street with Yi Jin. The two of them are a handsome couple, like a beautiful sight. Many people can't help but turn around and look.
Shin Miaoyu's eyes sparkle when she sees the wide variety of food, and she doesn't care about her appearance.
Wow, what a big squid. What is this? Yi Jin, look, that person is amazing. Oh my, this fish is so strange. Shin Miaoyu could not hide her joy. She directly expressed her feelings without reservation. This was not because she was being pretentious, but because she rarely came to places like this. Due to family reasons, she had been tightly controlled since she was young. She did not have much freedom until she went to university. So today Yi Jin brought him to the night market, which was also very novel for her. The two of them strolled for more than an hour before they were full and satisfied and strolled along the beach. At this time, Shin Miaoyu was still wearing the cosplay costume, holding purple high heels in both hands, taking big strides as she strolled along the beach. Yi Jin, on the other hand, was leisurely walking behind Shin Miaoyu. In the night, the street lamps next to the beach were glowing with a dusky yellow light. The two of them walked and chatted on the beach. Shin Miaoyu's arms were open, and her embroidered robe fluttered in the wind. Her purple long skirt also fluttered in the air like a kite with a broken string. Her white wig also followed the direction of the skirt, blown about by the sea breeze. Yi Jin watched this scene, and his heart, which had been polished in a previous life to be extremely closed, also loosened a little. His feelings for Shin Miaoyu were completely different from those for Lu Qingyan. It's not that Lu Qingyan's appearance is a few points worse than Shin Miaoyu's. It's not that Yi Jin doesn't like Lu Qingyan. Rather, Lu Qingyan gives him the feeling of a normal boyfriend and girlfriend's heartbeats. Shen Miaoyu, on the other hand, is a bit like the feeling of a dream lover. This should still be due to the feeling of Shin Miaoyu's first love. The two of them blew in the sea breeze and strolled along the beach, leaving a series of footprints on the beach. As they chatted, they walked closer and closer together. When the conversation got heated, Shin Miaoyu even excitedly grabbed Yi Jin's arm and swayed.
Only with hindsight did she shyly let go of her arm. But her eyes with the lavender-colored contact lenses always reflected the image of Eugene. Unconsciously, the two had walked to the end of the beach.
There's no more road. Shen Miaoyu looked at the end of the beach. There seemed to be an unnoticeable trace of disappointment in her tone.
The two stood facing each other, so close that they could feel each other's breath.
Well, why don't we walk back?
Oh, okay. Shin Miaoyu's words came out, but the two didn't seem to have any tacit understanding and didn't move. They were both silently waiting for the other to continue speaking. Yi Jin's lips were slightly open, and her eyes looked at Shin Miaoyu fondly as she spoke softly.
Can you tell me about any future activities you have? Shen Miaoyu was slightly taken aback and asked in return, why? I want to come and see you.
Oh, okay.
Shen Miaoyu lowered her head and simply responded. You. Yi Jin didn't know how to say anything. Because he was really moved, he really wanted to take the schoolmate down.
Although he had the blessing of the divine riches system. But when faced with this girl who didn't care about money and wealth,
Yi Jin also became a little cautious.
After all, what he wanted was Shin Miaoyu's body and heart. It was the kind of lover who didn't mix in any conditions. At this moment, even Yi Jin, who had an incredibly mature mindset, became hesitant when faced with this stunning Shin Miaoyu.
Shin Miaoyu of course noticed Yi Jin's change. She just didn't know what to say at the moment.
After all, this was her first time going out with a guy alone in such an intimate setting by the sea. She had actually wanted to ask Yi Jin what kind of girl she liked a long time ago. Would she like a girl like herself who loves cosplay? If it were in the ordinary course of events, she might have just blurted it out. But in this situation, she was at a loss for words for a while. The two of them just stood on the sparkling beach, looking at each other. There was a feeling of mutual affection hidden in the depths of their eyes. But this layer of window paper has not yet been pierced. As time passed, the two people's reflections on the sea surface were mirrored. The emotion in her heart also burned more and more fiercely under the catalysis of the evening breeze. Yi Jin could not let go of such a lover who made her feel like her dream lover. Yi Jin made up her mind and embraced Shen Miaoyu's slender waist, forcing her to lean closer to him. Shen Miaoyu was also a little overwhelmed by Yi Jin's sudden attack. The two of their faces were less than 3 centimeters apart. The flow of each other's breaths could be clearly felt between their noses. Shen Miaoyu was not panicked, but instead stared intently into Yi Jin's eyes.
Miao Miao, I think I like you.
Upon hearing these words, Shen Miaoyu's pretty face betrayed her, turning a rosy red. But she was very happy in her heart, because what she wasn't sure about had finally been confirmed.
She simply gave a faint nod. She continued, actually, Yi Jin, I like you too.
Upon hearing this, Yi Jin was overjoyed and a smile spread across his face. Shen Miaoyu also smiled as she watched Yi Jin. In this dim and slightly cold environment, the two had already made their intentions clear. Their figures were close together. Yi Jin gently cupped Shen Miaoyu's face in his hands, his gaze deep and burning, his breathing becoming rapid. His lips slowly moved closer to Shen Miaoyu's. Shen Miaoyu knew what Yi Jin wanted to do, but she just wrapped her arms around his waist. Slowly closing her eyes, she slowly moved towards Yi Jin. Finally, their lips lightly touched. The two savored the temperature of each other. The soft lips nestled against each other, and the rosy tongues lightly intertwined. For a long time.
Chapter 52, Double Happiness.
After 30 minutes, the two finally parted their lips, which had been pressed together so closely. Yi Jin looked at Shen Miaoyu with deep affection in her eyes, and the joy in her heart was hard to hide. Shen Miaoyu, on the other hand, kept her head down, her pretty face red and her breathing rapid.
After a while, Yi Jin said softly, that's right, Miao Miao. Shall I take you home first?
Yes. Yi Jin naturally took Shen Miaoyu's hand and walked towards the parking lot together. Walking along the road, Yi Jin was obviously very happy, and she gripped Shen Miaoyu's hand a little tighter. Shen Miaoyu, on the other hand, kept her head down the whole way, her thoughts a million miles away. After a while, Shen Miaoyu asked softly,
Are we in a relationship now? Well, Yi Jin responded without any hesitation. But I feel like we're moving a little too fast. Yi Jin smiled and said, fast? I think it's just right.
Shen Miaoyu pouted, with a hint of a question in her voice, I feel like I've fallen for your tricks. Yi Jin was silent for a while, and then slowly said in Sichuan dialect, this is love.
Ding. For some reason, the next sentence inexplicably rang in Shin Miaoyu's mind. I love you, my dear.
She lightly covered her mouth and laughed. Then she said seriously, Yi-jin, I gave you my first kiss.
Don't bully me, do you hear? Otherwise, I will definitely tell my family about you. Yi-jin nodded softly and said, yes, definitely.
Who would refuse a girlfriend like you who is not only beautiful but also likes the second dimension?
Ha, that's more like it.
Suddenly, Yi-jin's light grip on Shin Miaoyu's hand became a clasp of 10 fingers.
Yi-jin said in a serious voice, Miao Miao, you really look beautiful today. Shin Miaoyu's face flushed slightly and she gave a light hum. Will you cosplay other characters for me in the future? Shin Miaoyu was slightly stunned and asked, why? Can't even a little immortal doctor satisfy you? Yi-jin teased, it's not that I'm not satisfied.
It's just that you're so pretty, I really want to see what you look like cosplaying as other characters. Shen Miaoyu knew what the lecherous Yi-jin was thinking. She said haughtily, humph, we'll see how you behave in the future. Yi-jin heard this and knew there was a chance, so he immediately promised, okay, just watch how I treat you well.
After a while, Shin Miaoyu asked softly, how was Medusa? After the two finished their date by the beach, Yi-jin drove Shin Miaoyu to her dormitory. He went straight home.
At this time, a message from Shin Miaoyu popped up on his phone.
Shin Miaoyu, are you home yet? Yi-jin, just got home.
Shin Miaoyu, dear boyfriend, it's getting late, my roommates have gone to bed, I'm going to wash up, you should go too. Shin Miaoyu, I have classes all day tomorrow, so I can only hang out at night. Yi-jin, okay, got it, just focus on your classes, my dear girlfriend, I'll take you out for a big meal tonight.
Doghead smile, doghead smile, doghead smile. Yi-jin, heart, 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 hug, hug, hug. Shen Miaoyu, hugging, hugging, hugging.
Yi-jin thought back to the moment just now when her forehead had collided with Shin Miaoyu's, secretly delighted. He smiled at the corner of his mouth and muttered, soft, and a little sweet. After ending the conversation with Shin Miaoyu, a message from Lu Qingyan on the other line came through. Lu Qingyan, my mother has arranged for the surgery to be performed tomorrow, Junior. Yi-jin, okay, Senior, I'll come over to keep you company tomorrow.
Lu Qingyan, aren't you busy tomorrow? Yi-jin, well, for you, Senior, I'll have to cancel no matter how busy I am.
Lu Qingyan, smiling, 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 it's okay, if you're busy, go ahead, I can manage. Yi-jin, tomorrow is really fine, Jiang Fingyan is taking care of the company. Lu Qingyan, okay, Junior, I'll wait for you tomorrow.
Yi-jin, when is the surgery? Lu Qingyan, 10 a.m. Yi-jin, okay, don't worry, Auntie will be fine.
Lu Qingyan, thank you, Junior, I feel at ease with you here. Lu Qingyan, you've been helping me all this time, if it weren't for you I might still be in that evil lair, I really thank you very much. Lu Qingyan, at first I really appreciated you, but then I realized that I became very dependent on you. Lu Qingyan, I want to be able to help you in every way I can one day, to share all your negative emotions and become your right-hand man.
Lu Qingyan, so, let me always be by your side in the future, okay?
Yi-jin on the other end of the phone froze for a long time.
What's going on today, is it a double blessing?
Although she and Lu Qingyan had already had sex, they had not yet expressed their feelings for each other.
Yi-jin typed on the phone, are you declaring your love for me? Lu Qingyan, whom?
What Yi-jin didn't know was that on the other side of the screen,
Lu Qingyan's hands were sweating as she held the phone tightly.
After sending the word she buried her head in the quilt, afraid to look again. She is a traditional girl who muster up a lot of courage to confess to the person she likes, and of course she is very shy. So much so that she dares not even stare at the phone screen. Nervously hiding under the covers, she covers her head, afraid of seeing words she doesn't want to see. Only when Yi-jin's message comes through does she slowly move her little head out. On the phone screen is Yi-jin's reply, as long as you don't let go of me, I will always be by your side. Yi-jin's words made Lu Qingyan ecstatic. She quickly responded, I definitely won't let go of you, cat hug, cat hug, cat hug.
Yi-jin, okay then, dear girlfriend, I'll go wash up first, I'll come find you tomorrow. Lu Qingyan, dear boyfriend, go ahead, I'll be waiting for you. At the end of the chat, Lu Qingyan even sent a kissing emoticon.
Yi-jin was feeling mixed emotions.
This could be called double happiness.
He then went straight upstairs and took a shower. He returned to the bedroom, turned on the computer and prepared to play a game.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yi-jin's phone suddenly rang. Yi Jin looked at the screen and saw it was from Yu Jie.
Hello, boss Yu, what's the situation? It's so late and you're calling.
Brother Yi, I'm just here to give you an update on the situation over the past 2 days.
Oh, so soon there's been a result?
It's been less than 10 days since Yu Jin set the trap after finding Yu Jie.
Well,
Yu Jie told him roughly what had happened. He had arranged for gamblers to play with Zhang Chengjun at his place on a regular basis. In just a few days, Zhang Chengjun had gone from winning a few hundred yuan to now winning tens of thousands. And now he was getting more and more brazen, not only staying up all night at the mahjong parlor. And now he is casually betting tens of thousands of dollars at a time. During this period of time, Zhang Chengjun not only paid off his gambling debts, but even made hundreds of thousands of dollars. Yu Jie believes that Zhang Chengjun has basically fallen for the trap at this point. So today Yu Jie called to ask Yi Jin what to do next. Yi Jin said with satisfaction after listening, "Well, thank you, brother Yu, I will go there myself after I finish tomorrow."
Chapter 53, Uninvited Guests.
After receiving Yu Jie's call, Yi Jin knew that it was time for her to take action against the Zhang Jiechi family.
After hanging up the phone, Yi Jin began to think in secret.
She was going to take advantage of Zhang Chengjun's gambler's nature and let him get deeper and deeper into debt. Until the point where he could no longer afford it, he would have to sell his house, his car, and even Zhang Jiechi. And Zhang Jiechi would be in deep trouble because of her father. At that time, the next day, Yi Jin sent a message to Yu Jie, saying that she would go to see Zhang Chengjun's situation later. He drove to the hospital, ready to spend some time with his second girlfriend. When he arrived at the hospital, he saw a message from Xiao Gu, his class teacher.
Xiao Gu, aren't you going to explain? Yi Jin, what's wrong, Xiao Gu? Question.
Xiao Gu, today, the headmaster came to our department personally to find me and the department head and said that you would no longer be required to attend classes. He also publicly rebuked the department head and demoted him to a deputy position. Finally, he gave me a notice of appointment, promoting me to the position of director of supervision.
He also told me to thank you. What on earth did you do, you little brat?
Yi Jin smiled inwardly.
It seems to be the work of Kong Yurong. He responded lightly, "Hey, it's fine, Xiao Gu." Yi Jin was thunderstruck when she heard this.
They did have a good relationship, and they often joked around.
But Xiao Ji's imagination is too big. The principal is in his 50s. And a PY transaction? Yi Jin, Xiao Gu, don't talk nonsense. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Xiao Gu, you're right. Never mind. After all, it's a good thing. When are you free? I'll treat you to dinner when you come back.
Yi Jin, okay, but I'll be busy for a while, so I'll come back to find you.
Xiao Gu, okay. After the chat, Yi Jin went straight to the VIP ward.
Li Jianjun had been accompanying Lu Qingyan and her daughter, so he saw Yi Jin right away.
Li Jianjun said, "Hello, boss." "Hello, Uncle Li. Ms. Lu and the others are getting ready for the operation." "Okay, I'll go in and take a look." Lu Qingyan also heard Yi Jin's voice. She immediately came out of the ward.
The look of worry she had disappeared when she saw Yi Jin. She smiled and said, "You're here."
Yi Jin nodded slightly and said, "Yes." "Are you all set?" "Yes, almost.
We're just waiting for the doctor and nurses to arrive." Yi Jin could see the hint of worry in Lu Qingyan's eyes. He took Lu Qingyan's hand and reassured her, "It's going to be fine, don't worry." Lu Qingyan felt an inexplicable sense of security as Yi Jin held her hand. Somehow, she always felt at ease when Yi Jin was around. Before long, the doctor and nurses arrived and they wheeled Lu's mother towards the operating room.
Lu Qingyan sat outside with Yi Jin. Waiting is always a long time.
Especially when a loved one is lying in the operating room, no one can feel at ease. It is said that churches are full of the most hypocritical piety, and hospitals are full of the most sincere prayers. At this moment, Lu Qingyan was no different. She kept facing the hospital wall alone, silently chanting. Time passed by minute by minute. The light above the operating room went out, and the door was slowly opened. The main surgeon walked out of the operating room. Lu Qingyan immediately went over and asked, "Doctor, how is my mother?" "Doctor, it's fine, the operation went very well, the patient still needs to stay in the ward for a while." Lu Qingyan, thank you, doctor." "Doctor, it's fine, you wait here, I still have to go." Yi Jin came over and took Lu Qingyan's hand.
She comforted her softly. It's fine, I told you that auntie would be fine. Lu Qingyan, it's good to have you here.
The two of them smiled at each other and sat on the bench waiting for Lu's mother to come out. Day. Suddenly, a burly man wearing a combat jacket strolled over.
The man was Lan's former bodyguard, Lao Shan.
Lao Shan stopped in front of Yi Jin, and the man's gloomy eyes fixed on Yi Jin, but when he saw Lu Qingyan next to him in the corner of his eye, he unconsciously winced slightly.
He looked at Yi Jin, his voice rough and low, and directly asked, "Are you Yi Jin?"
Seeing this, Yi Jin's intuition told him that this was an uninvited guest.
However, he was not afraid at all.
His current strength, without the use of weapons, was almost invincible. After all, Yi Jin had the added benefits of an extraordinary body and combat skills.
Yes, it's me.
Lu Qingyan looked at the unscrupulous person and unconsciously tightened her grip on Yi Jin's hand.
Lao Shan continued, "My boss wants to invite you over." Yi Jin looked at the man and thought about it for a moment. She instantly remembered and said, "Is it Xia Yi's boss, Sister Lan?" Lao Shan nodded and said, "Yes, just follow me."
Lu Qingyan's heart trembled uncontrollably when she heard the name Xia Yi. She shook Yi Jin's arm and said with worry in her eyes, "Yi Jin, don't go."
Yi Jin of course wouldn't go. She refused immediately, "No."
Lao Shan's brows slightly tightened, his face revealed a fierce expression, and he angrily said in a low voice, "I advise you to think about it before you answer.
Otherwise, I can't guarantee that your limbs will be intact." Yi Jin said nonchalantly, "Oh, so you plan to use coercive measures?" Lao Shan said, "Of course, the premise is that you refuse." Yi Jin said, "I refuse." Lao Shan, boy, you really are arrogant. I'm sure Sister Lan is very interested in little wolf dogs like you. But I'm going to make you suffer a bit. With that, Lao Shan walked directly up to Yi Jin and tried to grab him. He wanted to forcibly take him away. But Yi Jin didn't budge. Just as Lao Shan's large hand was about to grab Yi Jin's neck. Whoosh! Yi Jin reached out and directly grabbed Lao Shan's wrist, exerting force instantly. Crack! Ah! Lao Shan immediately let out a scream. He tried to pull his hand away, but Yi Jin still held onto his wrist. But he was a professional mercenary killer. Even if he broke an arm, he was still capable of fighting. Then, Lao Shan took out a dagger from his waist with his other hand and slashed towards Yi Jin. Yi Jin directly kicked Lao Shan in the chest. Boom! Lao Shan was instantly kicked by the enormous force and flew into the wall with a muffled sound. In an instant, Lao Shan had lost the domineering aura he had just had. His face was already covered in beads of sweat. The exchange just now had made Lao Shan realize that his strength was far inferior to the person in front of him. Those murderous eyes looked at Yi Jin as if he were a demon. In fear, he asked, Who exactly are you?" Yi Jin said, "What the hell? Don't you know who I am?" Lao Shan said, "How could a college student have such great strength?" Yi Jin looked down condescendingly at Lao Shan, who was sitting on the ground. With a hint of mockery in his tone, he said, "You piece of trash dares to hire me? Get lost, and give your boss a message. Tell her to wait with her neck clean, I'll go collect her life." Chapter 54, Looks like I'll have to do some big projects. Lao Shan is a professional mercenary killer, but in front of Yi Jin, he is like a rookie. He is defenseless. He can only cover his chest with his uninjured hand and escape downwards. Looking at his departing back, the anger in Yi Jin's heart grew more and more intense. That so-called Sister Lan will definitely not let it go. And the people around him are all weak. He wasn't worried about himself, but about the two women around him. Lu Qingyan, Jr., are you sure it's okay to let him go like that? It's fine, he's just a hired thug. The boss behind him hasn't shown up yet. Are you talking about that Sister Lan? After getting rid of Xia Yi last time, Lu Qingyan mentioned to him that there was another boss behind her named Sister Lan. Well, don't worry, I know what to do with that Sister Lan. At this time, Li Jianjun also returned from outside. Seeing that the two of them looked a little unnatural, he worried that there might have been a problem with the surgery. He then asked anxiously, "Boss, did something go wrong with the surgery?" Yi Jin shook his head and said, "No, the surgery was a success." With his many years of experience as a scout, Li Jianjun immediately sensed that there might be a problem with Lu Qingyan. He then asked, "Did those people come again to trouble Miss Lu?" "Yes." Li Jianjun's face instantly turned angry upon hearing this, and he asked, "Where are they?" "Yi Jin, don't worry, Uncle Li, one of them came, but I beat him off." Li Jianjun looked at Yi Jin with some surprise. But he didn't think much of it.
It was only one person, and the boss was still strong enough to fight back. In his heart, Yi Jin was probably only a little stronger than ordinary people, so it wouldn't be a big problem if it was just one person.
Li Jianjun nodded in secret, and then continued, "Boss, I don't think this is a solution. If they come with dozens of people next time, the two of us can't completely guarantee Miss Lu's safety." Yi Jin also fell into deep thought.
Indeed, if you choose to fight against their group of evil forces, you must first protect the safety of your own people.
But you don't have multiple bodies, so you can't protect Lu Qingyan all the time.
In case they still attack Shen Miaoyu in the future,
then you will really be at fault. Yi Jin said, "Do you have any good ideas?"
Li Jianjun said, "Boss, if you trust me, I can call my comrades over."
Comrades?
Yes, actually, to be honest with you, we were discharged from the special forces directly because we had committed something.
Yi Jin became interested and asked, "Oh, what could you have possibly committed?"
Li Jianjun's face became sad, and a trace of unperceivable complex emotion flashed in those deep eyes.
He said leisurely, "Hey, on a mission, one of our comrades tragically died.
The rest of us brought his ashes home together, and we actually encountered local bullies forcibly demolishing her mother's house. A few of us, in order to protect the comrade's mother, just went up and fought with those thugs. As a result, we went a bit too far and caused several of the thugs to die on the spot, so we were forced to retire."
Yi Jin sighed after hearing this, and patted Li Jianjun on the shoulder to comfort him, saying, "You are all men of blood. I, Yi Jin, admire you." Li Jianjun gave a bitter smile and then said, "Hey, what's so bloody about it? It was all impulsive. Several of our comrades now are all doing worse than each other, and this is the price of impulsiveness." Yi Jin said, "It's okay, Uncle Li. You just call them over here, I'll support you all, and I'll set the pay." Li Jianjun's eyes lit up, "Really, boss?" Yi Jin nodded, "Yes, I'll leave this to you. Get them all here as soon as possible." Li Jianjun nodded and said, "Okay, boss."
Yi Jin turned to Lu Qingyan and said, "Qingyan, I'm sorry, I can't stay with you today because of my work.
I have to go now." Lu Qingyan said, "It's okay, go ahead. Don't worry, Uncle Li is here."
Yi Jin took out her phone and transferred another 5 million to Lu Qingyan.
"Lu Qingyan, Sigma. Why are you doing this, making so much money for me?" Yi Jin laughed and said, "My girlfriend can't be short of money."
Lu Qingyan, "But this is too much, I haven't even used up the 500,000 you gave me last time."
Yi Jin waved his hand and said, "Hey, it's fine, just take it and go buy whatever you want. I'll stop here, I have to go. Take care on the road." "I know." After the hospital, Yi Jin prepared to drive to Yujie's Hongpai Pavilion. On the way, he also opened the system panel to take a look. Host, Yi Jin. Current system capabilities: cashback on consumption, cashback multiplier 10 times. Physical fitness, strength 100. Speed 100. Stamina 100. Spirit 100. Normal healthy adult males are 10.
Abilities: extraordinary body approximately equal to the superposition of the physical fitness of 10 adults.
Combat proficiency: the host is proficient in all fighting techniques in the world. Driving proficiency: the host is proficient in driving all current means of transportation.
Crisis detection: can detect dangers within 100 meters of the host.
Assets: 100% of the shares of Hongfa Group. Ownership of Diamond Plaza. Ownership of Villa 1 at Dragon Bay. Ownership of Ferrari 296 GTS. Current account balance: 6.71 billion yuan. Current Shinhao points: 1725 plus redeemed.
System level: LV1 100,000 Shinhao points required for system upgrade. He has handed over all his assets to Jiang Fingyan to manage. With a balance of only 6.7 billion yuan, he still has enough. But the most important thing is that there are only 1,725 points left, which is too low. I don't know when I can get 100,000 points to upgrade the system. Even if you keep buying, you have to find a channel with high consumption. Let's see if there is a chance to meet someone in this field. In fact, it has only been a short period of tens of days since Yi Jin obtained the system. Therefore, his influence and connections have not even taken shape. Yi Jin muttered, "Looks like I have to do some big projects." Before he knew it, Yi Jin had driven to Hongpai Square. Under Yu Jie's guidance, Yi Jin arrived at his office. "How is it, brother Yu?" Yu Jie poured a cup of tea for Yi Jin and said, "It's almost time, brother Yi."
Already addicted? Yu Jie smiled and nodded, saying, yes, I can't live without it. Brother Yi, when are you going to make your move?
After hearing this, Yi Jin took out his mobile phone without any panic and transferred the remaining 1 million to Yu Jie. He said, Brother Yu, you have worked hard, so you can keep the fee for your trouble. Yu Jie was of course happy beyond words. He then continued, Brother Yi, why don't you come with me to see what the guy looks like now?
Yi Jin smiled and nodded, saying, okay, let's go. Chapter 55, Gambler Zhang Chengjun.
Under Yu Jie's guidance, the two men arrived in the basement.
This was Yi Jin's first time entering Yu Jie's underground casino.
Standing on the high ground at the bottom of the building, the two men could see the entire underground casino at a glance.
The entire casino was like a small underground parking lot. There were about 100 people in the room playing various games. There were all kinds of games, such as poker, dice, Texas Hold'em, and Baccarat.
Yi Jin roughly counted that there were about a dozen tables playing different games. Zhang Chengjun was playing poker at one of the tables. Yu Jie explained, at first, Zhang Chengjun only knew how to play games like poker and blackjack.
Or simple dice games. But he feels lucky lately and has started playing Baccarat.
Yu Jie pointed at Zhang Chengjun at the table and said, look, I arranged the 5 people next to him. As Yu Jie's eyes turned, Yi Jin also looked at Zhang Chengjun. There were 7 people at the table, including the dealer. Zhang Chengjun was facing 6 people.
It was a pure 1v6.
So if Yu Jie wanted him to win, he would win. If he wanted him to lose, he would lose. And there was no need to worry about being discovered by other gamblers. After all, everyone was on the same side except Zhang Chengjun. Yi Jin smiled secretly. Yu Jie continued, at first, he just followed his own abilities and lost and won tens or hundreds of times.
But as we operated, his appetite grew. You see, now he has gone several rounds with the cards face down. Each round is thousands.
Yi Jin looked at Zhang Chengjun's gambler's appearance and secretly laughed in his heart.
Brother Yu, it seems like the time is right, let's start tonight. Yu Jie nodded and said, well, I'll do as you say. So what's your plan?
Yi Jin looked at his phone and saw that it was already 5:30 p.m. He had to spend some time with Shin Miaoyu tonight.
So he said, I'll leave now. When the day comes for him to be executed, you call me, and I'll personally push him into the abyss.
Yu Jie said, okay. Zhang Chengjun did not notice that there was a pair of watchful eyes behind him. He still urged the dealer in front of him, deal the cards quickly, deal the cards quickly. As the dealer dealt all 3 cards to each guest, Zhang Chengjun continued to open with an empty hand, and he said arrogantly, 2,000 to 1 hand. Following the direction of his right hand, a man followed, I call 1 hand.
I also call 1 hand.
After 1 round, everyone had secretly started with 2,000. Together with the 1,000 base bet, the stakes on the table had reached 18,000. Zhang Chengjun, confident that he had already won several 100,000, was not afraid at all and continued to follow suit. Some of the others chose to give up after looking at their cards, but there were still 3 players left in the game. After 5 rounds, the stakes on the table had reached 48,000. The family on the right pretended to be unable to bear the impatience and chose to fold after directly looking at the cards. Only Zhang Chengjun and a middle-aged man were left in the confrontation. The middle-aged man was Yu Jie's subordinate named Lao Mao, who was also a senior gambler and a loyal thug.
Zhang Chengjun said with interest, what do you think, do you want to follow?
Lao Mao said with some hesitation, I'll add 5,000 more.
Zhang Chengjun, continue to follow 5,000. Lao Mao, follow another 5,000.
Zhang Chengjun, I'll follow with another 5,000. At this point, Lao Mao pretended to be a little intimidated, and then he looked at the cards.
They were 2 aces and a 6.
This was the biggest card in the pair.
Lao Mao decided to go for another hand, 10,000, follow.
Zhang Chengjun was also a little puzzled, but in the end, he chose to take a look at the cards. He first looked at the 2 cards, both of which were hearts, a 4 and a 5. Then he slowly superimposed the 3 cards and carefully began to slide the last card extremely slowly with his thumb.
Red.
Zhang Chengjun saw red and thought to himself, it's settled. Then with a forceful slide, Zhang Chengjun revealed a look of confusion.
He seemed to be hesitating, but he still said, I'm calling, 10,000.
Lao Ma was a little surprised, but she still believed that her hand was better and said, I'm calling 10,000.
Zhang Chengjun pretended to be coy and said, hey, follow with 10,000 more, just to test the water. Lao Mao was already having second thoughts. He then said, "Forget it, let's start with 10,000.
Lao Mao flipped over his cards and revealed a pair of aces. He felt that Zhang Chengjuan's expression just now probably indicated that he had a pair of some size, which was why he was acting so coy. Lao Mao thought the game was already decided and started to pick up the cash on the table. Zhang Chengjun said calmly, "Wait." Zhang Chengjun smiled, confident in himself, and forcefully slapped the 3 cards on the table.
Pop.
The 3 cards were thrown on the table, making a crisp sound.
Everyone present looked at Zhang Chengjuan's cards in disbelief. 4, 5, 6 flush.
Lao Mao also gasped, wide-eyed at the cards. Zhang Chengjun swept all the money from Lao Mao's hands. At the same time, according to the rules, each family present would give 3 times the starting money as a tip for the flush and the bomb. Zhang Chengjuan's total income for this game was 123,000 yuan. The thrill of victory stimulated the brain to continuously secrete dopamine, allowing him to completely immerse himself in it. This was the biggest win he had ever had. Then he didn't forget to taunt the guests around him. "Sorry, everyone, it seems like I'm having better luck today."
"Hey, bad luck, it's a straight flush." "Damn, this is annoying, this guy's got too much luck." "Yeah, again, I don't believe it." Zhang Chengjun also said with a smile, "Come on, again, deal the cards quickly." As the dealer dealt the cards one by one,
Zhang Chengjun still had that proud and arrogant expression on his face. He thought the 6 people sitting in front of him were the 6 gods of wealth. But little did he know that he was the lamb to be slaughtered. While Zhang Chengjun was still immersed in his joy, Lao Ma's eyes had unconsciously turned to Yu Jia, who was standing on the stairs. In fact, Lao Ma had noticed Yu Jia and Yi Jin when they arrived. Now his look at Yu Jia was asking if they should proceed to the next step. Yu Jia nodded slightly in response and then left the casino. Lao Mao's mouth curled up slightly, and he understood. The dealer also smiled slightly in understanding, but when dealing the cards, he made a secret sign that was hard to notice. Several gamblers also received the dealer's meaning. They then exchanged meaningful glances with each other. Zhang Chengjun had been immersed in the joy of victory and of course did not notice. He wanted to win more. But by now, the roles of hunter and prey had been reversed.
Zhang Chengjun had already entered the game, and there was no way out.
At that moment, the cards were being dealt to the gamblers.
The net was closing in on Zhang Chengjuan's position.
Yu Jia sat in front of the surveillance monitor, took out his phone, and sent a text message to Yi Jin. The text message only contained a few words: "It's already started."
Chapter 56. What I care about is his present and future.
At this time, Yi Jin was driving to school. Of course, he saw Yu Jia's message. It is estimated that in a few days, there will be a result from Yu Jia's side.
The problem now is Zhang Jieqi.
Yi Jin already had a plan in mind for what to do with Zhang Jieqi.
However, all of this had to wait until Zhang Chengjun fell into the abyss before it could be done.
For now, Yi Jin went to the school to go find Shen Miaoyu to improve their relationship. He drove to the parking lot outside the school and waited for Shen Miaoyu. Soon Shen Miaoyu came out, and she saw Yi Jinju, who stood out in the parking lot.
"Yi Jinju, over here." Shen Miaoyu naturally waved at Yi Jinju and even gave him a nickname.
Yi Jinju saw Shen Miaoyu and smiled as he walked over. It was already late October, and the temperature had gradually cooled. Shen Miaoyu returned to the dormitory after a day of classes and changed into casual clothes. She wore a white sweater on top and a black skirt with a pair of flesh-colored pantyhose of the right thickness underneath. Stepping in a pair of brown leather shoes, Shen Miaoyu walked towards Yi Jin with happy strides. Yi Jin naturally opened her arms.
Shen Miaoyu cooperated and went straight for the hug. "Yi Pig, I'm exhausted today. You have to take me out to eat something delicious." Yi Jin smiled. "Okay, let's go." The two got into the car and headed straight for the Diamond Plaza. It was just 6 o'clock, right after school. The last time they had met Zhang Jieqi and He Xinshin was in the parking lot. This time, the moment Yi Jin picked up Shen Miaoyu and got into the car, the two of them saw them again from afar. He Xinshin, "Hey, isn't that Yi Jin's car?" Zhang Jieqi looked in the direction of the sound. "It really is." "Jieqi, look, a girl got into his car." Even though they were about 10 meters apart, Zhang Jieqi only saw a girl get into Yi Jin's passenger seat. She didn't see who the girl was specifically. But last time He Xinshin had mentioned Lu Qingyan. So Zhang Jieqi subconsciously thought that it was Lu Qingyan. She was a little angry. The person who should have been sitting in that car should have been her. How could she let someone else get in?
She angrily said, scumbag Eugene, last time I said I wouldn't care about him anymore.
He actually threw me aside so quickly. No, I can't just let him go. I should be the one sitting in the car. Shinshin also agreed, yes, Jechi, I think this is Yi Jin's problem. It's just a little misunderstanding. Why are you holding on to it? Zhang Jechi, I have to ask him exactly what he means. How can he start a relationship and then abandon it? Shinshin, yes. You should call him and get things straight.
At this point, Zhang Jechi also had a dilemma and was a little torn, but last time he was so mean, Shinshin reassured her, Jechi, let me tell you, sometimes men say one thing but mean another.
Besides, you did sleep with him.
Even if he doesn't agree to make up, you still have to ask him for some compensation for the emotional damage.
Zhang Jechi thought about it and realized that she was right.
So she decisively called Yi Jin. Yi Jin, who was driving, suddenly heard the phone ring. Since he was driving, he gave his phone to Shen Miaoyu and told her to answer it.
Hello, Yi Jin.
A female voice came over the phone, and Shen Miaoyu obviously flinched slightly.
She didn't make a sound.
But her expression was clearly a little solemn. She also wanted to hear what kind of relationship the girl on the phone had with Yi Jin. Shen Miaoyu just gently held the phone to Yi Jin's ear.
Although Yi Jin didn't notice the change in Shen Miaoyu, he recognized the voice on the phone. His eyebrows slightly wrinkled, his voice low, Zhang Jechi? Yes, it's me. Yi Jin, I want to talk to you.
Yi Jin was displeased and directly rejected, I have nothing to discuss with you. Then he took the phone in one hand and hung up directly.
Shen Miaoyu was stunned. She didn't say anything because she knew that this girl was the ex-girlfriend Yi Jin had mentioned before. The phone rang again, and Shen Miaoyu asked, it's ringing again, should I answer it?
Yi Jin shook his head and said, ignore her, just block her number.
Shen Miaoyu looked at the phone that kept flashing with incoming call notifications. She made up her mind and swiped up to answer the call. Yi Jin, you actually dared to hang up on me? I even apologized to you, what more do you want from me? I just want to talk to you again, why are we like enemies?
Yi Jin noticed that Shen Miaoyu had answered the call without his permission and was slightly taken aback.
However, he didn't blame Shen Miaoyu.
Just as he was about to speak, Shen Miaoyu preempted him and said, this is the ex-girlfriend.
I am Yi Jin's girlfriend. He doesn't want to have anything to do with you, so please don't bother him again.
Zhang Jechi on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned. She didn't expect Yi Jin's girlfriend to come out and defend him.
But then she thought, provoking, I know you are her girlfriend. But I think Yi Jin should give me an explanation. An explanation? What explanation?
Zhang Jechi smiled slightly and said, explain why you dumped me after I slept with him.
I need an explanation from him.
Shen Miaoyu was obviously shocked when she heard this, and she looked at Yi Jin in disbelief. His eyes were full of doubt and suspicion, but after 3 seconds her eyes turned with an unusual firmness. She said with a slight hint of anger over the phone, I don't know what happened between you two. But Yi Jin is my boyfriend now, and I don't care what he did before. I don't care about the grudges between her and you. What I care about is his present and future. I think you should ask yourself why Yi Jin kicked you out. Zhang Jechi was obviously surprised to hear this answer. She had wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to drive a wedge between the two because she thought that the two had only been dating for a short time. She had tried to make the two break up so that she could take advantage of the situation.
But she underestimated Shen Miaoyu.
To be precise, she felt she had underestimated Lu Qingyan. After all, she still thought it was Lu Qingyan sitting in the car.
For a moment, she didn't know what to say.
Shen Miaoyu in the car continued, also, I warn you, Yi Jin is my boyfriend.
I will not allow anyone to question him or frame him.
Please behave yourself and don't harass my boyfriend again, or I will make you pay. Shen Miaoyu's domineering manner was evident as she hung up the phone after delivering a threatening sentence. Yi Jin heard every word clearly. But his heart was already surging like waves. He never expected his girlfriend, who had only been dating him for a day, to believe in him so much. He felt warm inside and smiled slightly, saying, thank you, Miao Miao. Shen Miaoyu, however, ignored him and fixed Yi Jin with a murderous glare. Her voice was clear and she said each word with emphasis, aren't you going to give me an explanation?
Chapter 57, Crisis Warning.
Zhang Jechi on the other end of the phone was shocked by Shen Miaoyu's domineering words defending her husband. She couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. He Shinshin, who was standing nearby, of course heard their conversation. She comforted her, Jechi, we can't just let this go. Even if we want to break up, we have to make him compensate. We can't let him take advantage of us. Zhang Jiechi agreed. She said firmly, I'll go see him tomorrow. If he doesn't see me, I'll go to the campus post and accuse him. He Shinshin said, yes, let everyone in the school accuse him. I don't believe he can sit still. He must pay the price. The two were like people on a high, determined to make Yijin pay. After all, he could afford a Ferrari worth millions. It's a small price to pay to compensate Zhang Jiechi for her emotional distress. On the other side, Yijin, of course, had no idea of their plan. He just heard Shen Miaoyu's words and smiled awkwardly. He had already sensed Shen Miaoyu's change in mood. Still smiling slightly, he immediately reassured her, Miao Miao, don't look at me with that kind of look, I'm the victim here.
Oh? The victim?
Yes, that day. Yijin briefly explained what happened that day. Of course, he omitted the part about arranging for the waiter to remove the camera in advance.
Otherwise, it would be hard to explain.
He just said that it was probably because the waiter had cleaned the room again. After listening to Yijin's explanation, Shen Miaoyu's original questioning look had dissipated. Instead, she felt a mix of shock and anger. She was shocked that there was a woman who would betray her for 3 million. She was angry that Zhang Jiechi was so vicious, and that this kind of frame-up could ruin Yijin's life. She angrily said, that's terrible, there are really people like that. And that Lu Bo, as a law enforcement officer, still dared to collude with others.
Humph.
Yijin shook his head and said, it's okay, Miao Miao, since they have used such a vicious method against me, I can't just sit here and wait for death.
Shen Miaoyu said, oh, you're going to retaliate against them? Yijin was a little torn, he didn't want to say anything.
He was afraid that Shen Miaoyu would feel that he was too dark.
But Shen Miaoyu seemed to sense Yijin's dilemma and immediately reassured him, Yi pig, you can do whatever you want.
You did nothing wrong in this matter, and I support you.
No matter what kind of revenge you have in mind, it's fine, I understand. Yijin nodded slightly, thank you for understanding me, Miao Miao.
Shen Miaoyu said with a smile, hey, I'm your girlfriend, of course I support you. Besides, I think if you don't go out and get revenge, you'll definitely have a knot in your heart. As the saying goes, if you don't get even with someone, you'll always be bitter.
Yijin laughed, hey, where did you learn that? Shen Miaoyu, from anime. By the way, that Lu Bo is from the Law Enforcement Bureau, what are you going to do about it?
Yijin shook her head and said, I think the supervisory court and the judgment department should still have people from them.
I plan to find them all and then
find evidence of their violations and submit it to the law to judge them.
Shen Miaoyu nodded and said, I will help you. Yijin became interested and said, well, I'm curious, are you really the daughter of a rich family?
Shen Miaoyu laughed and said, oh, you'll find out in the future.
Yijin didn't ask any more questions and drove directly to the Diamond Plaza.
The two picked a popular internet barbecue restaurant and started to show off.
After a big meal, the two left the square contentedly.
They held hands as they strolled together to digest their food. It was already past 9 p.m., but the square was still bustling with people. It was the start of the nightlife. Yijin was still in a daze from yesterday's kiss, so he was intent on finding a place to taste it again. Going to a hotel was out of the question, after all, he and Shen Miaoyu had only been dating for 2 days. Although Yijin was strolling, his gaze was still searching around, looking for a dark and secluded place to have another exchange of words with Shen Miao. The two walked around to the back of the Diamond Plaza.
This area is under development and construction, so there are basically no people here.
Yijin finally found a suitable place.
He whispered to Shen Miao, Miao, let's go over there and have a look.
Shen Miao looked in the direction Yijin was pointing, and it was a place with no people at all. She instantly understood Yijin's thoughts, but she did not refuse.
She just gave a light him and held Yijin's hand as they walked together.
The two were behind a large pillar. Shen Miaoyu was walled in by Yijin against the pillar. Yijin's hand ran through Shen Miaoyu's hair and stroked her little head.
Shen Miaoyu cooperated, too, wrapping her arms around Yijin's waist.
He slowly closed his eyes, slightly raised his chin, and expectantly and excitedly met Yijin's lips. The two of them clung to each other with their lips and tongues, and began to exchange bacteria. As time passed, Yijin's hands began to wander around.
Gradually, they touched Shen Miaoyu's protrusions. Mm.
Shin Miaoyu let out a light mm, and her hand gently grasped the back of Yi Jin's hand, but did not stop it. She even slightly raised her chest, so that Yi Jin could more easily and fully comfort her. Just as the two of them were in the middle of a passionate moment, a voice suddenly came to Yi Jin's mind. Ding, a threat to the host's safety has been detected 100 meters to the left. Instantly, Yi Jin's nerves tightened, and she immediately ended the passionate kiss with Shin Miaoyu. She embraced Shin Miaoyu in her arms and held Shin Miaoyu's head tightly. Shin Miaoyu was a little confused by Yi Jin's sudden interruption and tight embrace. She then looked up at Yi Jin. She saw that Yi Jin's face was serious, and her deep eyes were fixed on the left. She felt something unusual and asked cautiously, "What's wrong?" Yi Jin still whispered with a serious face, "Shoo.
Someone's coming. Don't speak." Yi Jin's words made Shin Miaoyu feel a little uneasy.
Her sixth sense told her that the person coming was not simple, and there was likely danger. The two of them snuggled together like this, staring hard to the left. Tap, tap, tap. Pat, pat, pat. Two bursts of hurried footsteps entered their ears, presumably in pursuit of someone. Shin Miaoyu unconsciously shrunk a little scared. Yi Jin sensed Shin Miaoyu's fear and immediately hugged her tightly, reassuring her, "It's okay, don't be afraid, I'm here." Hearing this, Shin Miaoyu's original fear of the unknown dissipated a lot. However, as the footsteps got closer and closer, Yi Jin also heard the shouts from there. The shouts seemed to come from the pursuers behind them.
"Kill Zhao Yushan, or we'll all die." Chapter 58. Yi Jin steps in.
In no time, the two of them had escaped past the pillar where Yi Jin and Shin Miaoyu were hiding, on the right side. Yi Jin looked sideways and saw a black-clad man supporting a young man. He was limping and desperately running towards the front. And on Yi Jin's left side were about 7 or 8 black-clad men, all of them holding machetes.
Yi Jin relied on the physical fitness enhancement brought by his extraordinary body. Looking closely, the young man was wearing an expensive suit. This person must be the one those people were talking about, Zhao Yushan. Although his figure was a bit disheveled, the originally white suit was stained with many stains and blood. However, his bloodied, slightly blurred features still showed that he was a handsome young man. He was being supported by his companion, with his right leg raised off the ground, occasionally touching the ground with his toes to support his quick escape. Behind the two of them were the relentless killers, less than 10 meters away. At such close range, Yi Jin could hear Zhao Yushan's conversation with his companion. "Young master, we have no outside help anymore.
In a while, I will stop them, and you will find an opportunity to escape on your own." The middle-aged man in black sounded somewhat tragic. He wanted to sacrifice himself in exchange for Zhao Yushan's escape. But Zhao Yushan said, "We go together.
Lao Dao, go through this street and you'll reach the main street. They dare not commit a crime in the street. Hurry up."
The black-clad man said, "Young master, we were too careless and didn't bring many people with us." Zhao Yushan also said angrily, "Humph, they actually chose to attack me. If I can go back alive today, I will make them pay." Their words were short, but Yi Jin heard them clearly. They were so intent on escaping that they didn't notice the pursuers behind them were already close. Then they heard a shout from behind, "Dai, Zhao Gong Yushan.
Young master, be careful." Lao Dao pushed Zhao Yushan away and stood alone behind him. Sizzle.
The machete fell heavily on his back. The originally black suit was slashed open, and the white shirt inside was instantly dyed red with blood.
A bottomless wound was directly exposed in the air. "Ah!" Lao Dao let out a miserable scream and fell straight beside Zhao Yushan.
Zhao Yushan, who had been unsteady on his feet due to Lao Dao's desperate push, also fell to the other side, just a few meters from Yi Jin. Zhao Yushan looked at Lao Dao lying on the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. The overwhelming anger in his heart was hard to hide, and he could only glare fiercely at the several black-clad men in front of him, each holding a machete. The black-clad man in charge teased, "Zhao, you are going to die today.
If you have any last words, speak now. Then you can go to hell."
Zhao Yushan saw that he had reached the end of the road today, and there was no way to break the deadlock. But he was still unwilling to accept it, and he let out a final roar.
"Haha, I never thought that I, Zhao Yushan, would die here. Go back and tell that bitch that even as a ghost, I won't let her go.
I'll be waiting for her down there."
Yi Jin's heart paused upon hearing this.
The person Zhao Yushan was referring to should be the boss behind this group of people.
"She's a woman, could it be Sister Lan?"
Before Yi Jin could continue pondering, the system solved the mystery for him. Ding, the host's enemy, Sister Lan, has been detected. She is sending someone to kill her opponent.
Issue system task.
1. Protect your girlfriend, keep quiet, I'm just asking her out on a date, there's no need for fighting and killing.
Reward, a box of TT for the host who only loves romance and doesn't like to get into trouble. 2. Defeat the pursuers and save the two of them.
Reward, 100 points of godlike hero points a real man never gives up.
3. Defeat the pursuers and introduce yourself.
Reward, 100 points of godlike hero points and a liar detector a real man faces his enemies head on and incidentally puts some eye drops in Lan's eyes.
Eugene looked at the three options and felt that the system was a bit strange. What the hell is a box of TT?
Eugene shook his head and decisively chose the third option, which carried a higher risk.
After all, it was just a reward that included the second option. As for declaring his identity, that Sister Lan had already remembered him anyway. It wasn't like this was a big deal. He whispered to Shin Miaoyu, "Miao Miao, you stay here and don't move." Shin Miaoyu was anxious. "What are you doing?"
Eugene said indifferently, "I have to go save him."
"No, don't go, it's dangerous." Eugene stroked Shin Miaoyu's head and comforted her, "Don't worry, it's fine."
Then she let go of Shin Miaoyu. Shin Miaoyu wanted to grab Eugene, but Eugene was too fast, and she didn't have much reaction time before Eugene was out of her reach. She could only tilt her head slightly to look at Eugene. And as soon as Eugene came out from behind the pillar, she was noticed by the people on both sides.
Eugene walked up to Zhao Yushan without any panic, her eyes staring fiercely at the 7 or 8 men in black before her.
The man leading the group paused for a moment, but still spoke haughtily, "Where did you come from, kid?
You want to die? Get lost, don't delay my business. Otherwise, I'll kill you too." "Eugene, are you all under Lan's command?" The man spoke arrogantly, "Yes, we're all under Lan's command." "What do you think, are you scared?" He thought Eugene would be scared when she heard Lan's name. After all, Lan was the underground queen of Chengdu, the standard big sister. More than half of the entire Chengdu underworld was under her control. But Eugene just smiled faintly and said, "That's fine." Zhao Yushan behind him was a little taken aback. "Why was there a student here?" He said with some concern, "Little brother, run quickly. They are here to kill me, it's nothing to do with you. Don't provoke them." Eugene lifted his hand and said indifferently, "It's fine, I'm here to fuck them up." Zhao Yushan was a little speechless at Eugene's words. He couldn't believe that such a student in his 20s would come to save him. "Don't be ridiculous, you'd better run. Otherwise." He didn't finish his sentence, and the next moment he didn't dare to look at Eugene with this teasing expression. Eugene instantly exploded, charging towards the people in front of him. "Damn it, you want to die? Kill him for me." The man leading the group swung his machete and slashed at Eugene. Eugene dodged, and immediately after a dodge, he connected with a knee strike that sent the man tumbling to the ground. Instantly, his body flew backwards. At the same time, the man vomited everything he had eaten for dinner. Seeing this, the remaining few people were shocked, but they did not flinch. Instead, they rushed up in a group and surrounded Eugene. Then they waved their machetes together and attacked in unison. Seeing this, Shin Miaoyu's eyes instantly widened, and she shouted, "Eugene, be careful." Zhao Yushan also had to anxiously warn, "Brother, be careful." Chapter 59, The Underworld. Zhao Yushan. The shouts of the two men were of course heard by Eugene. He remained silent, only staring at these people in front of him with a sharp gaze. Then, facing the cold, gleaming machetes, he showed no fear. He deftly avoided the sharp blades as he dodged and weaved. Then, before the several assassins could react, he immediately struck. Pang! Ka-chuck! Don! Boom! A series of fierce kicks and punches, accompanied by grappling and other combat techniques brought about by combat mastery. In just 1 minute, he knocked everyone to the ground. All of them were incapacitated with a single blow. Some were even specially taken care of by Eugene. Their arms were broken or legs were broken, and they were lying on the ground, wailing in pain. This scene stunned Zhao Yushan and Shin Miaoyu. Shan Miaoyu had seen Eugene brutally beat Han Zijie, but she had never imagined that Eugene's strength was so explosive. Zhao Yushan was even more shocked. He looked at Eugene in disbelief, his heart filled with an overwhelming sense of shock. Then, Eugene shouted at the people on the ground who had not yet lost consciousness. "Give your stupid boss a message.
I, Yi Jin, am dedicated to finding her unhappiness.
If she wants to kill someone, I will save them.
Let her wait for me to come collect her dog's life. The people on the ground had already been scared by Yi Jin and were dumbfounded, and could only stare at him. Then Yi Jin's eyes became fierce, and he glared angrily and said, "Get out of here." The 4 people on the ground rolled and crawled, dragging their companions and running in the distance. And at the end of this road, the originally dark street suddenly lit up with 2 headlights. A car quickly drove away from the scene. The car was originally arranged by Lan to get rid of Zhao Yushan's backup, the killer Lao Shan. But as soon as Lao Shan saw Yi Jin in the distance, he gave up. He drove away directly. Over here, Yi Jin turned around and walked over to Shun Miaoyu first. Shun Miaoyu could no longer control the worry in her heart, and pounced on her directly. She clenched her fists and pounded Yi Jin. "Stupid Yi Jin, you scared me to death."
It's okay, it's okay.
Yi Jin stroked her head to comfort her. Then he pulled Shin Miaoyu towards Zhao Yushan, still maintaining a vigilant and fierce expression in his eyes.
I ask, you answer. Zhao Yushan nodded in shock. Didn't this guy come to save himself? Why does he look so unfriendly? However, he did not dare to object in any way.
After all, Yi Jin's combat effectiveness had really shocked him.
He nodded blankly and said, "Fine. Who are you? Why are they after you?"
Zhao Yushan took a deep breath and said, "My name is Zhao Yushan, I am the chairman of Rongqing Yushan Entertainment Development Company, Limited.
They are under the command of Sister Lan. I was invited to a banquet today.
But I didn't expect that she would not uphold the martial arts code of honor and actually set up a banquet of death. The goal was to kill me so that she could dominate the entire underground channel in Rongqing."
Yi Jin was momentarily taken aback. The entire underground channel? Could it be that the Zhao Yushan in front of her is also a member of the underworld?
Yi Jin had always lived under the sun and had no knowledge of this at all.
His expression was slightly solemn as he asked in a deep voice, "Are you also a member of the underworld?"
Zhao Yushan saw this and was uneasy in his heart.
He said, "Yes, Lan and I belong to 2 different underground forces.
But I am nowhere near as ruthless as her. I'm just trying to feed my brothers, but she's different.
She's a woman who'll do anything for money."
At the mention of the word underworld, Yi Jin had already decided to leave Zhao Yushan alone. But Zhao Yushan's words clearly indicated that he knew something about Sister Lan.
So he said, "Go on, tell me everything about you and that Lan woman." Zhao Yushan swallowed and continued. "I made my fortune by reselling gravel.
The reason I say it's the underworld is that when I was doing business before, I engaged in some strong arm tactics, but at most I just made a bit more profit. Now I own dozens of nightclubs and gambling dens, and my business mainly relies on these nightclubs and gambling dens to make money."
But Sister Lan is different.
Her methods of making money are much more extreme than mine. She is involved in everything from loan sharking and violent debt collection to forced demolition and forced sales, fraud, etc.
She has made her fortune this way.
Later, her influence grew stronger and stronger, and she won over many people. Those who obeyed her became her ostensible partners, while those who disobeyed her would inexplicably disappear. After that, she became the leader of the underworld. As for me, I just want to make a living for my brothers through these nightclubs. But she set her sights on my business. We had talked about cooperating a few times before, but I refused, so this time she was directly planning to kill me.
Hearing Zhao Yushan's words, Yi Jin had some difficulty deciding.
If what he said was true, then Zhao Yushan was really someone who could be used.
But
at that moment, the voice of the system rang in Yi Jin's mind. "Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward 100 points of godly hero points. Current points, 1825. Bonus skill, lie detector. Lie detector can identify the truthfulness of what the subject says, can be used once every 24 hours. This lie detector came at just the right time. Yi Jin then activated the skill of the lie detector. After judging, it was found that what Zhao Yushan said was indeed true. Yi Jin then dispelled her doubts and said softly, "I know, let me take you to the hospital first. You and your friend's injuries cannot be delayed."
Zhao Yushan nodded and said, "Thank you, your name is Yi Jin, right?"
"Yes.
Thank you for saving me today, I will definitely come and thank you in the future. Can I borrow your phone to make a call?"
Yi Jin directly handed the phone to Zhao Yushan.
Zhao Yushan skillfully dialed a phone number. "Hello, who is this?"
"I'm at the commercial street behind the Diamond Plaza." Lao Dao is seriously injured and the other brothers are all gone.
Come and help me. Young master? Okay, I'll be right there.
With just 2 sentences, Zhao Yushan hung up the phone. Then he handed the phone back to Yi Jin. Thank you again, brother Yi Jin. If it wasn't for you, I might have had to give up here today. Yi Jin laughed and said, it's fine, I happen to have some grievances with that Lan sister as well.
Zhao Yushan became interested at hearing this and asked, Brother Yi Jin, you?
Yi Jin shook his head and said, I'll tell you about it some other time.
Hey, I was supposed to come here with my girlfriend today on a date.
Who would have thought that I would run into you in this kind of situation? Zhao Yushan turned his head and looked at Shen Miaoyu, who was standing to the side.
He was instantly captivated by Shen Miaoyu's stunning beauty.
Then he said with some embarrassment, Hey, sorry Yi Jin brother, some other day I will definitely entertain you and your girlfriend properly. Shen Miaoyu was a little uncomfortable on the side, pulling her little finger.
Her face turned slightly red. Shen Miaoyu, this idiot Yi, why did he have to mention that we came here? What a fool.
Zhao Yushan continued, I already have your contact information. Let's add each other as friends later, and you can find me anytime in the future if you have any problems.
I, Zhao Yushan, still have a bit of connections in Chengdu.
At least for personal matters, I can basically help.
Yi Jin smiled slightly. Okay. Chapter 60. I'll warm you up.
In a short while, 7 or 8 commercial vehicles drove over and stopped directly behind the few people in the street. Dozens of fierce-looking men got out of the vehicles, all of them carrying machetes and steel pipes. Shen Miaoyu was scared pale by this scene. She was afraid that the group of people just now had come to take revenge on Yi Jin. Facing such a fierce situation, Yi Jin was also prepared to fight again. However, Zhao Yushan looked indifferent and said softly, Don't worry, these are my people.
This remark made Yi Jin and Shen Miaoyu let down their guard.
However, the man leading the group seemed to think that Yi Jin and Shen Miaoyu in front of him were assassins who had come to kill Zhao Yushan. He immediately glared angrily and charged towards the two of them. Crisis warning, a threat to the host's life has been detected directly in front of the host. Yi Jin was momentarily taken aback, and naturally understood that the system was referring to Black Bear.
She saw Black Bear punch out immediately.
Shen Miaoyu had already been frightened, covering her eyes. However, Yi Jin looked indifferent, not at all afraid, and punched out immediately.
Pang!
The two faced each other with their fists, and Black Bear was instantly hit by Yi Jin's tremendous power, which caused some of his bones to fracture. He looked at Yi Jin in horror, with countless questions flashing through his mind. Zhao Yushan saw this and knew that Black Bear had misunderstood the situation. He immediately shouted, Stop, Black Bear, they saved me. Upon hearing this, Black Bear immediately stopped his attack and ran to Zhao Yushan, respectfully saying, Boss, I'm sorry, we're late.
Pat.
Zhao Yushan slapped Black Bear on the back of the head and angrily said, You're still so impulsive.
That was my rescuer, and you came up and greeted him with a punch?
The Black Bear smiled awkwardly.
Go apologize to the man now.
There was no choice, so the Black Bear had to do as he was told. At a height of 1.92 meters and weighing over 200 kilograms, he respectfully bent 90 degrees in front of Yi Jin. He shouted in a deep voice, I'm sorry, it was my impulsiveness that caused the trouble.
I apologize to you.
Yi Jin is someone who responds to soft words rather than harsh ones.
Moreover, it was a misunderstanding, so he simply waved his hand and said, It's fine, just get your master out of here quickly.
Zhao Yushan was helped to walk towards Yi Jin and said, Brother Yi, I'll come visit again after I've recovered from my injuries.
Here's my contact information, feel free to give me a call. I'll definitely help with anything.
Yi Jin took Zhao Yushan's business card and said, Okay, it's getting late, I'll go first. Yi Jin said goodbye to Zhao Yushan and left with Shen Miaoyu.
They drove together to the school.
In the car, Shen Miaoyu was still uneasy and her emotions lingered for a long time in the midst of the thrills of the previous scene. Yi Jin just gently stroked her pair of flesh-colored stockings that were appropriately thick.
He whispered, It's okay, meow meow.
Yi Jin's caress made Shen Miaoyu feel a lot safer.
She still asked with a lingering fear, Yi Pig, how come you're so awesome?
Yi Jin replied, Hee hee, I used to study martial arts at Shaolin Temple.
Shen Miaoyu, really?
Yi Jin, of course, otherwise how would I have 8 abs? Upon hearing about the 8 abs, Shen Miaoyu's pretty face flushed, and her mouth curled up slightly.
But she still said mischievously, Humph, you said that several times, and I haven't seen it. Yi Jin, oh, you don't believe me? Shen Miaoyu said playfully, Of course, seeing is believing. I'm a fan of two-dimensional comics.
I just hope my boyfriend has a standard and well-proportioned body like in the anime.
Yi-jin said disdainfully, whatever, just say you're into body types.
Shin Miaoyu said, yeah, so what? You're not going to lie to me and say you have 8-pack abs, are you?
Ha ha ha, I've seen through you, Yi Pig.
Shan Miaoyu's face was full of smug ridicule, leaving Yi-jin a bit speechless. He grabbed Shin Miaoyu's hand and felt it inside his shirt. Shin Miaoyu was caught off guard by this sudden attack from Yi-jin, and before she knew it, she felt the clearly defined and flat muscles.
Ah, what are you doing? Shin Miaoyu's face instantly turned red, and she exclaimed.
Yi-jin, however, still held her hand and let it wander inside. He vowed to make her feel his strength.
Yi-jin said, did you feel the lines? Upon being asked by Yi-jin, Shin Miaoyu also answered awkwardly, Did I lie to you? Shin Miaoyu shook her head, no. Heck, little brat, I can still fix you.
Yi-jin let go of her hand and continued to steer the wheel. Shin Miaoyu was also preparing to pull her hand back. After all, she had also determined that what Yi-jin said was the truth. Yi-jin felt Shin Miaoyu's retracting jade hand.
He whispered, it's cold. Why don't you put it inside and I'll warm it for you?
Upon hearing this, Shin Miaoyu stopped retracting her hand and continued to put it inside. His slender, jade-like hands began to caress her arms under her shirt. She noticed that Yi-jin's body was well proportioned and had a strong sense of style. Shin Miaoyu lowered her head and smiled, enjoying the warmth of Yi-jin's hands. After about 20 minutes, Yi-jin's car pulled up next to the girls' dormitory. The car stopped, and Shin Miaoyu still hadn't come back to her senses. Her flushed face was still immersed in the warmth and she was reluctant to come down from it. She was still exploring. Yi-jin also stopped the car and sat motionless in the driver's seat. After a long time, she said, Meow meow, why don't we go to a hotel and I'll let you touch me all you want?
Ha! Shin Miaoyu immediately reacted and instantly retracted her hand. You actually want to sleep with me?
Yi-jin teased, it's not that I've been watching you touch yourself for so long that the dormitory door is about to close. Shin Miaoyu then realized that it was almost 11 p.m. She pouted, it's all your fault for making me touch myself.
Oomph, you're bad. Yi-jin laughed, so do you want to go to a hotel and continue? No, you're bad. I'm going back. No goodbye kiss?
Shin Miaoyu got out of the car, sticking out her tongue playfully, liao.
Yi-jin laughed. But Shin Miaoyu bypassed the front of the car and went to the driver's seat. Boo.
She gave Yi-jin a big kiss on the cheek and said sweetly, this is a reward for telling you the truth.
Hey, bye, Yi Pig. Bye, Meow. After the two parted ways, Yi-jin drove back to her villa.
There was no word exchanged that night. Early the next morning, Yi-jin received 2 messages on her phone.
The first was from an unmarked phone number.
Yi-jin, my brother, this is Zhao Yushan.
Thank you for risking your life to save me last night. Would you do me the honor of meeting me at Wanzheng Tower at noon? The second message was from Yu Jia. Tonight, Zhang Chengjun will enter the deadly game.